Linda and Harper Audio Australia present this unabridged recording of Defending the Galaxy, Sentinels of the Galaxy, Book 3. Written by Maria V. Snyder and read by Alice Barrington. The dedication reads, "To all my soul finders, you bring joy into my life." Chapter 1, 2522-247. The term mind blown is one of those expressions that doesn't really mean anything. People say it all the time, but it's just an exaggeration. No heads actually explode because a person is confronted with a new concept or an unbelievable revelation. Brain matter and blood doesn't splash on the walls. Yet, as I sit cross-legged on my bed and scrunch my blanket in tight fists, I'm scrambling for coherent thought. And I fear, if I let go, I will blow apart and be scattered throughout the Milky Way Galaxy. What revelation, you ask, has reduced me to this state? The QNet, also known as the quantum net, a technological advancement that has allowed us to travel well beyond our solar system, has told me that it is an alien consciousness. The QNet said it wasn't invented, but discovered by our Earth scientists in 2066 and used to perform the ultra-complex calculations needed to build special engines that can cross vast interstellar distances. And, yes, there's an and, bear with me, please. With these 5 simple words, the QNet has blown my mind. I am the Milky Way. It claims to encompass the Milky Way Galaxy, meaning all the matter, dark matter, and energy contained within its boundaries has a consciousness, or soul, if you prefer. This being has been tasked with protecting us humans from the hostile life forms, Hulfs, which look like shadow blobs, that we inadvertently allowed back into our dimension. We, being Jaren, the murdering looter, and his nefarious collaborators. To think Jaren and I were once good friends. He and his looters have been destroying a number of the terracotta warriors that were discovered on exoplanets throughout the galaxy, a long story. However, the short version is that by breaking the warriors, Jaren inadvertently made the QNet's task to keep us safe almost impossible. Since the QNet can no longer protect us without our help, it has chosen me, yes, me, Ara Lawrence, Junior Security Officer on planet Yulene, age 17 actual years old, to be its voice, I guess. Why me, you ask? Good question. It seems my activities and actions in the QNet have drawn its attention. I'm good at worming through the gaps in the security programs, getting into places I shouldn't. Of course, now I wonder about all the data clusters and files that humans have placed in the QNet. The Department of Explored Space, DES, has pretty much moved in and set up house in the QNet. And the star roads, the deepest, most complex layer of the QNet, are what we use to navigate through the galaxy and crinkle space. So, now you know why I'm grappling with all this brand new information and banding about the term mind blown, because I think I've a pretty good example going on inside my head right now. The standard response is I'm going insane, and the conversation with the QNet was all a delusion or figment of my imagination. That's a fair point, and I can't prove otherwise, although my imagination just isn't on that level of creative. And from the various things the QNet has done, It being sentient explains a lot. Like removing my image from the security feed, so Jaren wouldn't learn I survived his attempt to murder me. Also, I've encountered other questionable strangeness, shadow blobs and warrior hearts, and they turned out to be very real. So, that's a hard no on being crazy. What's next? There's the possibility I'm mistaken, that I'm anthropomorphizing the QNet like I did with the Terracotta Warriors when I was younger. Perhaps I've reached an overly helpful Q cluster that provides data quicker than any others. And the fact I can entangle with the QNet without entanglers, or without being close to a terminal, is just a glitch and not a gift from a sentient QNet. I'm more than willing to go with that explanation. A light tap on my door sends me 3 meters into the air. A startled cry escapes my lips, which the tapper translates to, "Come in." Niall pokes his head inside. "Dinner's ready." I stare at him as if I've never seen him before. His black hair is a little longer than regulation, but not enough to warrant a comment from his father, who is the chief of security, and is still wet from his shower and slicked back. Piercing blue-green eyes and sharp features. He's handsome, and all mine. Normally pale, due to 18 years spent living on spaceships, he's currently almost ghost white. It's because he's recovering from almost dying from blood loss and brain trauma, which the QNet claims to have healed because I asked. Mouse. Alarmed, he steps into my room, grabbing for a weapon that's not there because he's wearing jeans and a t-shirt and not his security uniform. What's wrong? Niall scans the small space as if searching for intruders. Hulfs? Wow, I must look terrified. Shaking my head, I say, "No, I was in the QNet." Which is true. Something scare you? He sits on the bed next to me. I breathe in the scent of his shampoo, sage-grass, and scooch closer. He wraps an arm around my shoulder and pulls me to him. Melting against him, I relax for the first time since the QNet's big confession. I was trying to find information on the sensors and brain damage to see if there's a reason why you can't entangle with the QNet. Again, all true. From your expression, I gather the prognosis is dire, he teases. Please, don't worry about it. If I can never entangle with the QNet again, I'll be perfectly happy. I'd rather have a heartbeat. I can't argue with that. He squeezes me a little tighter. Are you sure it doesn't have to do with your encounter with Jaren? Unable to stop, I shudder. The murdering looter and his minions attacked our base after trying to destroy it with a missile. A missile! Jaren had then taken me hostage and attached an explosive device to my back. An explosive device! The 4 gouges in my skin, now healing, ignite with pain at the memory. He told everyone he'd disarm the device once he was safely away. But I knew better. So to keep him from setting it off and killing me and everyone near me, I ended up clinging for my life to the landing gear of his shuttle. Niall loops his other arm around me, hugging me. You're safe now. Best boyfriend ever. I know. My team rescued me, and Jaren is currently locked in detention. It's just, a lot has happened. No kidding. I can't deal with the QNet right now, so I push it to the back of my mind to be ruminated on later. Much later. Yes, it's denial. No surprise, I'm the queen of denial after all. Besides, I need more information about the QNet before I can make an intelligent decision. I'm sure my dad will let you have a few days off. Niall puts a finger on my lips, stopping my protest. It so happens I have a few days off to heal, and I'm thinking the best way to recover is to take you on another proper date. What do you think? I think it's an excellent idea. I smile up at him and am rewarded with a sweet kiss. Dinner's getting cold, Radcliffe says from the threshold. We jump apart as Tace Radcliffe, Niall's dad, gives us a pointed look. Not only is he our boss, but also our self-appointed chaperone. Since I'm not 18A years old, I've been living in his unit. I guess I could return to my parents' housing unit, since everyone in the base knows I'm alive. But it would be too far from my job and Niall. Did I tell you I'm going to be 18 in 67 days? I can't wait. Niall and I follow Radcliffe to the kitchen. My parents are already there. One of the best things about this living situation are the family meals. Before, we were all too busy. My parents, the archaeological experts on the terracotta warriors, are in charge of the research base on planet Yulene. But with the looter base located on the other side of the planet, they're more focused on survival than on research at the moment. We all are. The lovely scent of roasted beef causes my stomach to roar. It's Niall's favorite, and I wonder if Radcliffe cooked it on purpose. The man may be a gigantic pain in the butt, but he sure can cook, making amazing dishes with the limited and artificial quality of the ingredients. It's not like we can get fresh supplies. We are 50,000 light-years from Earth, and a supply ship is not due for another 3 A-years. My parents, Ming and Spencer Daniels, yes, they have a different last name than me due to the fact that I had to change mine to play dead, and, well, Ara suits me better. Eye me with their parental X-ray vision turned to maximum, no doubt assessing how freaked I am about Jaren. I tuck into my meal and ignore them. See? My appetite hasn't been affected. What's the status with the scientists? Radcliffe asks my dad. I'm working on a schedule to get all the base's personnel trained with pulse guns and to learn the basics of guard duty, Dad says between mouthfuls. We've run out of beds for the prisoners, Mom says. If our base has been fully staffed, we wouldn't have any. Of course, they're not happy with sleeping on the hard ground. Mom shrugs. I find that I don't care. Not when they invaded our base with the intention to kill us all. How many prisoners do we have now? I ask. 67, plus Jaren, Radcliffe says. And they're all in Pit 1? They have access to all 4 pits, except no one wants to go into Pit 2. Radcliffe's smile is cold. No surprise. The Shadow Blob Rift is in Pit 2, and while we have defenses to keep the Hulfs out, that's ground zero if they return. Unlikely, but they could develop some type of armor to block the radio waves we use to destroy them. They're intelligent. Another shudder rips through me. And we're going to put them to work, Mom says, stabbing a fork in the air. We're acquiring them to help reconstruct the warriors they destroyed, starting with Pit 1. Nice. Jaren too? No, Jaren will remain in detention until he answers our questions, Radcliffe says. Then he turns to me. Oh no. Too soon, Mom says, giving Radcliffe one of her warning glares. However, Radcliffe is immune. In fact, I don't think the man is afraid of anything. But then I remember Radcliffe when Niall was unconscious and his prognosis wasn't good. I guess no one is that fearless. We don't have the luxury of time, Radcliffe says to my mom. They're on the other side of our planet and can attack us at any time. They have shuttles and soldiers and missiles. There's no need for them to even leave their base to kill us. And we have 68 of their people, Mom counters. It didn't seem to matter when they sent the missiles before, when we had 16 of them. Good point. But my mom doesn't give up, and I've had 17 years of reading her body language to know she isn't about to back down. "What do you need me to do?" I ask Radcliffe, stopping the battle to come. Radcliffe faces me. "Our escape hatch through the QNet blockade around our planet has been compromised. We need to re-establish another secure connection with DES. Even though we have Jaren, the blockade is still up." I remember that there is a redirect worm on our tunnel, sending all our messages straight to the looters instead of DES. Before that, we were able to contact DES long enough for them to help us design the null wave emitters, which proved invaluable against the Hulfs. "I can work on it right after dinner." "Dory is off duty," Radcliffe says. "He tried to breach it all day." Without me? His partner? I'd be hurt, but I'm sure my mother insisted Radcliffe give me some time off. "Is Officer Morgan on duty?" "Yes." "Then she can help me and talk with DES." Radcliffe raises an eyebrow. "You're that confident?" "Jaren wasn't working alone when he put up the blockades. You said so yourself, telling me there had to be other wormers involved." "And there are, but they might be struggling to regroup now that Jaren's gone." And before he or my mother can counter that, I add, "It won't hurt to try." "Unless they decide that you're too big a threat," Niall says, "and send a missile to stop you." He's right. "Then I won't let them know what I'm doing." "Too risky," Radcliffe says. "You can go in with Officer Dory tomorrow morning." I consider arguing. There is no reason to wait. We've already wasted so much time. Then I realize everyone's staring at me. "All right, I won't worm into the QNet and try to contact DES tonight. I'll wait for Beau." A general sense of relief rings the table. Niall, though, gives me a contemplative half-squint. The conversation returns to the many items on the to-do list for the base. Eventually, my parents leave, and Radcliffe retreats to his room, giving Niall and me some semblance of privacy. We sit on the couch in the living room. Niall automatically tucks me under his arm. I pull my legs up and snuggle against him. "You agreed too easily. What are you up to?" he asks. "Nothing. You made a good point." "Uh-huh. I'm the sensible one, remember?" "Doesn't mean I can't be sensible too." "Oh, I'm sure you can. You just choose not to." "Ha-ha. I need to change the subject." "Are you upset because I'm not getting time off for our proper date?" "It would be rather selfish of me if that was the case. We're still not safe." He leans forward. "However, if you don't overexert yourself tomorrow and have a horrible headache, then after dinner, we'll have a modified proper date." "Like an improper date?" I grin lustily. He groans. "You're killing me, Mouse." And then I remember that he'd flatlined when in surgery, and that sours my teasing mood. I think about what he said about overexerting myself. That was pretty smart. "What?" He gives me an innocent look that I don't fall for. "How you gave me an incentive not to use all my energy finding a way to contact DES. Not that I'm complaining. I think people should be rewarded for reaching their goals. You did promise not to exhaust yourself again." "I did." He peers at me. "Now I'm worried that you found some clever loophole." "Not a loophole, but... Sometimes I go flying with the QNet when I'm asleep. Sometimes I can do things while flying, like when I contacted Chief Vasily and fixed the worms in the satellite. What if I create another escape hatch while I'm sleeping?" Niall is quiet for a few heartbeats. "That's why you promised not to worm. I thought you were hedging." I huff. "Hedging? I guess that's accurate. My interactions with the QNet are not... Actually, I've no idea what they are, since no one's ever had this I press my hands to my head, tangling my fingers in my hair. Connection. It's scary. Niall grabs my wrists and gently pulls my hands down, holding them. I can only imagine what you're going through. But your connection has given us a chance to survive this. Without you, we'd have been killed way back when the shadow blobs first appeared. He squeezes my hands. Maybe it's the opposite of what happened to me. What do you mean? My senses were fried when I lost all that blood, and now I can't connect to the QNet. Perhaps yours were amplified by your injuries. He frowns, no doubt remembering all the times I've been injured or knocked unconscious. It fits the timing of when your abilities have improved. That made more sense than a sentient QNet. It would also mean I imagined a conversation with the QNet, but I'm willing to accept that. I experienced a traumatic abduction that I'm still recovering from. Yet, what if it's not a result of my injuries? But the QNet did something to me. Once I say it aloud, it sounds ridiculous. Niall tries to hide his smile. I know you have a unique way of looking at things, but that's just ridiculous. You're right. I relax against him. Besides, no one can say you didn't keep the promise if you were asleep when it happened. And I keep my promises. Unless it's to a murdering looter, then there's no guilt when I break it. Not wanting to think of Jaren, I say, true. In fact, I promise to kiss you until you're breathless. A spark of delight flares in Niall's eyes. Now that's a great promise. Once I claim his lips, he doesn't say anything more, as I'm true to my word. After Niall returns to his unit, I lie in bed thinking about our conversation. He's right that all my new abilities arrived after a trauma. Yes, I'm better at worming, but I'm also able to use the QNet without tangs or a terminal. My link to it is never severed. It's always in the back of my mind. I just need to turn my full attention to the QNet, and I'm there. It gives me an advantage, which we desperately need. The other unique thing that happened to me, and no one else, is that I can fly with the QNet. So far, it's only happened while I was asleep or unconscious. If Niall's right, and my improved skills with the QNet are due to my injuries, then I shouldn't be able to fly with it while awake, right? That would be another improvement, and I haven't been injured. Well, not lately. In order to test the theory, I decide to try to fly while awake. I close my eyes and imagine lifting my arms up. Let's fly. A strange floating sensation rushes through me. It's as if my consciousness has been yanked from my physical body, and I'm suddenly untethered. Then, the entire Milky Way Galaxy spreads out before me. My fear soon turns to joy as I fly, looping and twirling and spinning and dipping and soaring. There are no barriers, no limitations, no need for permission, no need to worm. There's nothing to prevent me from going anywhere. It's a feeling like no other. A feeling I can access at any time. Does that mean Niall's theory of my injuries enhancing my worming abilities is wrong? Or perhaps it means my enhanced abilities include unlimited flying. It means you asked. I complied. And Niall's theory of my injuries causing my amplified abilities? I chose you. No other reason. And you're the Milky Way Galaxy, and also the QNet. I am. And you obviously have the ability to connect with a human being. Obviously. along with the ability to be sarcastic. Lovely. So now I'm convinced. But will anyone else believe it? Is this a secret? Your choice. Why is it my choice? Do you want others to know or not? You will know if it becomes necessary. Great. Just great. I consider. No one is going to believe me. Well, maybe eventually. They believed me before. But would they accept yet another wild theory from me? Or have I reached my limit? At this point, I've no idea. So I decide to trust the QNet and wait until it becomes necessary. After all, nothing's going to change. Right? Chapter 2, 2522-248. I report to Beau's office at 0800. My partner is blowing on a steaming mug of coffee. His short brown hair is freshly spiked. The blonde dyed tips give him the appearance of a hedgehog, which is his nickname. His sharp gaze snags on the extra-large cup of coffee in my hands. Rough night? He asks in a neutral tone. Beau was part of the team that rescued me from Jaren. No doubt he's worried that my recent adventures are causing me to lose sleep. I'm not only the youngest officer in security, but I have the least experience. Yeah, I say. It's the truth. Nightmares have been haunting my sleep. Beau grunts. I told Radcliffe it was too soon. So did my mother. We share a smile. This is too important. I sit next to him. His office has dual QNet terminals, which allows us to entangle with the QNet together and work in tandem. With my new skills, I don't need to be here, but everyone's really uneasy about them, especially Beau. I can't imagine what he'll do if I confide in him about the QNet. Actually, I can. He'll be majorly freaked out and never want to worm with me again. What happened to our escape tunnel to DES? I ask. We managed to get through the looters' blockade and create a hidden link to DES before Jaren discovered it and installed a redirect worm, so our messages went to him instead of DES. They collapsed it, and I can't find another way out. A scowl creases his handsome face, and there's no sign of the cocky confidence he usually wears. Let's start there. He sets his coffee down and inserts his entanglers in his ears. The small, round devices link with the sensors implanted into his brain and allow him to access the QNet through the terminal. There are screens as well, but they're not really needed unless another person who is not in the QNet is watching. The connection in our brains allows us to see, unless we're worming, and then it's more like feeling your way through the layers of the QNet, finding gaps. The best wormers can wiggle through without creating ripples that will alert the security programs to an unauthorized person. In this case, Jaren and his evil minions created a blockade around Yulene, stopping all messages from reaching DES. They set up a vast web of alarms, so one wrong tug and they'll know we're searching for a way out. Not that they don't expect us to try. The best-case scenario is that we get through to DES without them knowing. Hard to do since they also have their claws in DES, which isn't as secure as it should be, considering they guard the gateway to the Star Roads. Ready? I ask. Tanks? Beau glances at me expectantly. I shake my head. They make me too heavy. Sounds strange, but it's true. I no longer need tangs at all, but when I use them, I'm grounded. Not that I'm going to fly when I'm with Beau, but without my tangs, I'll be able to slip through the gaps easier. He presses his lips together, but turns his attention to entangling. I close my eyes. We enter the QNet. I follow Beau as we worm to the ruined escape tunnel. It's been flattened as if stitched closed by security programs. Jaren's fingerprints are all over it. He must have cut us off from DES before invading the base. I wonder who is monitoring the security now. We know he wasn't working alone. If we trip an alarm, who would respond? "What's wrong?" Bo asks. "Nothing, just thinking. Should I be worried? Probably. Not funny." "Did you set off any alarms when you were trying to find a way to reach DES after Jaren's attack?" I ask. "No. Why?" "Should we make our attempts to breach the blockade obvious and see who comes to investigate?" "Would we be able to tell who it is from this side?" "Maybe. If I were flying, I'd have a better chance of learning their identity, but I hesitate to suggest it." "We should discuss it with Radcliffe first," Bo says. "All right." I turn my attention to the problem at hand. Last time, I used Jaren's hole to escape the blockade. Theoretically, it could still be there. Then I remember that Jaren was on Yulin. His base is located on the opposite side of the planet. He needed to be able to send messages to his associates throughout the galaxy. There has to be an access point through the blockade for his people still left on the base to use. "Too risky," Bo says after I explain. "We'll be too close. And remember, we tried to find information about that base before. We couldn't get near them." "You're right." But that was before the QNet revealed itself to me. Yes, I'm finding lots of things I can do now, but can't because I'm a chicken. I suspect I will have to fess up sooner rather than later. "That was too easy. What are you thinking now?" Bo asks. Instead of confiding in Bo, I refocus on our current challenge. The logical thing to do would be to find a different location for our new escape tunnel. But what if we used the same one? Or, even better, what if we create 3 more of them? They wouldn't expect either move. I tell Bo my ideas. 4 tunnels? You can do that? His wary tone is mixed with disbelief. We won't know until we try. I concentrate on the intricate weave of the complex program that created the blockade. There's another almost invisible thread through it as well. I wish I could highlight each one with a color to really see. "What the hell?" Bo cries out in surprise as a green line snakes through the program followed by a thin purple one. And I have to admit to being very concerned about the QNet reading my mind. Yes, I know it's in my mind all the time, but I wasn't thinking at it at the time. Green is for the main program, and purple is the hidden one, I explain. There has to be a way through. Where? It's a tangled mess. It's just like worming, Bo. Look for the gaps. Another idea occurs to me. Our tunnel doesn't have to be straight. It could be serpentine and still work. We labored to insert a long, thin, and flexible tube that's going to be our tunnel between the green and purple lines. I make it orange so it stands out. It's a hard and grueling and delicate task, and I'm reminded of people who defuse bombs. One wrong move, and boom. Hours later, we're rewarded with an escape tunnel through the barricade. I didn't think that was going to work, Bo says. Then he groans. And you want to make 3 more of them? Yes, I do. And just like that, 3 more orange tubes snake through the barricade in different places. There's a very long moment of silence, and it becomes very clear to me that it's necessary to divulge my latest discovery. Bo asks, Ara, is there something you want to tell me? You're not going to believe me. Let's just say after what I've just seen, I'm more inclined to believe you. Not now, I say. We need to create a secure connection to DES first, one that the looters can't access. He huffs. You mean, you need to? Ugh, not this again. It's times like these where I wish the alien QNet picked Bo to be its voice. I'd like to think I'd be happy for him and not bristling with jealousy. I stifle a sigh. Even with my limited interactions with the alien QNet, I need a shorter and better name for it. I suspect that it won't do anything that I can't do myself, meaning that I have to prove I can break through the barricade once, and Q will do the rest if I ask. Correct. I startle with a small cry. Stop doing that! Stop doing what? Did we trigger an alarm? Bo can't hear Q. I'm not sure if that's a good or bad thing. No. Once we've established a secure connection, the QNet can repeat the action if we need to create a second one. It can? In that case, we had a secure connection to DES before the last attack. We did. See? I need you. I direct a query toward Q. Can you reach DES security, please? The officer who liaised with Radcliffe before. I envision a link to DES that is unbreakable, or rather, unwormable. Our orange escape tunnel pulses, and a dozen messages pour out, all from DES, with increasing priority levels. Guess they've been trying to contact us since Jaren cut us off 9 days ago. Stars, Bo says. Do you want to send her a reply, or should we wait for Radcliffe? I ask, hoping to get him back on track. We need to talk to Radcliffe. Now. Bo disentangles. Since I'm not flying, I need to extricate my mind from the QNet. By the time I'm done, Bo is already out the door. Radcliffe is working at his desk. He glances up as soon as Bo bursts into his office. What's wrong? Bo jabs a finger at the chair in front of Radcliffe's desk. Sit, he orders me. The dangerous expression on his face stops my sarcastic comment. Instead, I perch on the edge, and Radcliffe stiffens, no doubt bracing for the bad news. This isn't going to be pretty. What's going on, Dory? He asks. That's what I'd like to know. He glares at me. Care to explain what the hell you were doing in the QNet? I've never seen him so angry. If I say no, he would grab my shoulders and try to shake it from me. Both men are staring at me. How do I explain? Working with you? Creating escape tunnels and a secure connection to DES? Not that. When you requested the QNet to make more tunnels, and it obeyed. Bo's lips move, but his teeth remained clamped. At ease, Dory, Radcliffe orders, picking up on the man's fury. Tell me what's going on. Bo rounds on him. She's interacting with the QNet as if it's... His hands go up, as if he's trying to pull the right word from the air. Sentient? I say. Might as well. Both men turn their attention on me. It is sentient. The QNet is an alien consciousness that encompasses the Milky Way Galaxy. Humans did not invent it. They discovered it. The QNet has allowed me to use it in order to advance our tech enough to travel throughout the galaxy. Its directive is to protect us from the Hulfs, but since Jaren allowed the Hulfs to enter our dimension, the QNet now needs our help to protect us. I take a shaky breath. They're staring at me as if I'm speaking a foreign language. For various reasons, the QNet has chosen me. That's why I can connect to it without tangs or a terminal. They continue to stare at me, and I experience what it must be like to be Medusa, the mythical goddess who turned people to stone. I rake my fingers through my long black hair. No snakes, just frizz. The silence becomes awkward. I warned you that you wouldn't believe me, I say to Bo.
Why? When? How?
Radcliffe tries. Wow, I've rattled the chief of security. Go me. It just revealed itself to me yesterday. I couldn't decide if anyone would believe me or not. Hell, I'm still in shock. But working with Bo made me realize I can't keep this to myself. Bo glances at Radcliffe.
I told you it was too soon for her.
Oh, for stars' sake, it's not PTSD. Unless you have it too, I ask Bo. You saw what happened. I gesture to Radcliffe's terminal.
I did,
Bo says, but his pained expression says he's not happy admitting it.
What happened?
Radcliffe asks. Once we pierced the blockade, it created another 3 escape tunnels. We have to prove that we can do something first, then it will copy the action, I say. Since we already created a secure channel to DES, I just had to ask Q to do another one, which it did in a fraction of the time. There are messages from DES security for you. Radcliffe looks at his screen, but he's clearly distracted. I connect with Q. Can you prove your existence to Officer Radcliffe? I ask. No. Not the answer I expected. Why not? I chose you. I understand that, but you chose a person who has no authority to do anything. I need him to believe me. I chose you. In other words, make them believe you. Wonderful. Yes, I'm being sarcastic.
What are you doing?
Radcliffe asks me. Trying to get Q to back me up, but it'd rather not. Bo and Radcliffe exchange one of those how do we humor the crazy person glances. Guess you need to either trust me or not. I stand. Just remember what happened in the QNet, Bo. You know I never could have done that all so fast. And for your information, Officer Radcliffe, Q healed Niall. Without its help, he'd still be in a coma. That's why his sensors are fried. With that, I head for the door that connects Radcliffe and Bo's offices. There's really nothing else left for me to say about Q.
Where are you going?
Radcliffe asks. Back to work.
Doing what?
I turn. Now that we can communicate with DES again, we need to ensure that no one can worm into our messages. Otherwise, our escape tunnels will be shut down. Another idea occurs to me. And we should dig out the looters from DES's organization. Jaren said they're in deep.
We, as in you and the QNet?
No, we as in Bo and me. Unless you'd rather stand there all day. I ask Bo. When he hesitates, I shake my head and leave. I sit at Bo's dual QNet terminals. The temptation to fly with the QNet is strong, but while that way is easier, I don't get the same touch. Instead, I return to the escape tunnel and consider how to protect our outgoing messages. It's tricky, but I weave a web inside the tunnel. As messages travel through, they will be coated with strands of security programming so that they will have an extra layer of protection. And now, Q can coat all the rest. Right, Q?
Correct.
May I call you Q? Do you have another name?
Call me Q.
Bo arrives in the QNet. I brace for him to yell at me or humor me, which would be worse. There you are, he says in an even tone. I decide to pretend I haven't just flipped his world upside down. Without missing a beat, I ask, what's next? I thought we should clean up the wormholes in DES. You said that Jaren's organization was in deep. That might tip them off. How about we take a look and see how bad it is and where they are concentrated?
All right.
We escaped through one of the tunnels and wormed to DES's central cluster. DES is spread throughout the QNet, and I imagine their connections are like roots spreading out and digging deep. They guard and control the star roads, which are vital for us to travel the vast distances across the galaxy. Once I thought Jaren and his thugs had gained access to the star roads and were using them to travel to the different warrior planets. But now I have a different theory. If they're using the warrior portals in the pits, there's no need for them to worm into the star roads. I believe that each warrior pit guards a portal to another warrior planet, and this is why, when Jaren and his looters attacked us, they only stole certain key warriors. A chill rips through my body. Being able to travel to the different planets without invoking the time dilation is a huge deal. It's basically instant travel. And being the person or organization to control that ability would be enormous. Big enough to kill for. Bo and I search for wormholes, but it doesn't take us long to realize that Jaren and his super wormers are skilled enough to not leave holes or cause any ripples. Yet that doesn't sit right with me. There has to be at least some fingerprints. Unless they found a way to access DES legitimately. A scary thought. Once a person has the proper clearance, then they can use those established clusters. A sudden worry occurs to me. Oh, has Radcliffe considered that there may be someone in DES working with the looters? It's always a possibility. They do security background checks and have safeguards on the information, but you know nothing is never completely secure. True, and this place is too clean. After searching for a long while, I finally find an unauthorized breach. Q, can you highlight it and find the rest, please? Bo curses as splotches of red light up DES's network. Can you warn me when you're going to do that? Sorry. A huff. What does it mean? They're all the places where a wormer has gained illegal access to DES. There's 1 million of them. He pauses. Are they over the course of the QNet's lifetime? Please show the age of each one, I ask the QNet, aloud, so Bo can hear. The red shifts into various shades from a super bright red to a pale pink. The guide flashes. The most recent are the eye-catching red color. Can the QNet fix those gaps in security? Bo asks. Yes. Did you hear that? I ask Bo, hoping maybe now Q will allow him to hear it. Hear what? Great. You know that's not helping, right, Q? But I say to Bo, yes, the QNet can fix those because we fixed dozens of them before. Then why didn't it do it before? If it's aware, then why not protect DES? Cannot interfere. Huh? But you're interfering now. No, you are. Because I'm asking? Yes. But what about hiding me from Jaren when you removed my image from the camera feeds? You asked for protection. Talk about a loophole. Ara, Bo asks, I can only hear one side of your conversation. The QNet won't interfere on its own, I say, and then I explain that I need to ask Q. Then ask it to plug those holes. I do. It will take time. Okay. Q is going to be busy for a while, I say to Bo. What do you want to do in the meantime? I think we can follow these neon red lines back to the looters and figure out where they're hiding, but not today. For today, maybe we can discover who in DES might be communicating with them. That's a great idea. Q, please keep the lines in place even after you fix the holes. Will do. But before we can sort through the red lines, Radcliffe's voice sounds behind us. Conference room, now, he orders. From the icy tone of his voice, I know the meeting isn't going to go well for me. Not at all. Chapter 3, 2522-248. Bo and I disentangle. This time, Bo waits for me. He pauses with his hand on the doorknob. How much do you want to bet your parents will be there? I'd bet my entire life savings that they will be there. The million-credit question is, will there be an ambush? What kind of an ambush? Dr. Edwards and his medical staff? Radcliffe probably asked them to bring a confinement jumpsuit for my own protection. I think you're being overly dramatic, Bo said. I wait. He gives me a slanted grin. They're not going to wrestle you into a suit. Edwards is probably packing a hypodermic full of Lala juice. Lala juice? Yeah, stuff to make you go to La La Land. La La Land? You know, he twirls his hand in the air. A floaty place where everything is calm and peaceful and magic is real. And you said I was being dramatic? This isn't helping my nerves. Bo opens the door. Relax, it won't be that bad. Not for him, but he's being nice. I squint at him in suspicion. I thought you were mad at me. I was, but I've had time to think about it. And if I want you to trust me and be able to tell me anything, then I shouldn't jump down your throat when you do. Besides, truth or not, we accomplished 3 days of work in one afternoon, and I can't deny that. We head toward the conference room. To avoid thinking about my upcoming doom, I ask him, La La Land? Where do you find these words anyway? He mock bristles. I'm more than a pretty face. You've been in the colloquialisms cluster again, haven't you? His handsome face brightens. There are so many forgotten words and phrases that just need an advocate to get them back into our vernacular. Like skedaddle? Exactly! I heard a tech use that the other day. I almost whooped with joy. I pause at the doors, trying to guess the mood of the room from the murmur of voices. Bo's hand touches my shoulder. They'll be fine. How many crazy theories have you presented us with so far? He doesn't wait for an answer. Instead, he counts on his fingers. Invisible aliens, warrior ghosts, alternate dimensions, warrior hearts, portals in the pits, and now a sentient Q-net. We haven't locked you up yet. Yet is the key word. Still not helping. But since you're so confident, you can go first, and Edwards can stab you with his hypodermic. Fine. He enters. When he isn't attacked, I follow him. All the usual suspects are there. My parents, Radcliffe, and Morgan. Much to my relief, Dr. Edwards doesn't tackle me. And he's alone. Bonus. Niall's attendance is a surprise. He's wearing civilian clothes and gives me a questioning look. I shake my head sadly. Sorry, I mouth to him. Because he's bound to be upset at me, too. I settle next to Bo. From his earlier comments, he might be my only advocate. Lawrence, please explain to everyone what you told me earlier, Radcliffe orders. The please is a nice touch. I draw in a breath and release it, considering how to put the best spin on it. But there's really no way to say this without sounding insane. The Q-net is sentient. Morgan is the only one who doesn't react. Everyone else's reactions are almost comical, I mark, when confusion turns into astonishment, and then into worry, followed by alarm. I half expect Dr. Edwards to pat the pockets of his lab coat for a syringe full of Lala juice. It doesn't take long for my mother to demand clarification. I oblige, repeating everything I told Beau and Radcliffe earlier. I end with, I know it's impossible to believe, but so were the Hulfs, and the warrior ghosts, and the warrior hearts. I don't add the others because they haven't been proven. Yet. And all those things ended up being true. I glance at Beau, now understanding why he pointed these out to me earlier. Thanks, partner. He gives me an "and you thought I was being a jerk" look before he says, I don't know if I believe the QNet is an alien consciousness that encompasses the entire Milky Way Galaxy. But I do know that Ara's ability and ease with working in the QNet has leaped many orders of magnitude since Jaren invaded. She thinks it, and the QNet does it, that fast. It's another weapon in our arsenal. Whether or not she's right, I don't see any harm in continuing with our work in the QNet. Radcliffe grunts. Say Ara's right, and the QNet is sentient. It does what she says. So, what happens if she gets mad and it decides to lash out at whoever she's upset with? It doesn't work like that, I say. Its directive is to protect us. And how do we know it's not lying? He counters. Why would it lie? If the QNet wanted to harm us, don't you think it would have done it by now? And if it decides to do it in the future, we can't do anything to stop it. It's integrated into all our lives. Another thought propels me to my feet. And before you accuse me of using this special link with the QNet to my advantage, let me remind you of all the times that I've risked my life for this team and the base. I should have earned your trust by now, and if I— That's enough, Lawrence, Morgan says. Sit down. Officer Radcliffe's just playing devil's advocate. Oh. I sit on the edge of my seat. From her glower, Morgan says mildly. I'd say if the QNet was going to lash out at anyone for making her upset, it would have been you, Radcliffe. Any ill effects? You made your point, he says. Take us through it again, Lawrence. Why did it choose you? I suppress a sigh, but realize that this time he's paying attention versus reacting to the news. I gained its notice when I protected the warrior hearts from the looters. The QNet reached out to me because it could no longer protect us from the Hulfs. Today, I learned that the QNet can't directly interfere on its own, but if I request something like information or help to reveal a hidden program, it will assist. And you asked it to heal Niall? Radcliffe asks. Not quite. I didn't know about its sentience then. I was trying to figure out how to help him. That's when the QNet showed me Niall's brain, or what looked like a graph of his neural pathways. I asked Q to send the diagram to Dr. Edwards, but instead there was an impressive light show, and then nothing. I never considered that Q healed him until yesterday, when it told me. But you didn't prove to the QNet that you could heal him. Huh? No, I don't think I did. Perhaps another loophole? Think. I bit back a growl of frustration. I was very emotional at the time, so I've no idea of my exact words. Radcliffe glances at Dr. Edwards. What are your thoughts? Startled, Edwards asks, About what? About Niall's recovery. Could it be due to the QNet? The poor man blinks at Radcliffe, as if he just asked him to flap his arms and fly. Niall's— Edward snaps his mouth shut. He visibly pulls it together. With the amount of blood loss Niall experienced, his brain was affected, but the amount and degree of the damage is unknown. His electrical brain activity was below normal, but not by much. However,
The longer he remained unconscious, the more I worried that the damage was extensive. Brains do regenerate, but not that fast. It takes years for a full recovery. I tested Niall after he woke, and cognitively, he's fine, with no outward signs of any damage. It's possible that the coma was due to other issues. It's so difficult to tell the direct cause when dealing with brain trauma. What about his senses? Do they normally stop working after a trauma? Radcliffe asks. Those sensors don't malfunction. Ever. The problem is always with the brain. Some people can't handle the interface. Edwards looks at Niall. I suspect the reason he can't use the sensors is because there is some brain damage. I hope with time he'll heal and be able to use them again. In other words, there is no way to prove the QNet healed him. Out of all the stuff I said about the QNet, Radcliffe really seems determined to disprove this one. I can pull up his brainwave chart during the time Ara said she requested help. That might show unusual activity. It might take me some time to find it. Radcliffe gestures to the terminal. Edwards inserts his tangs and sits in front of the screen. The desire to ask the QNet to give the information to the doctor pulses. It would do it in a fraction of the time. I decide not to scare the good doctor. Are you in the QNet now? Mom asks me. How to explain without upsetting her? Not exactly. That's not an answer. I'm not in the QNet right now. However, I just need to reach out, and I can fly with Q. I hold up a hand, stopping the questions. Flying is different than worming or just using the QNet. It's like the structure is gone. There's no clusters or barriers or restrictions. I can go anywhere. But when I need to unravel a program or work with data, I have to entangle, and that requires more effort. Is the QNet reading your mind all the time? My mother sounds horrified. No, when I'm entangled, it does pick up on my intentions, but when I'm not, it's more like Q is in another room, and if I want to communicate, I have to raise my voice and call out to it. Otherwise, Q doesn't invade my privacy. Or at least I don't think so. But I'm smart enough not to mention that. Is it strange that it doesn't freak me out to think the QNet is privy to my deepest thoughts and emotions? Probably. At least it has the same goals as us, Dad says. We need to keep the Hulfs out of our dimension. We don't know if... I've been reading through Lan's file, Dad says, interrupting Mom. I know there's no evidence that there are multiple dimensions, but her translations indicate that aliens who left the warriors behind believed that the Hulfs are from another one. Q confirmed that the warriors, when they're intact and have hearts, are protecting us from the Hulfs, I say. My dad focuses on me. Did it say what the Hulfs are, or where they come from exactly? It almost sounds as if my father believes me. A bit of hope warms my insides. When I asked about the nature of the Hulfs, Q sent me Lan's research. Can you request more information? I can, but so far Q can only supply what's already been discovered by us. It doesn't have its own files, but will pull information together for me into a file. Ara, what day and time was the light show? Edwards asks. A graph is on the screen above the terminal. Various colored lines zigzag across the graph. I think back. Day 243? Struggling to recall the time. I remember it had been dark and quiet. I think it was after midnight. 02:16. I jump in my seat and almost slip off the edge. 02:16. Radcliffe turns to me. That's rather precise. "Here it is," Edwards says, saving me from replying. He hums to himself as he studies the graph. We all wait in silence. Niall is watching Edwards with a slightly pained expression. I've been avoiding his gaze since the big revelation, and I suspect I'll have to apologize later for not telling him about Q. Although, in my defense, I still wasn't certain about Q when we last spoke. "There was definitely a great deal of activity starting at that time. See this?" Edwards points a finger at the graph where the lines aren't as jagged. "This is a standard pattern for a sleeping brain, but at 0216, something happened." The new spot has as many zigs and zags as if it was a seismograph recording of an earthquake. "Lots of activity for 2 minutes before the line's smooth. Except they don't quite go back to a deep sleep. In fact, his readings improved steadily until he awoke." Edward swivels around to face us. "It was so subtle I didn't notice at the time." He peers at me. "Ara, did you talk to Niall at this time?" "I talked to him before he fell asleep." I don't mention that I also bawled like a baby. Then I had a nightmare where Jaren told me Niall was in a vegetative state, and that's why I was in the QNet frantically trying to find a fix for him. Edwards turns back to the screen. The lines and the graph flow backward, then stop before he has it scroll forward. He points to a yellow line that's more spiky than the rest. "You can see where Ara talked to him for about 4 hours. Even unconscious, patients recognize voices, which is why we tell family members to read or talk to them." I glance at Niall. He meets my gaze, and there's a softness in his expression. Maybe I'm not in as much trouble with him as I'd thought. "While this is very interesting, is there any evidence that the QNet was responsible for those crazy squiggles from 0216 to 0218? Morgan asks. Edward slowly rotates back. "No. Sorry, Ara." Then we just wasted a bunch of time. "Does it matter if there's proof?" I ask everyone. "You don't have to believe me. It's not like the QNet will attack and kill people like the Holfs. Q has been nothing but super helpful. Officer Dory and I are able to get much more done. Nothing is going to change. Well, not for us right now. Maybe in the future. Unless, once we stop the Holfs, Q goes back to being silent." "That's true," Mom says. "But we're concerned about you and why you're so convinced. Could the voice you're hearing be from another superwormer?" Wow, that didn't occur to me. I consider her question, and am shocked by the answer. It's possible. But the person's skills would have to be tremendous, like beyond genius level. I'm getting a response to my requests in a fraction of a second. "And you weren't verbalizing them until I grumped at you," Bo says. "But why would they help me if they're another wormer that was working with Jaren?" I ask. "To gain your trust in order to learn what we're doing and planning," Radcliffe says. He has a point. Yet, that level of skill would be frankly terrifying, I say. "More than the QNet being sentient?" Radcliffe asks. Yes, the truth. Sure, I was freaked when Q started communicating with me, but now it makes perfect sense. It explains why I don't need tangs or a terminal. I was able to send messages when I was clinging to Jaren's shuttle high in the air and well away from the base. I shudder at the memory, rubbing my arm. There's no other explanation about why I can do that. Not even a mutant superwormer could do that to me. I still believe Q is sentient. No one comments. Edwards exchanges a glance with my parents. Uh-oh, here we go. "As I said, we're concerned," Mom says. Dr. Edwards would like to do another brain scan, and we would also like you to undergo a mental health evaluation. A double whammy. I wilt in my chair. I thought we didn't have a psychologist on base. Dr. Barati has experience, Edwards says. Fine, I say. Refusing would just cause more problems. You're to stay out of the QNet until the results come back, Radcliffe orders. Triple whammy. I won't reach out to it, but if I'm worried about something and fall asleep, I can't promise I won't connect. Dr. Edwards clears his throat. You'll be given sleeping pills to help you sleep. They want to drug me? Quadruple whammy. I scan my parents' faces, and then Edwards, Radcliffe, and Morgan. They decided this before I arrived. They never intended to believe me. It was an ambush, just like I feared. An ache pulses in my chest, and I can't even glance at Niall. What if he's nodding in agreement? What if he's looking at me in pity? I stand. I just need to finish the task I was working on with Officer Dory right before this meeting. It's somewhat true. We were interrupted. Bo jumps up beside me. Yeah, we need to complete it. Otherwise we'll risk our escape tunnels being discovered. How long? Radcliffe asks, with his suspicious squint firmly in place. 2 hours, I say. All right. 2 hours, and then you're to report to the infirmary. Yes, sir. I leave the conference room with Bo at my heels. The impact of Radcliffe's orders reminds me of when he told me I was his for 90 days. I thought I was heading for detention. Instead, I ended up on probation. This time, betrayal throbs in my heart instead of fear. Well, I'm scared too. What if I'm never allowed to talk to Q again? Yes, I know they can't stop me, but I'd no longer be a part of the security team. I wouldn't be involved in stopping the shadow blobs. When we are far enough away, I say, Thanks for covering me, Bo. I owe you one. He huffs. They're overreacting. What do you want to do before, I wanted to start searching DES to find who might be communicating with the looters. Since there's over 2 million employees, it's going to take a long time without Q's help. So if we do a couple, then Q can do the rest. We reach his office and entangle with the QNet. I take the lead and find one of those breaches into DES, tracking it to an employee's cluster. A queasiness swirls in my stomach, as this is borderline eavesdropping. Bo senses my reluctance. If they're helping the looters, then they've no right to privacy. But what if they're innocent? Considering the consequences of the looters gaining information from DES, do you think they will mind if they are? I know I wouldn't mind, but not everyone feels the same way. At least it's not their personal cluster. How can you tell if they're innocent or not? Security has a program that scans messages and flags certain phrases. We also have another one that looks for unusual correspondence between people who normally don't have any interactions. Although, I don't know how to use them in this situation. We use it for those under investigation. Please show me where they are. We withdraw from the suspects' cluster, and Bo takes me to a security cluster. I weave the threads of the programs together and loop it to those breaches. It's delicate work, and Bo helps with connecting it into DES. The resulting program will scan a person's correspondence, and if there is suspicious activity, their name will be listed in a file in my special cluster. But once we prove the looter detective program works, Q will be able to scan the rest of the employees. Well, when Q is finished with closing all those breaches. Correct. We test our hybrid program, and it concludes that the person we are currently investigating is not communicating with any illegal entities. Then we test a few more, until a name appears in the suspected looter-colluder file. A sense of accomplishment fills me.
I savor it, as I expect that feeling will be rather elusive during my mental health evaluation. Bo must sense my mood. I'll be honest, I don't know if I believe you about the QNet, but from what I've seen, it's either true or you're a genius-level wormer, and I'll do anything I can to back you up. Thanks. That's what partners do. Is there anything else? Our 2 hours are almost up. No, but can I have a couple minutes alone? Not that I'm ever alone in the QNet. Sure. Bo disentangles. I inform Q that I'll be unable to interact with it for a few days. Can you help Bo while I'm gone? I ask. I chose you. Well, everyone thinks I'm nuts, so I can't do anything to help stop the Hulfs. You chose poorly. I chose you. It's like I'm arguing with a toddler instead of an alien intelligence. I do my own equivalent of disentangling. Standing, I head for the door. Do you want me to go with you? Bo asks. Thanks, but I can find the infirmary on my own. I've certainly been there enough times. I give him a mock salute and leave. Radcliffe and Morgan are in his office. They're sitting close together, discussing something. I ignore them. But when I reach the doorway, Radcliffe calls, "Make sure you take an overnight bag with you, Ara." I give him a tight nod and bolt before the tears welling up my throat can flood my vision. Halfway to my unit, I finally gain control of my emotions. Then I chastise myself for being so wimpy. I faced shadow blobs for Star's sake. I can handle a psych eval. Except, that's not what I'm upset about. I guess deep down I really thought everyone would believe me. My mother is waiting for me in my room. I so don't want to have this conversation right now. She was acting reasonable during the ambush, which just led me into a false sense of security. Underneath her calm exterior, she must have been freaking out. Or the fact that she knew I was going to be ambushed helped her to keep her composure. "I brought you a backpack," she says, holding a blue pack trimmed with orange. Thank you. I take it and unzip the main compartment, and I grab my pajamas and my regular clothes, which include 2 pairs of jeans and a few t-shirts, all hand-me-downs, donated from similarly sized women in the base. "I've been meaning to give you that since you lost yours," she says. My backpack was actually stolen by Jaren, but I suspect she is avoiding the J word. I shove everything in except 1 pair of jeans and a shirt. Then I tuck the picture of King Toad and Queen Mouse that Niall drew for me into a side pocket, my sole personal possession. I leave the room with the extra clothes. "Where are you going?" Mom asks, trailing after me. "Washroom." I duck inside and close the door before she can join me. Changing into the civilian clothes, I grab my toiletries. Mom is waiting for me right outside, and like a puppy, she follows me back. Is she feeling guilty or ensuring I don't run away? I toss my uniform onto the bed and try hard not to think that I'll ever wear it again. The sudden knot in my throat tells me I'm unsuccessful. Then I add the rest of my stuff, zip the pack closed, and sling it over my shoulder. "Ara, I get it, Mom." I step past her and head for the unit's entrance. "I just want what's best for me?" I know. And I agreed, so there's nothing more to say. I'm just about to escape when she asks, "Do you want me to come with you?" Glancing over my shoulder, I say, "No." It's a harsh no, but I don't feel too bad. She had to know I'd be upset. I thank the universe that no one is in the hallways as I cut through the area of the base that's just for security. I avoid going by the training room because the door is always open, and I don't want Elise to see me. One perk is that I won't have to explain my absence to the rest of the team. Radcliffe can do the honors. There goes my reputation as a sane person. I just earned their respect when they all touched a warrior heart and could finally see the Hulfs and warrior ghosts. One of my favorite moments was when they all apologized for doubting me. And just when I think I've avoided everyone, I spot Niall waiting for me by the double doors. I so don't want to talk to him either. Yes, I'm a chicken and don't want to learn my boyfriend doesn't believe me either. That would destroy my control. Aren't you supposed to be resting? I ask, then realize he's wearing his uniform. I'm on light duty, Niall says, shrugging. I was bored. We stand there awkwardly for a few moments. When he keeps staring at me with pity, I go for humor. Looks like I'm getting those couple days off after all. A vacation for one in a rubber room. Lucky me. Niall doesn't laugh. Mouse, don't say it. He cocks his head. Say what? What's written on your face? I gesture. The stress has gotten to you, Mouse. It's for the best. Does the QNet allow you to read minds now? That surprises a laugh from me. Yes, Q is a divine being that has granted me great powers. That's genius, Toad. I can add megalomania to my list of mental disorders. Are you done now? Now he's angry. I sigh. Yes. Did you ever think that I might believe you? He asks. Oh, no. You said it was ridiculous. When you were speculating that the QNet did something to you. You didn't tell me about your conversation with the QNet. You never said you thought it might be sentient. I didn't have all the facts. Since you thought the speculation was ridiculous, it didn't take a genius to figure out that you'd think the rest was crazy. How can you assume that? Haven't I supported you from the beginning? Who showed you that video from the pits when everyone thought the Hulfs were just a concussion-induced delusion? He waits. I'm sorry. That's it. You're sorry? His tone is icy. Wow, I've really pissed him off. It was a knee-jerk reaction. A part of me thought everyone would believe me in that meeting. When they didn't, I felt betrayed and immediately went on the defensive. If I'd stopped and thought about it, I'd have realized you would be on my side. Except I didn't. I jumped straight into wallowing in self-pity. The tension in his shoulders eased. And when you do something, you're all in. Hey! I try to act insulted, but can't manage it for long. So, yes, I'm sorry for not thinking you might believe me. I pause. Does this mean you believe me? I believe in you. That's an interesting response. What does that mean? Obviously, something happened. Your skills with the QNet have gone off the charts. There's a reason for it. You say it's because the QNet is sentient and chose you. That could be the reason. Or there might be another explanation. I don't know. He holds up his hand to stop my reply. What I don't believe is the reason is because you're mentally unstable or stressed or suffering from PTSD. I know you're competent and capable. I believe in you. I just about melt. I can live with that. And it's close to what Bo said. He smiles. Good. Now I can give you your present. My mood lifts. A kiss. I'm in uniform. We both glance at the camera. He digs into one of the many pockets of his black tactical pants and brings out 2 candy bars. I laugh as he hands them to me. He remembered when we'd been on the interstellar-class spaceship, and I'd told him if I was sent to the brig, he had to smuggle in candy for me. I hide them in my backpack. Thanks. I only brought 2 because I've full confidence that you won't be there for more than 2 days. I hope I don't disappoint you. See you later. I give him a half wave.
I'm going with you. You don't need to. I know the way. I've been assigned to escort you there. He has the decency to look embarrassed. My mood turns dark and scary. I hate your father right now. At least he didn't assign someone else. True, that would have been torture. Still hate him. Been there. Do you want me to channel some of my childhood anger and join you in a mutual Radcliffe hate fest? Would you? Of course. Best boyfriend ever. We spend the trip to the infirmary, reminiscing about all the times Radcliffe caused each of us to hate him with the power of the burning sun. It's fun, until we stand outside the doors. All my good humor drains, and I'm left with an uneasy, slightly nauseous skittering in my stomach. I'd rather go fight shadow blobs, I say. Niall gives me a quick hug. You'll be fine. We go inside, and a nurse spots me. He hustles over with a portable in his hand. We've been expecting you, Miss Lawrence. This way, please. He glances at Niall. No visitors are allowed until Dr. Barrety gives permission. The news of no visitors is actually a relief. Except for Niall and maybe Beau, I've no desire to see or talk with anyone. Later, Toad, I say. 2 days, Mouse, he says, and leaves. I follow the nurse to a part of the infirmary I haven't been in before. It's past ICU and all the small bays for recovering patients. We go through a sturdy pair of double doors, down a carpeted hallway, and into a room that's bigger than the ones I've stayed in when I was healing from my multiple injuries. A soothing blue plush carpet covers the floor. The bed is normal, no rails or machines. There's a bureau, desk, and a chair. No terminal or screen, but there's a washroom. The nurse hands me the portable. Dr. Barrety asks that you complete the questionnaire. Once you're finished, she'll be in to see you. He leaves. The door clicks shut, and I wait for the snap of a lock. It doesn't sound, but I test it anyway. It swings open, and I peek out. The corridor is empty. No guards. Perhaps this won't be like detention. I retreat inside and inspect the door. There's no way to lock it on this side. Setting my backpack down on the bed, there's no way I'm unpacking. I examine the room and find the hidden camera in the side wall. No surprise, but it's still unsettling. Is someone going to watch me sleep? I check the washroom next, and am relieved when I don't find a camera. I also don't find a lock on that door either. Okay, then. I sit on the bed and bring up the questionnaire, reading through it first. There's a series of personal questions about my thoughts and dreams. Things like, do I have nightmares? And if yes, how often? Followed by a space to write in details of any recurring nightmares. Then there's the queries about my mental health. Things like, do I experience times of overwhelming anxiety? I have to laugh over the series of hypothetical scenarios with 4 choices. If you're feeling overwhelmed, do you do A, confide in a friend, B, tell your legal guardian, C, keep it to yourself, or D, ignore it? It doesn't take me long to figure out what they are seeking. Depending on how I answer the questions and the choices I make, I can either come across as perfectly harmless or seriously disturbed. Should I lie and let them think everything is all sunshine and roses in my world? Or do I have fun and allow them to think I'm stark, raving mad? I'm tempted to be a brat. After all, I agreed to be here, but I never promised to cooperate. In the end, I decide to answer the questions honestly. Mental health issues are serious, and I shouldn't be treating this like a joke. These evaluations actually help people, and I'm being an insensitive jerk. I concentrate on the form. Do you have nightmares? Yes. How frequent are they? Every night. Please describe a typical nightmare.
They're all about Jaren. Every night he comes into my room carrying an explosive device. I'm lying in my bed, and he places it on my chest. It's heavy and so cold it burns my skin. He tells me to stay still and not to cry out. The slightest movement will detonate it. Terrified, I lie frozen in place, sipping the air so I don't jostle the device and set it off. What I don't add is that's when Q arrives and rescues me. We fly to the edges of the galaxy, and by the time I return, Jaren and his device are gone, and I'm at peace. Chapter 4, 2522, 248. About an hour after I finish the questionnaire, there's a light knock at my door. That knock is a promising sign. I call out a, "Come in." Dr. Bharati enters. She'd patched me up after a skirmish with the shadow blobs when Dr. Edwards was busy saving Niall's life. I'm guessing she's in her late 30s. Her long brown hair is pulled back into a French braid. She has big brown eyes, light brown skin, and is wearing a lab coat over a pink blouse and black dress pants. "Hello, Ara. How are you doing?" That's a loaded question. Do you want pleasant small talk or the truth? She doesn't miss a beat. I'll take the truth every time. In that case, I'm very unhappy, and I want this over as fast as possible. So what do I need to do to get back to work? Keep up the frank honesty, and we'll get along just fine. That's easy to do. Let's hope I don't give her nightmares. Great. What's next? Are you always this impatient? Am I? Only when we're wasting time. All right, then. Let's go to my office for a chat. I follow her down the hallway, through a small medical lab, and into her office. Instead of sitting behind the pristine desk, she gestures to a couple of armchairs that are next to each other, not quite facing, but angled so you don't have to crane your neck to talk. I plop into the one on the right. Bharati snags a portable from her desk and sits in the other chair with a graceful elegance. Straightening, I cross my ankles. Who are you calling self-conscious? I've read through your responses. She scrolls through them on her portable. The nightmares are concerning and might be an indication of PTSD, but since your abduction was so recent, they're also normal for what you've been through. Bharati sets the portable down on her lap and meets my gaze. Let's talk about the QNet. When's the first time it spoke to you? I suppress a groan. I was following Jaren through the QNet when I lost him, and I was just like, where did he go? Not expecting an answer. But Q answered. It said, here, and showed me where he'd been hiding. On the opposite side of Yulin. Talk about scary. And were you entangled at this time? No, I was asleep and flying through the QNet. And then she asks me to explain. After I fell asleep while entangled in the QNet, I started dreaming of being in the QNet at night. It only happened when I was worried about something. I thought they were just dreams until I found out that what I did while asleep actually happened. I left a dream message for Chief Vasily that he received. Why didn't you tell someone about this right away? Seriously? I was in the QNet without tanks and without a terminal nearby. I point to the two of us. I didn't want this to happen. Besides, I got a killer migraine and convinced myself it was all a dream. And the next time it happened? Much harder to deny. And then, when I accessed the QNet via a portable while I was in the middle of the desert, I knew I had to fess up. Plus, Niall made me promise. Did you think the QNet was sentient then? No, just super helpful. What about when Niall woke up from his coma? I thought the missile exploding above the base did it. It was so loud and everything shook so hard. It wasn't until Q told me it had healed Niall that I knew what really happened. The Q-net told you it is sentient? I think back to our conversation. I was trying to find information on the sensors in our heads, and to see if anyone else could access the Q-net without tangs and a terminal. I thought, I can't be that special, and Q replied. I detail the exchange as best I can remember. She absorbs the information before asking, did the Q-net ever say it was sentient? No. It claimed to be the Milky Way Galaxy, and didn't correct me when I said it was an alien consciousness. Also, Q used I. Bharati jumps on that. You said, how to explain? There were pictures and thoughts spoken that weren't mine. Wow, that sounded super crazy. I hurry to cover it up. Look, I never ever, in a million years, would have thought the Q-net was anything but pure science and technology, invented by humans. But those visions were all from Q. And this conversation happened a couple days after you were rescued from Jaren? Yes. A pause. I can understand how having the Q-net be so attuned to your thoughts would be comforting during a stressful situation. Could you have created this all-powerful persona as a way to not feel so alone when you were clinging to the shuttle with your life, literally, in your hands? It's a valid question. At the time, I was terrified and desperate, and I did call out for the Q-net to help me when Jaren was about to shoot at Niall, Rance, and Zeem. It shut off the power. Could that have actually been me? Or maybe one of the security team knocked it out? I never considered that. I'm willing to go with your theory, Dr. Bharati, except this all-powerful persona didn't reveal itself to me until 2 days later. Why wait? It's not comforting me now. Quite the opposite. The idea of a savior germinated in your subconscious during the incident. Once you had time to recover, your consciousness had a conversation with the Q-net to legitimize what happened. Your own abilities scare you, so you invented a sentient Q-net. The woman does make sense. Unease rolls through me. Was I having conversations with myself? I am freaked over this. I spin a finger around the side of my head. Ability to connect with Q with a thought? And perhaps you're right. It's my way of coping. I lean forward. But how do you explain my new abilities? She consults her portable before saying, this all started after you were shot with an energy wave gun and almost died. The concussion you experienced must have been more severe than we realized, and the damage didn't show up on any of our scans. The ensuing stress and trauma has exacerbated your condition. It may seem like a superpower to you, Ara, but it is a misfiring of the brain synapses. Another valid point. I dig my fingernails into the fabric of the chair to keep from screaming. Say you're right. I'm willing to accept the Q-net might not be sentient. So, what's the problem? Why can't I continue using my screwed-up brain to help? We've murdering looters living on our planet. They have missiles and shuttles and who knows what else. Oh, wait, I can probably find out with enough time to worm through their security. Thing is, we're wasting time with this evaluation. The problem is, you might damage your brain beyond repair. You could go into a coma and never wake up. I jump to my feet. I'm willing to risk it. But it's not your decision. Oh, come on! My 18th birthday is in 66 days. We could all be dead by then. Still not your decision. Which means none of the adults are going to break the rules. Flopping back into the chair, I mutter every single curse word I know, and I've learned quite a number of new ones from the other security officers. When I've regained my control, I ask, "So, what's the cure, Doc?" She smiles. If that is the cause, then it's letting your brain heal by not interacting with the QNet. I don't like where this is heading. How long? As long as it takes. And I make the mistake of remembering what Dr. Edwards said earlier about it taking years for full recovery. I sink lower in my chair. "You've taken on such a huge burden, Ara," Barati says. "The fate of the base and all the lives inside it are not on your shoulders. We have a security team, which I'm a part of. While I don't want to sound egotistical, I was a vital part of that team. Was. How can one word hurt so much? No, I am. I tap into my inner guardian lion. You said if that is the cause. What if it isn't? Then there will be other treatment options. The first step is to rule out all other causes. Tomorrow we're going to do a full physical and mental evaluation. In the meantime, you must be hungry." Now that she mentions it, my stomach rumbles its displeasure over being ignored for so long. I am. Although eating alone in my cell, my room, holds no appeal, I can't believe I'm admitting to missing Radcliffe. Then I remember I hate him and alter my statement. I miss his cooking. It's Radcliffe's only redeeming quality. Well, there was his plan for Operation Looter Attack, a work of genius. Pah! I can't even hold a grudge. Barati stands. "Come along, then." Curious, I follow her to the medical lab. A number of techs, nurses, and Dr. Edwards are gathered in small groups talking. Edwards spots me. "Are you all settled in? Seriously? Like a bug in a rug." No, I've no idea where that simile comes from. It's one of Beau's archaic expressions. He gives me a quizzical look. Glad to hear it." "Everyone's here. Let's go," Barati says. "Go where?" I ask as everyone moves to the exit. "The cafeteria." She smiles, and I decide she has a soothing smile. "You've been cooped up in security for so long, I thought you might like a change of scenery." I could grow to like this woman. After all, it's not her fault I'm here. It's my parents, and Radcliffe, and, if I'm being honest, yeah, I know denial is usually my go-to, it's also my fault. I should have kept my mouth shut on the entire QNet is sentient thing. The cafeteria is about half full. It's a little early for dinner. The scent of cabbage is an unfortunately familiar aroma. As we join the line, I scan the table, searching for anyone I recognize. Officer Rance is eating with his family. His 2 sons are miniaturized versions of their dad, too cute. But there's something not quite right. It hits me as I grab a tray from the stack. There's no buzz, no bursts of laughter. Conversation is muted, and expressions are strained. There's no smiles from the workers standing behind the counter handing out plates. Also, they're only giving out a single slice of mystery meat and a scoop of mashed potatoes. Odd. When it's my turn, Barati says, "She's a security officer," to the lady filling plates. The woman looks up and meets my gaze. She grins at me. "Thank you, lass, for saving us." Suddenly uncomfortable, it's an effort to return her smile. You're welcome." Adding another slice and 2 scoops of potatoes to the plate, she hands it to me. And it clicks. Everyone's been getting half portions because we're now sharing our food with 68 prisoners. With interstellar-class spaceships only coming once every 2 to 4 A-years, food supplies on a research base are carefully calculated to last until the next delivery. I give the plate back. I don't need all this. I'm not... She waves it away. Sure you do. Extra rations for the security team. Or else, how are you going to keep up your strength? Off you go, lass. Except now my appetite is ruined. I'd no idea what's been going on in the base. Barati's right. I've been spending too much time in security. Joining the medical personnel, I claim there is no way I can eat everything. I can't, and share my extra portions with a few grateful nurses. Even Dr. Edwards takes half a scoop of potatoes. An image of the doctor passing out during surgery because he's malnourished flashes in my mind. He sees my slightly horrified expression. Not to worry, Miss Lawrence. Everyone is getting their daily requirement of calories. He pats his stomach. And some of us can stand to lose a few kilograms. The nurse who escorted me earlier leans in and says in a conspiratorial whisper, "We're still having ice cream night once a week. We're not sharing that with the prisoners." I smile my thanks and find I have an appetite after all. In fact, I'm one of the first to finish. Leaning back in my chair, I scan the room. More people have arrived, but the buzz is still missing. A few spot me and come over to express their thanks. Why are they thanking me? They're still in danger. As Niall said, we may have won the battle, but the war is still ongoing. If the looters launch another missile, we can't stop it. Jaren destroyed the satellite with our defensive weapons. Barati must sense my discomfort because she offers to escort me back. When I don't say a word, she asks me what's wrong. I thought you'd enjoy getting out. I did. It's just... truth, remember? It's just seeing what's at stake. Rance's 2 sons, the scientists and techs, the sweet lady serving the mystery meat, you, Dr. Edwards, and the nurses. She stops. It's not up to you to keep us safe. I know. It's up to Officer Radcliffe and my parents, but they rely on a team of people. They need me. I'm not bragging, Dr. Barati. If I hadn't helped them, Operation Looter Attack would never have worked. And that's what really hurt. I'm talking deep-level pain. That the 4 of us didn't have a discussion before they ambushed me. That's a great deal of pressure, Ara. You're young. You should be attending Soch time and not worrying about saving everyone's life. Horrified, I ask, "You're not going to make me go to Soch time, are you?" She laughs. It's a light sound that's almost a giggle. No? Phew. Then she sobers. Do you understand the point I'm making? Yes. And I agree. It's a ton of pressure. But guess what? I don't wait for an answer. I didn't fall apart. I fought Holfs and escaped from Jaren. I didn't crack under the pressure. Are you sure about that? I open my mouth, but her comments from earlier replay in my mind. That a sentient QNet is a survival mechanism that I created to help me get through the trauma. I guess that's what I'm here to find out. She grabs a portable from her office before we go to my room. Once there, she says, "I hope everything is comfortable." It's a polite comment and doesn't require a response, but she said she wanted honesty. Actually, it's not very comfortable. Oh? Is the camera necessary? Her polite demeanor drops. You're not supposed to access the QNet while you're here. I didn't. Then how did you find it? She demands. I inspected the room. I'm training to be a security officer. If I didn't find it, my instructor would have made me run 100 laps. Her stiff posture relaxes. It's for your own safety. Do you think I'm suicidal? No. Do you think someone will come in and attack me? Of course not. I wait. I'll check about turning it off. Thank you. Barati hands me the portable. There's a series of tests that you'll recognize. I need you to go through and answer them. I glance at the screen. It's the program to measure the effects of a concussion. Everyone on the base is required to take the test before they have a concussion. Then, if you have one, or they suspect you might have one, you take it again, and the program compares your replies. I've done it 1,000,000 times since I was shot by the looters. Once your pre- and post-concussion responses match, you're technically healed. Someone will be back later to pick it up. Good night, Ara. She leaves. I try not to think about Niall and how we snuggle on the couch after dinner every night. Instead, I go into the washroom to change into my pajamas. Might as well be comfortable and freshen up. Then I place my backpack in a certain location that may or may not be blocking the camera. Before hopping on the bed, I take out Niall's picture and set it on the night table. Miss you, King Toad. Then I go through the series of questions and play the games that test my reflexes. I'd rather be playing mutant zombies on Planet 9 with Niall. I hope we all live long enough so he can take me on another proper date. I might just let Niall win the game this time. Just kidding. He's going down. Hard. A nurse arrives when I finally finish the test an hour later. Guess they're worried about leaving a portable with me for too long, which is just silly. She hands me a small white cup with 2 brown pills and a glass of water. I raise an eyebrow at her, inviting her to explain. Your sleeping pills. How could I forget? Anger simmers in my guts, and I set them on the table. I'll take them later. No, I need to watch you take them now. Watch me? That's just inviting me to figure out a way not to swallow them. She gives me an annoyed huff. I've been doing this long enough that I can tell if you don't swallow. A challenge. But then I relent. It would only cause more trouble, and my goal is to get out of here as fast as possible. I down the 2 pills and hand her back the empty cup and glass. She uncovers the camera by moving my backpack, then turns out the lights before she leaves. A nightlight shines like I'm 2 years old and afraid of the dark. Sheesh. I wriggle under the covers and try not to think about Q. It hovers nearby. If I focus on Q, it will help me worm into my test results. I resist the temptation and also don't cover the camera again. I've never had sleeping pills and might have an adverse reaction. I don't even know I'm asleep until I wake up. Wow. No nightmares, no midnight visits to the washroom, no flying with the Q-net, nothing. The overhead lights are on and there's another nurse in my room. I should probably learn their names. And he's talking to me, but it takes me a moment to comprehend. Busy day. You should wait until later to shower. Breakfast will be here soon. Did you sleep well? I'm smart enough to keep my first response, I slept like the dead, to myself. Instead, I croak out a yes. Satisfied, he nods and hustles out. When I finish eating and drinking, the cobwebs in my mind are gone. It's kind of amazing how energized and refreshed I am. No, the coffee hasn't kicked in yet. That had to be my first solid night's sleep in... Obviously, the pills didn't improve my math skills. At least since before the looters attacked, the first time. When Dr. Barati said I was going to have a full physical and mental evaluation, she wasn't exaggerating. The medical technicians measure everything. I run on a treadmill with sensors plastered all over my body, including places I'm not going to name. I enjoy the running, though. I miss the physical activity. They take samples of all the fluids in my body. Yes, they even collect the mucus in my nostrils and my stomach acid. I hope I never have to experience having a thin tube go up my nose, down my throat, and into my stomach again. It's not painful, just really, really weird. And hours later, I still have a tickle at the back of my throat. An alphabet of scans commences next. Various machines hum and buzz and clang around my prone body. Then I have another heart-to-heart with Dr. Barati, and we talk about everything except the QNet. Kind of fun, until the subject turns to Jaren. Then not so much. "It's okay if you still consider him a friend," she says. "To you, it's only been 240 or so days since you and Jaren were good friends. Since you were sad to leave him behind. To him, it's been over 22 actual years since he last saw you. He's changed quite a bit. Yeah, into a murdering looter. There are times when I admire his skills with the QNet, but Jaren is not my friend. He is the enemy. He has spared your life a number of times." I open my mouth to correct her. "He killed me once, and had every intention of doing it again until I tricked him." "He could have killed you in the pits that first time you encountered him, and he's had plenty of opportunities since. Yet he didn't. Why do you think he spared you?" I mull over her question. "The first time, because we were friends and he didn't consider me a threat. The second, when I was a threat, he claimed I'd figure out the mystery of the Terracotta Warriors, but he wasn't ready to kill me. Instead, he offered me a chance to join forces. Tempting for a nanosecond. The third time, he wanted information about how we stopped the Holfs. He was right about one thing. I am a threat. I'm close to figuring out the Warriors. I just need time to uncover all the details and prove my various theories. Too bad I'm stuck here. But each time he was thwarted, Dr. Barati, he didn't hesitate to kill me. I hold no warm and fuzzy feelings for him. Phantom pain pricks my back. Although I know the explosive device is gone, there's still a weight between my shoulder blades. Do you regret not killing Jaren when you had the chance? Shocked, I stare at her. What kind of question is that? I never considered killing him. I tap my chest. I'm one of the good guys. We don't kill people unless there is no other option. And I just about quoted Jaren. Is that a symptom of mental unbalance? No, it's just accurate. We talk some more until I start yawning. It's been a long day and we only stopped for 2 short breaks so I could eat. Barati hands me another portable to take back to my room. Just one more cognitive test before bed. Oh, joy. She laughs and shoos me from her office. I'm sure you can find your way. I appreciate the trust as I return to my room. Yes, I know there are cameras in the hallway, but it's still nice. Before doing the test, I take a shower, washing away the sticky residue of the sensors and dried sweat. Donning my pajamas, I hop into bed and cue up my homework while munching on one of my candy bars. Fake chocolate. While I'm answering the various questions, I can't help thinking of Niall, wondering what he's doing. Is he back on regular duty, or still taking it easy? I imagine him sitting on his couch, drawing a picture in one of his sketchbooks. The desire to join him throbs in my chest. Will we ever get another proper date? All the emotions I've been suppressing since this first started well up in my throat. I hunch over the portable as unstoppable tears leak from my eyes. The portable's screen turns black for a second. Then a photo of Niall appears. He's standing in the middle of the hallway that runs through the housing units for the officers, wearing a black t-shirt, my favorite one, and he knows it, and jeans. He holds 2 pieces of paper toward the camera. One says, "Miss you, Mouse," with a heart. The other is a drawing of me. I'm wearing my jumpsuit while holding a null wave emitter. There's an army of warriors behind me with fierce expressions. He's titled the picture, queen of the shadows. His expression has a little bit of snark in it, as if he knows I'll be watching, even though I'm not allowed. I laugh as more tears fall. The QNet has given me this gift, and I save the photo to my cluster. Then I wipe my eyes and return to the test more determined than ever to prove to everyone that I'm not imagining things. Thanks, Toad. The nurse arrives after I finish, and I take my sleeping pills without complaint. Another night of nothing, and I'm woken by Keith, the nurse who has Ara babysitting duty until dinner. He informs me that I have another session with Dr. Bharati after I finish breakfast. This morning's heart-to-heart focuses on the looter attack and why I didn't run away when I had the chance. I explain about wanting to cover the hatch to the factory and save the warrior hearts, but this time I'm honest. I felt compelled to protect them. In here, I tap my chest. After I touched that heart, I had a connection to the warriors. I just didn't know it at the time. Huh? Of those who have touched a heart, I wonder if they feel that connection as well. Have you asked anyone else? She clears her throat and smooths the sleeve of her lab coat. I'll take that as a no. But I wonder if everyone would be more open to the idea of testing out a warrior portal if they had that bond as well. There's a light knock at the door. Bharati is quick with the come-in. Keith pokes his head into the room. Is Ara ready for lunch? Yes, we're done. For now. That for now sounds ominous. After a trip to the cafeteria with Keith, I'm back with Dr. Bharati and her endless questions. More tests in the evening are followed by the oblivion that is sleep. The fourth day is more of the same, and a heavy sensation weighs on my shoulders. Niall predicted I'd be back in 2 days. I'm letting him down. Before leaving Bharati at the end of the day, I ask her if I have to stay here much longer. It depends on the test results. She holds up a finger. I'm waiting on a few more. Once I have them, then we'll have a conference. Day 5 isn't a good one for either of us. Here's an example of one of our exchanges. Me, impatient and grumpy. You asked me that question 3 times already, and the answer has been the same. All 3 times. Why don't you go through your recordings if you want to hear the answer again? Her, shocked and suspicious. How do you know I've been recording our sessions? Me, frustrated and annoyed. I'm not an idiot, and I'm a security officer. Her, exasperated and condescending. You're a junior officer in training, Ara. You're not... Me, angry and accusing. I'm not what? A part of the team? Not responsible for the safety of the base? Her, sighing. Perhaps we should take a break. Yeah, I'm not proud of day 5. And I suspect Dr. Bharati isn't either. Day 6 is better because I'm told early in the morning that the results of all my tests have been collected and reviewed, and we're going to have a conference at 1300 hours to discuss the next step. Finally, progress. With my stomach threatening to turn inside out, I arrive at Bharati's office a few minutes early. Anxious to get this over and done with, I practically run into her office. Then I stop dead. My parents are there. Chapter 5, 2522, 253. Another ambush. Or so it feels. If I hadn't been so preoccupied with getting the results, I would have realized that my parents would be invited to the conference. They're sitting in 2 chairs facing Bharati's desk. There's another one set up next to them. My mom and dad hop to their feet with exclamations of love and support. I'm soon swished in a parent sandwich, except I'm not in the reciprocating mood. Quite the opposite. and when my arms refuse to wrap around them, they step away awkwardly and resume their seats. Barati's keen gaze notes all this, but I don't care. Wary of this entire encounter, I move my chair, increasing the distance between me and my parents, and angle it slightly so I can face all three adults. We are not in this together. No, it's me against them. And that's exactly what my body language says. Barati can write a medical paper on it and get famous. The doc clears her throat and begins, detailing all the tests she ran. My parents are attentive, but keep sneaking glances at me. I keep my expression neutral. When Barati finally reveals the results of all those tests, all I hear is normal. Normal, 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 normal. She does have elevated levels of adrenaline, cortisol, and norepinephrine. All three are stress hormones, but that's to be expected considering what she has been through, Barati says. Then back to another string of normals. Music to my ears. Her brain activity is different than both before and after the concussion. Since she's been scanned a few times after the attack, we have a record of the changes. Each time, the neural activity was somewhat altered. Until this most recent one, which is very different. Is that bad? Mom asks. They're all normal, but people don't usually change that drastically or that quickly. I jump in. But they do change. Yes, during major life events and as a person learns new skills. Dr. Barati, I think both these qualifiers can be applied to me. Which is why I'm not that concerned. Phew, I relax back in my seat. The doctor continues. Another interesting result is her cognitive scores. They've actually improved quite a bit since before her concussion. I tested her twice, and the results were the same. Her analytical thinking scores were by far her strongest. They are well above average for her age group, and are another skill that has improved. Go me. Barati finishes her report, then places her elbows on her desk, laying her arms on top of each other. She leans forward, and I brace for the big announcement, something like, I'm sorry, but Ara has a brain tumor, or I'm sorry, she's totally and completely nuts. According to all the tests, Ara is completely healthy, both physically and mentally, Barati says. I resist the temptation to jump up and yell, "Told you!" And I don't whoop with joy and kiss the doctor either. Because there's that whole body language thing, and no one appears as happy as I do. They're tense and bewildered and frowning. But what about her belief that the QNet is sentient? Mom asks. It is not causing her any stress. Her quality of life isn't affected by it. It is most likely a coping mechanism. Considering what she's been through, it's a bit odd, yes, but not concerning. The unspoken "not yet" hangs in the air, so I say, and I'm happy never to mention it again. My parents aren't appeased. What about the change in her neural activity? Dad asks. Could that be a sign of undiagnosed brain trauma? Or perhaps that her interactions in the QNet have damaged her wiring, Mom adds. Oh, for stars' sake, did they not listen to the woman? Dr. Barati, can't you match the changes in my brain activity to what was going on in my life? Because I know that every time my skills with the QNet improved, something major was going on. She purses her lips. There's no evidence that her wiring was damaged. Great. I stand up. Can I go back to work now? No, Mom says, also getting to her feet. But it's not as impressive, as she's 9 centimeters shorter than me. Why not? There's something going on, and until we figure it out, You will stay out of the Q-net. She turns to Barati, probably hoping for an ally. You said time will heal brain trauma, right? Frustration pulls all my muscles into one giant knot. There's no proof of any brain trauma. No evidence. You're a scientist, for star's sake. And then it hits me. She's also a mother. A mother who saw her daughter in the hands of Jaren, who'd shot her. Saw her with an explosive device attached to her back. Thinking about it, it had to have been pretty horrific to watch. Perhaps Mom is suffering from PTSD. You can't ground me because you're terrified. She crosses her arms. Technically, I can. Point to her. Let me restate. You can't risk everyone's lives in this base because you're terrified of losing me. We have Tace and his team, and Jaren is in our custody. We'll figure it out, she says. Besides, the rest of the looters are not going to blow us up when we have 68 of their people. I don't remind her that they sent a missile to do exactly that when we had 16 of their people. I wish I had your optimism, Mom, but I've seen what they can do, and they're quite clever. I'm sure they'll find a way to attack us again and avoid killing their people. No, I'm your legal guardian, and I'm in charge of this base. Which means she can ground me and tell Radcliffe I'm no longer allowed to be on the security team. No doubt he'll take her side. He's done it before, the rat bastard. Time for some negotiations. Mom, you can't keep me from accessing the Q-net unless you drug me all day and all night. I'd prefer to avoid that, I hurry to add. How about a compromise? If you allow me to keep training with Elise and working with the security team, I'll promise not to entangle with the Q-net. No, I don't want you in security. You're coming back to our unit. And now, who's the crazy lady? I meet my father's gaze. Do something. But he gives me the helpless, you know how stubborn your mother is, shrug. Infuriating. Because I do know. She has decided that I'll be safer with her, where she can keep a close eye on me, thinking that she's protecting me. In the end, I trail them back to my prison. Mom is holding a bottle of sleeping pills. Good luck getting me to take them. And my dad is carrying my backpack like I'm 2 years old. They chat about, I've no idea. I'm not listening. Instead, I'm trying to decide what I should do. Do I be a model daughter and wait them out for a few days? Or do I completely ignore them and go help Bo right away? I promised to stay out of the Q-net during the medical evaluation, and I did. I've been declared healthy by a medical professional. As far as I'm concerned, I'm under no obligation to continue with that promise. We reach my old bedroom, and Mom opens the door. See? It's just as you left it. I peer inside. Not quite. The terminal and screen are missing. My mother is in serious denial. At least I still have my own washroom, the only thing I missed while living with Radcliffe. Why don't you rest up before dinner? Tomorrow is going to be a busy day. That's unexpected. Oh? Yes, you've lots of schoolwork to catch up on. You can use my portable. I copied all your assignments to it. You'll also work in my office in the morning. I blink at her. Is she serious? And you'll be going to Soch time. I've already informed the facilitator to expect you. Oh, my stars. I don't know whether to cry or laugh. I opt for staring at her in stunned silence, which she ignores. You're forbidden to go in the Q-net, and tonight I'm making your favorite dish. She hurries off to cook dinner. See, here's the thing. My mother is used to her daughter, Lyra Daniels, being a good girl. Other than minor infractions like worming in the Q-net, sneaking out of the base and having some hooch with the chemists, Lyra was pretty mild, and she earned high grades. Same as her brother, Phoenix. Nice kids, no real problems. My parents are expecting Ara Lawrence to be the same way. Well, they're in for a big surprise, because Ara isn't like Lyra. And if they're going to treat Ara like a teenage delinquent, well, then that's what they're going to get. This might actually be fun. I toss my backpack on the armchair. This room is bigger than my room at Radcliffe's. There's more furniture, a bigger desk, and a huge closet that seems even more cavernous without anything in it. It's weird, like I'm in another person's bedroom. Someone who has moved out or is attending university, and I'm just visiting. There's no decorations on the walls. I miss Niall's mother's paintings. Thinking of Niall, I check under the bed for dust bunny assassins. I also scan the room for hidden cameras without looking like that's what I'm doing. No dust bunnies, but I spot one camera. I try really hard not to hate on my mom. She's worried about me and trying to do what she thinks is best. And I'm hoping that this crazy person she's turned into will eventually go away and my sensible, loving mother will return. In the meantime, I'm going to fix a few things. I test out the softness of the bed. The sheets and my favorite blanket smell clean and fresh. It's been an exhausting day, so I lie down, rolling on my side so the camera's at my back. Then I connect to Q. I'm welcomed back. Not with words, but a general atmosphere of happiness. And no, I'm not sharing that with anyone. I've learned my lesson. My own emotions are mixed between a sense of rightness and guilt. Tapping into the camera's feed, I check what part of my room it's recording. The bed and desk. At least it doesn't have an infrared sensor. I let it record me faking sleep. My first task is checking for any messages for me. There's 3 from Niall. 1 for each day I stayed past his guess that I'd be there only 2 days. 25/22/251. Hey, Mouse. I was wrong. I figured you'd be done by now, but you're either not cooperating or getting the full workup. Knowing you, I'd say they're doing a complete and thorough evaluation. Good. Then you'll have proof of your competency. And I'm willing to wait a couple extra days so you don't have to go through this again. But not too many days, Mouse. I miss you like crazy. Also, dinners are excruciating. All my dad and your parents discuss is the base's security. No one mentions you. It's like there's this giant black hole in the middle of the kitchen that everyone edges around and ignores. Weird. I've asked if I can come visit you, and the immediate answer of no was curt and dismissive, as if I just asked to strangle a puppy. Rolls eyes. I don't know if you'll get this or not. I'm using a portable and it's not going through the QNet, so it wouldn't break your promise to read it. They have to let you access your personal messages, right? I did send you another message, but if you're being good, you won't see that one. You're curious now, aren't you? Smirk. Stay the course. You can see the message when you're back with us. Don't forget, your Ara Hexy Mouse Lawrence refuses to be ignored. Love, Toad. I laugh over the additional middle name and wonder if it would make a cool acronym. AYML. Amel. No. Then I wonder if I fess up to seeing the other message, if I'd get into trouble. I decide I don't care. Not anymore. What will they do? Put me in detention? At least I wouldn't have to go to Soch time. 25/22/252. Hey, Mouse. I can't believe how much your absence is being felt. And not just by me, but the rest of the security team as well. Elise is snapping at everyone. Morgan is gruffer than usual. I know, hard to believe. Beau is grumpy and tired. I think he's putting in extra hours in the QNet. Even my dad. I catch him glancing at your room as if expecting you to come out and join us for dinner. And I keep thinking I'll see you in the hallway, or in the training room, or at Dad's, only to be disappointed when you're not. At least I've been cleared for regular duty. I'm assigned to guard detention. I think my dad's afraid I'll freak out if I go back to the archaeology lab, since I almost died there. I believe I'll be fine. But I can't go until I touch a warrior heart, and I'm waiting for the one you promised me. You literally and figuratively have my heart, Mouse. Love, Toad. Ha! I must admit to being happy that everyone is cranky. Perhaps Radcliffe will talk some sense into my parents. I've warring emotions about Niall's heart. I took a warrior heart for him from the factory. But then we received a warning of Jaren's attack, so I'd set it down in the archaeology lab and just haven't gone back there to retrieve it yet. He shouldn't wait for mine. If the Hulfs return, he'll need to see them to fight them. Although I'm touched by his loyalty and his sentiment. Love you too, Toad. 2522, 253. Wow, I didn't expect it to take this long. I hope you're okay, Mouse. Your parents won't tell me anything. Your mom practically ripped my head off when I asked when you were coming back. I have a bad feeling about this. But no matter what happens, you're still mine. Okay, that sounded very possessive and maybe a little creepy. It's not. It's supposed to reassure you. I remember that you were worried that I'd break up with you because of your super QNet power. Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. If I have to sneak into the infirmary to see you, then I will. In the meantime, here's an update about the security team. Dad tried to interrogate Jaren again and got nowhere, again. Bo's been working hard trying to break through the security around the looter's base. If I don't hear from you soon, I'm going to arm myself with a couple candy bars and attempt a break-in. I might have to bribe a nurse or two with the sweets, but I'm sure you'd rather see me than eat chocolate. Right? Mouse? Hello? You do have a serious sugar addiction. Searching frantically for more candy just in case. Love, Toad. No surprise Jaren won't talk to Officer Tightpants. He hates the DES and won't give them anything. Niall's messages have soothed my soul, and I compose one for him so he doesn't storm the infirmary. 2522, 253. Hi, Toad. I'm free. Well, not quite. I'm currently grounded and in my old room in my parents' unit. Go ahead, laugh. This is despite my clean bill of health from the very sweet Dr. Bharati. She thinks my belief that the QNet is sentient is a coping mechanism because of all the stress and trauma with Jaren, the murdering looter. I'm quite content with that diagnosis and plan to say no more on the matter. However, my parents are freaked out big time and have decided I need to stay out of the QNet so my brain can heal. As you can tell, I didn't promise to stay out. They believe they still have the power to prevent me. It would have worked with Lyra, but Ara Lawrence refuses to play nice. Funny that if it was an order from your father, I'd listen. Don't tell him that. And you'll get a bigger laugh out of this. I'm to report to Soch time tomorrow. Yes, my parents have gone insane. Thanks for the messages. They were really sweet and what I needed right now. And I did see your other communication. Don't jump to conclusions. I was missing you and thinking about you when a photo of you popped up on the portable screen. It was a shot taken from the camera feeds. It was from my unconscious. I didn't seek or connect to the QNet, so I kept my word. I even offered to stay out of the QNet if my parents allowed me to continue training and working with security. That was a big fat no, so here I am. If I'm still stuck here when I turn 18 in 61 days, my status officially changes from grounded to kidnapped. I hope I'll be able to have visitors. But normally being grounded means no outside contact, except for Soch time. Yes, this isn't my first time. I miss you like crazy too, Toad. I love you more than sugar. Your mouse. Satisfied with my message, I send it to Niles' portable since he can't access the QNet because of his injury. Then I worm deeper into the QNet, searching for Bo, and find him gently poking at the defenses around the looter's base. "You'll never get in that way," I say, popping up beside him. "Ah, what the hell? Ara, you scared the bejabbers out of me." There's a pause. "What are you doing here? Are you allowed? Does Radcliffe know?" "I came to help you." "No. No." Another significant pause. "You gave your word." Disappointment weighs down his words. "I did, and I kept it, enduring 5 days of no QNet while I cooperated fully with the entire medical staff. Then my mother turned insane and decided to ground me despite Dr. Barati's diagnosis of, and I quote, "According to all the tests, Ara is completely healthy both physically and mentally." It's something I'm never going to forget. I can send you all the test results if you want. No, don't. I trust you. That's nice. I wish more people would. However, I did not give my word to my mother that I would stay out of the QNet. You can decide if you want my help, or if you want to inform Officer Radcliffe, or if you want me to go away. And if I pick go away, then I'll find a way into the looter's base without you. But it'll be boring without my partner. And if I inform Radcliffe, I'll be sad and in trouble. I give him a mental equivalent of a shrug. And then I'll find a way into the base without you. Again, boring. If I let you help, this isn't going to end well, he says. Probably. But what's getting into trouble compared to figuring out what they have at that base? I'm willing to risk it. Are you? Hell yes. Welcome back, partner. We work for a couple hours, but the security around the looter base is super tight, and I might have to fly with the QNet in order to get inside. Try again later? Bo asks. Yes. It'll have to be late so my parents don't interrupt me. Does 2300 work? Yep. See you then. Dinner is an awkward affair. My parents try to engage me in conversation and explain their reasons for their decision. I respond with one-word answers. Afterwards, I bolt for my room. I plan to spend as much time in here as possible. Unpacking my bag takes all of 3 seconds. Niles' drawing goes next to my bed, and I send him a quick message asking if he'll lend me some of his other drawings so I can use them to decorate my room. He hasn't read my first one yet, but that's because he's on duty until 2100. I rummage in my desk drawer and find a deck of cards. Perfect. Sitting at my desk, I angle my body so the camera only sees the side of my face. I shuffle the cards and play solitaire. It's something I can do while touching base with Q. I can't go in too deep, just in case Mom or Dad tries for another heart-to-heart. Good luck. Plus, playing cards will appease my parents if they check the camera feed. Accessing Q is just a matter of thinking about it. I check on security and catch up on what's been going on regarding the prisoners. They're not happy being forced to reconstruct the warriors that they'd smashed into thousands of pieces. Too bad. Not sad. Then I dip into the astrophysicist's notes regarding the shadow blobs and that rift that is still in Pit 2. Seems Doctors Zhang and Carson are building another sensor to send through the rift. I wonder how they're going to collect the data. Can you communicate between dimensions? Would be interesting to find out. A light tap on my door interrupts me. No way to avoid it. I grunt a, "Come in." My father pokes his head through the gap. The sweet smell of cookies melts some of my resolve to be surly and monosyllabic. Careful to avoid my cards, I'm just about to lose again, he sets the plate on my desk, but remains mostly outside. May I come in? He asks. It's your unit. You can do whatever you want. Dad presses his hand to his heart, miming shock. 2 full sentences. I grunt. Stupid sugar addiction. Truce? He asks. The cookies are chocolate chip, my favorite, and they're still warm. Temporary. I'll take what I can get. He enters fully and peers at my game. You want to play sevens? I shrug before I remember the truce. Okay. We pull the desk out and he grabs another chair so we can sit opposite each other. Dad shuffles and deals the cards. I watch his deft fingers closely. The man likes to cheat. I concentrate on my hand, searching for the 7 of clubs. We share the cookies as we play for a while in companionable silence. It's not horrible. After 10 minutes, he says, watching you fly away, clinging to that shuttle with an explosive on your back, and knowing I'd probably never see you again, was the absolute worst thing I've had to endure in my life. It wasn't a picnic for me either. But I clamp down on my sarcasm when I glance at him. Tears shine in his eyes. Oh no, parental tears are lethal to snarky teenagers. The only thing keeping us from freaking out was your message. You were so brave and calm. Tace said you did the right thing by jumping on that shuttle, but I didn't feel that way at the time. I just wanted to do something to protect you. Tace promised to bring you back, but the wait was excruciating. The longest 7 hours of our lives. I sense where this is going. So, you'll have to forgive us if we're rather clingy right now, he says. We can't help it. Just give us some time. I understand being overprotective. It's your parental right. However, you've gone too far this time. Did Officer Radcliffe tell you what he found when they landed at Jaren's base to rescue me? My dad gives me an I know what you're doing look, but he plays along and answers, Jaren unconscious and you hiding in the trees. That's right. I still needed my team, but I rescued myself. The device was off. Jaren was drooling on the ground. I wait for that to sink in. I proved I can handle myself. I'm capable of protecting myself, and yet you, Mom, and Radcliffe, Tace, disagreed with us. Huh, nice to know. You and Mom didn't bother having a discussion with me regarding the QNet. What does that tell me? I get that it's hard to believe that the QNet is sentient, and perhaps it is a coping mechanism. However, it's not that you don't believe me that hurts, but the fact you don't trust me. That's what it tells me. You don't have faith in me. I'm willing to give you some time. You and Mom can pretend we're a happy family for a few days or a few weeks. But as soon as the base is in danger, I'm going to help my team. And with that comment, our temporary truce is over. At 2200, my mother enters my room without knocking. I've changed into my pajamas, and am now trying to build a house of cards. Seems the task of adding on a second story is equally as frustrating as my parents. Mom holds a glass of water. Here. She sets the glass down and hands me 2 brown pills. Take these. I drop them onto the desk. No. She gapes at me. It's not a request. No. I meet her gaze. She doesn't scare me anymore. Not compared to shadow blobs and murdering looters. She's not quite sure how to handle this. Fun. I'm fascinated by her struggle to keep her cool. After a huff, she says, "If you take your pills at night, I will allow Niall to come visit you." Ouch. That's underhanded. As much as I'd love to see Niall, I'm not negotiating. No deal. You had your chance for a compromise. Niall will be disappointed, but I know he'll support me. Not expecting that answer, Mum jerks back. "If you don't take your pills, I'll ground me?" She ignores that. "I'll send you to help in the kitchens washing dishes." I call her bluff. All right, it's better than being here. Fury flashes in her eyes, and I suck in a breath. Have I gone too far? Mom grabs the pills and leaves, but I don't celebrate the win. My mother is smart, and I'm sure there will be consequences. And sure enough, a few minutes later, the lock on my bedroom door engages. Ah, yet another alteration to my old room. The door now only locks on the outside. I'm torn between outrage and amusement, and decide on humor. It's a petty revenge on my mom's part. Besides, I'm not planning to sneak out. Well, not tonight. After Jaren's invasion was thwarted, my parents changed the master code for the base. It'll only take me a few seconds to find it. A couple minutes before 2300, I get ready for bed. Then I slip under the covers and turn off the light. Beau's waiting for me in the Q-net. "Any trouble?" he asks. "Some family drama. What do you think the odds are of my being granted emancipation by DES?" He grunts. "That bad?" "Not really." "Good, because by the time you get a response to your request, you'll be well past your 18th birthday. Hang in there, partner." We worm to the looters' base and probe their defenses. I ask the Q-net to highlight the threads of the security programs. Beau doesn't react to my request, but when the various colors snake through them, he says, "Stars. It's like a kaleidoscope. How are we going to make sense of that tangled mess?" I suspect that's the point. Could you ask the Q-net if there are any holes?" I can't keep the grin off my face as I make his request. 3 bright circles of yellow glow. We move closer to get a better look. Could it be that easy? No. The circles are gaps in their security that have been heavily patched. We pick at the edges, hoping to peel the patches off. "Any chance the Q-net could just make a tunnel?" Beau asks. "Cannot." "No," I say, because only I can hear Q. "We have to do it first, remember?" But this thing is impenetrable." "Nothing's impenetrable. You taught me that," I say. "They have to be accessing the Q-net somewhere." After 2 more frustrating hours, we stop for the night. "Tomorrow?" Beau asks. "I have schoolwork to catch up on in the morning, and soc time in the afternoon. Don't laugh." He chuckles. "Too late. I'm glad someone's amused. Are you going to be in the Q-net?" "Yeah, all day. I'll join you if I can. And if you can't, then we'll have to meet at 2300 again." A sigh. "Time's not on our side. Tell my parents." "Radcliffe's tired. They're not listening to reason." No surprise. We disconnect, and while I'm tempted to fly with Q, I'm also tired. I do the sensible thing and go to sleep. Mr. Sensible would be proud. I fall asleep thinking of Niall. My mother wakes me at oh so early. More revenge for my defiance. After breakfast, I follow her into her office. Mom gestures me to her work table. She cleared a space, and now there's a portable and a large screen on it. "They're connected," Mom says, "so I can see that you're working on your assignments." I'm impressed that she thought ahead, and also angry over the sheer waste of time. Sitting down, I cue up the first assignment. Her desk is right behind me, so she has a good view of the screen. It's been a lifetime since I've done any schoolwork. The microbiology worksheet is written in a foreign language, well, foreign to me. I don't speak microbiology anymore, but Q does. I ask it to fill out the answers like it's me, but at a 50% slower pace since it's been a while. Q can go back into my school records and determine the exact timing. Answers start appearing on the screen. In my mind's eye, I go into the QNet and search for Beau. But he's not entangled yet, so I check my messages, and there's a new one from Niall. 2522-254. Mouse! Getting your message made my day, and yes, I laughed. Soch time. Those poor kids have no idea what they're in for. I'm flattered you want to hang my pictures, and I'll gather a few favourites for you. Hopefully your parents will let me visit. I don't think I can last another 60 days without seeing you. Don't worry, we'll bust you out if we need to. It might be sooner rather than later. My dad's on edge and losing patience by the second. Beau hasn't gotten any info on the looters yet. We need someone to look at it from a different direction. I stop reading. It hits me like an energy wave pulse. From a different direction. Why didn't I think of it sooner? With excitement pumping through me, I quickly finish reading Niall's message and send him a fast reply. Then I search for Beau again. He's entangled, and I don't waste time on pleasantries. I know how they're connecting to the QNet, I say. Don't keep me in suspense. Through the warrior portals. Chapter 6, 2522-254. Beau doesn't reply, so I keep talking. The looters stole all those warriors, the important ones with the alien symbols. They must have set them up so they can travel from planet to planet. Maybe the looters are using the portals for more than just travel. Maybe they're sending messages through them as well. It would make the messages impossible for us to trace back to the looters' physical locations. Also, remember when I chased that worm who was targeting DES's high-security areas? I lost it, but Chief Hashi tracked it to Shinji, where there's no one. I don't add alive. With this portal communication, they could access the QNet from a different planet and throw us off. You do realize that those portals haven't been proven to exist. Another long pause. Is this something the QNet told you? No, I came up with it on my own. Well, Niall helped. Niall? He said we needed to look at the problem from a different direction. That certainly is different. I'm not sure if his comment is a compliment or not, so I continue. It would be easy to prove. We can open the portal in Pit 21 and see if I can access Q through it. In what universe? No one, and I mean no one, is going to allow us to go to Pit 21 and wake the warriors. Then we should go without them. There is so much wrong with that sentence. I'm not even going to reply, and I'm going to pretend you never said it. Think of something else, Ara. You're no fun. That level of trouble is not fun. Trust me. Ara? My mom's voice penetrates my concentration. Oops, gotta go. Later. I disconnect. Are you listening to me? Mom asks. I turn around. Yes? Lunch is ready. How far did you get? I gesture to the screen. She leans closer and peers at it. Further than I expected. She aims her X-ray vision on me. I wait. If she accuses me of using Q to help, she will be admitting that the QNet is indeed responding to me as if it understands. Theoretically, I could have written an actual program to have the QNet answer the questions, but that would have taken all morning. Instead of accusing me of cheating, she says, Better hurry. You don't want to be late for Soch time." Swallowing my snarky reply, I go to the kitchen. Mom made me a couple thin sandwiches. Seems the rationing is affecting everyone. After lunch, she insists on walking me to the socialization area. Every research base and colony has one, or more, if there are enough children under the age of 18. Since all our education is through the QNet, we are required by law to spend 2 hours together socializing, what we kids refer to as Soch time. The area is colorful and soft. It's geared toward the younger kids, who often spend most of their day here while the parents are working. But there is a game room that the teens claim as their own for the 2 hours. When we enter, the facilitator, brings me a portable. I have to sign the waiver that I understand all the rules of Soch time. At least I'm listed as Ara Lawrence. My mother promises to return in 2 hours, like I'm a 4-year-old upset about my mommy leaving me with strangers. I shake my head at the ridiculousness of this entire endeavor. The facilitator peers at me. This is a rather unusual situation, but we'll make the best of it. She straightens. There's no one your age, but perhaps the girls in the game room will include you? Not likely. They're 4 years younger than me. I'm not really interested. Maybe I can help you, Miss Norris. Thank you for the offer, but this time is set aside for you to socialize. The kids have been unsettled since we had to evacuate, so try not to stir them up. I scan the room. Everyone is staring at me. Lovely. Not that there are that many kids. About 12. Plus the 4 in the game room. We're the first crew for this base, so the population is small. There'll be more kids when the next interstellar ship arrives with more personnel, if it does. Yanking my mind from those dire thoughts, I find a comfy chair and wonder if Miss Norris has been told to ensure I don't connect with Q. Doubtful my parents would want to scare her with my freaky superpowers. Instead, I watch the other kids. They've resumed their activities, but the kids in one particular group are stealing glances at me and elbowing each other. I recognize Rance's 2 sons and a few others. If I had to guess, I'd say they were all between the ages of 8 to 12 years old. I try to calculate how long it's been since I attended Soch time. 83 days. I flinch at the sudden words. I don't think I'll ever get used to that. But then I consider the number of days. That's it? I don't doubt Q, but that's not enough days for everything that has happened. Talk about a time dilation. Are you the girl who died? A young boy asks me. His friends hover behind him as if they dared him to talk to me. I expect smirks and giggles, but they're all quite concerned. Yes, I say. I'm not going to lie to them. Told you, young, a boy in the back row says. Shut up, Miguel, a girl snaps. Stuff it, Val, Miguel counters. But poor Young looks confused. But I was revived by the base's doctor. I grin. I'm all better now. No need to scare them. Then why did they tell us you were dead? Another boy demands. These kids are smart. To keep the bad guys away. That didn't work, Miguel says. Thank you, Mr. Obvious. Are the bad guys coming back? Val asks. Are we gonna have to hide in the pits again? Young asks. His forehead is creased in concern. Nobody will tell us nothing, Miguel huffs. Are we gonna die? Another girl asks in a small voice. Stars, hasn't anyone explained anything to these kids? I scan their expressions. Unsettled is putting it mildly. They're terrified. Sensing the mood of her charges, Miss Norris hustles over. This is not an appropriate discussion for Soch time, children. You need to talk to your parents about this. She shoos them to go back to their toys, but they remain in place. Defiance shines in all their gazes. Wow, a Soch time rebellion. The woman appeals to me. Well, she widens her eyes at me in the standard plea for help. Body language is worth learning, people. I got this, I say with confidence. Two of the younger kids start fighting over a toy, and after a moment of hesitation, she leaves to facilitate. I gesture the kids around me closer. Leaning forward, I lower my voice. Here's what you need to know. We've got the best security team in the universe right here. I jab my finger at the floor for emphasis. That team is gonna do everything they can to protect us. However, if they tell us to go hide, then that's what we're going to do as fast as we can. You know why? So we won't die? The shy girl asks. That's the goal. To keep you all safe, and to keep you from getting in the way. Hopefully, the bad guys won't come back. I'm not gonna lie, there is a small chance they will. So you need to be ready to move as fast as possible when the alarm sounds. Just by being in that pit, you're helping the security team. There's a moment of silence as they all absorb the information. Did I just terrify them, making it worse? What else can we do? Miguel asks. Yeah, we want to help, Yong says, and the others agree. Huh? Their fear has turned into determination. Do you want to learn some self-defense? I ask. The response is immediate and unanimous. Yes, they do. Okay, first a warning. Do not go seeking bad guys when the order to evacuate sounds. Do you understand? Nods. I wait. Yes. Good. It's called self-defense for a good reason. Anyone know what that reason is? To defend yourself? The shy girl asks. Right. If someone attacks you, then you can defend yourself. But you don't go seeking a fight, ever. Understand? Yes! And if you start a fight, you're out of the Soch Time Defenders Club. I hook a thumb over my shoulder. What? Every club needs a name. The kids clear a large space, and everyone teams up. My partner is the shy girl. I ask her name. Kuma, she says, then adds, It means bear. That's a great name. She ducks her head. I'm going to help you release your inner bear, Kuma. Then I growl, with my fingers bent like claws. Surprised, Kuma looks up, and I grin at her, showing my teeth. She laughs. I spend the rest of Soch time teaching them how to break wrists and arm holds. Their laughter is loud enough that the girls from the game room come out to investigate. It doesn't take them long to join in. Miss Norris pulls me aside at the end of Soch time. I don't know if I approve of what you're doing with the kids, but the atmosphere's changed, and it's a life skill, right? Indeed it is. I grin at her until I spot my mother waiting in the doorway for me. My good mood poofs just like a shadow blob in the light. Mom asks me all the stupid mom questions. Did I have fun? What did I do? And I ignore them. Then she says I can spend the rest of the afternoon doing schoolwork. Fine by me. I'll check on Bo. We round the last corner to my parents' unit, and my smile returns. Full force. Niall is standing in the hallway right next to the door to the unit. He's not in uniform. Bonus. Mom marches up to him. I've told you before, Ara isn't permitted to have visitors. His relaxed posture stiffens, stretching him to his full height, well above my mother. Of course, she doesn't back down. Not my mother. I'm not visiting, Niall says. He holds up a long tube. I'm delivering this to Ara. Mom snatches it from his hand. "Done. Now leave." "Mom?" She slams her palm down on the sensor, opening the door. Sweeping her arm out, she orders, "Come on, Ara, inside." Niall edges away. "Oh, no, you don't." I move and step into his arms. He automatically wraps them around me, pulling me close, squeezing me tight. Heaven. My mother is yelling something, but I couldn't care less. I'm drinking in Niall's scent and the feel of his body pressed against mine. I doubt I'll have the chance again. I tilt my head back to stare into his blue-green eyes. "Miss you, Toad," I whisper. His expression softens. Then I break away before my mother has a heart attack. "Later, Mouse." He smiles at me. The desire to kiss him slams in my heart, but I go inside the unit. Mom is livid, and I'm getting lectured. I think. Instead of listening, I'm burning the image of Niall into my brain. She waves the tube to get my attention. "What is this?" I shrug. Mom opens it and pulls out sheets of paper. When she spreads them on the table, I understand, and my insides warm. They're Niall's drawings. He probably thinks I miss his mother's paintings. Mom glances up and puts her hands on her hips. "That's quite a mouthful." She rolls up the pictures and returns them to the tube. "I'll see these get back to him." And there's the punishment for hugging Niall. Worth it. Pointing to her office, she says, "You have work to do." That I do. Too bad for her, it's not filling out worksheets on the mating habits of ignatuary birds on planet Fuyang. While Q fills out my worksheets on screen, I search for Bo. He's not in the QNet, so while waiting for him to pop up, I ask Q to go through DES's scientific databases for any mention of other dimensions. My friend Lan cracked the code to the aliens' symbols and learned that the aliens built and installed the warriors on 64 exoplanets to protect us from demons from another dimension. Although Doctors Zhang and Carson said there's no proof of these dimensions, there has to be other scientists who have looked into alternate dimensions, right? Regardless, it can't hurt to try. Interesting that Q doesn't come back with an instant result. While it searches and does my homework, I open a new file and make some notes on what else I should be researching. After a few minutes, Q adds a file to my cluster. It's not that big. I scan it, and there's some interesting theories about alternate dimensions and what's called the multiverse, which is not just one or two dimensions, but an infinite number of them. One of the scientists, Dr. Shannon Cote, was able to manipulate the mathematical equations to show that an alternate dimension is theoretically possible with the current understanding of the laws of physics and quantum mechanics, but she was unable to prove it. I can't build a device or an engine that would open another dimension, Dr. Cote wrote in her research notes. I've read through the scientific principles behind the development of the Crinkler engine. The inventors were able to generate enough energy to pull space together, yet they can't tear it apart. I stare at those last three words. Tear it apart. And my thoughts immediately go to the rift in Pit 2. That's a tear. It's also a gateway. In any case, how did the rift get there? I assumed that once the warriors were destroyed and stolen from Pits 1 to 4, that the Hulfs were able to enter our dimension or transport into our pits. Could the rift work like a warrior portal? But instead of going from one planet to another, it goes from one dimension to another? That might be possible. Or maybe the rift is what happens when you get a broken portal that doesn't go all the way through to another planet. but stop somewhere in between, where the shadow blobs live. Perhaps that's why it's not a nice, neat doorway like the one that formed in Pit 21. Assuming the black rectangle that coalesced in the center of the gap of warriors was a portal, I saw a man standing on the other side, but once again, no one else did. I really like that theory of the shadow blobs living in the portalverse. And there's a warmth of approval from Q. When I woke the warriors in Pit 21, they pulsed with a green light, and I sensed they were pushing back the shadow blobs to create a safe route. Maybe the aliens discovered a way to construct a passage through the shadow blob dimension as a shortcut to another planet. No need to crinkle space in our dimension. Just go into another one and pop out 100 trillion kilometers away. Once the portal is opened, the warriors must act as sentinels, keeping the shadow blobs from crossing into our dimension. Of course, I've no proof of any of this. I sent Niall a quick message, thanking him for the pictures and warning him of my mother's intentions to return them. By this time, Bo is in the QNet, and once I join him, he informs me of his plans to try to breach the looters' base again. Won't work, Bo. That's a dead end for now, I say. But Radcliffe won't allow me to do anything else. He wants information on the looters. I consider. What type of information? Where they are, what they're doing, who they are. DES was unable to confirm the physical locations of Ursi Bear, Warwick Nolt, Fordle Peck, and Orson V. We've been assuming the superwormers are working with the looters, but we can't find any trace of them. We can search for them. How? DES was unable. With a little help? Oh. A pause. Let's focus on something else for now. How about the suspected DES employees, the QNet flagged, who might be working for the looters? I thought Q was still fixing the security holes in DES. It is, but there's already 100 names in the suspected looter-colluder file. Q must be multitasking. I suppress a giggle. The QNet runs everything in the galaxy. Of course it's multitasking. However, finding colluders are important. And I can search for the superwormers when I'm flying tonight. I add it to my flying to-do list. Okay, where do you want to start? I ask Bo. At the top. Those with the highest security clearance and deepest access are the most dangerous. DES's Board of Directors, a multi-international group, meets both of those criteria. When the QNet was first discovered and space travel beyond our solar system became possible, Earth's leaders elected people from all over the world to be a part of a new organization, the Department of Explored Space, so no one country could have a monopoly on space travel or colonizing exoplanets. There were more than a few issues, but after almost 500 Earth years, they're a smooth-running machine. See? I paid attention during my history lessons. We open the suspected looter-colluder file. I'm relieved not to see any of the directors on the list. Not yet, anyway. After an hour or so of looking for illicit connections to the looters, I'm uneasy. It needs to be done, yet this seems like a big invasion of privacy, especially when the person is not guilty. What's wrong? Bo asks, sensing my hesitation. I explain. And it's taking forever. Unfortunately, many investigations are slow and tedious, and yes, we're invading innocent people's private messages. But remember, we all agreed that if we use the QNet, that our interactions could be examined by DES security. That reminds me. Has Radcliffe been in contact with DES? Yes, but it's very limited. And only he's been communicating with them. We're worried the superwormers will find a way to intercept our messages. Ara, it's time for dinner. Mom says behind me, and I almost jump out of my seat. Okay, be right there, I say. Wow, 5 full words. Ignoring her sarcasm, I grunt. That's better. She leaves. Ara? We're still playing house, and dinner's ready. Let's work on this later. I can't. I've guard duty in the pits. Tomorrow? Okay. We disconnect. After another awkward dinner, I bolt for my room to play cards. There's a new message from Niall. 2522, 254. It was so good to see you today, Mouse. I figured it was too soon for the dragon. Oops, I mean your mother. Smirk. But I couldn't stay away. I just had to see you. And I will treasure that hug. I hope you didn't get into too much trouble. I'll let the dragon cool down for a couple of days before I accidentally run into you again. Wink. It'll be hard. I didn't realize just how much I enjoyed our evenings on the couch together, even when we only fall asleep, until they stopped. 60 days and counting down. Love, Toad. I laugh. The dragon is an apt description, and the thought of seeing Niall again lifts my spirits. Instead of worming into the Q-net, I exercise and practice the kicks, blocks, and punches that Elise taught me. Being in better shape helped me so much when I clung to Jaren's shuttle. I don't want to lose my muscle tone. I was going to ask Q to show my parents a video of me sitting there playing hours of solitaire, but I don't. They need to know what my priorities are, and neither of my parents interrupts me to have a heart-to-heart bonus. After a couple hours, I take a shower and go to bed. Then I fly with Q. It's been a while, so I spend some time swooping through the vast network, traveling trillions of miles in a heartbeat, balancing on the edge of the galaxy, peering into the vast darkness. I'm not alone. Q flies with me, seeming to enjoy the company. I wonder how old Q is. 4 billion years old. Wait. You said you were the Milky Way Galaxy. The galaxy is much older than 4 billion. I encompass the galaxy. So you're as big as the galaxy? Why did you claim to be the galaxy? I am the galaxy. Without me, the galaxy is just a collection of suns, planets, and other matter. Oh, like a body without a consciousness? Correct. Still, 4 billion years is a long time to be alive. It's hard to imagine. It also seems too old. When did life form on Earth? How long have you watched over us? Over 3 billion years. Yikes. Weren't we just simple bacteria back then? Yes. Had to be super boring. What did you do before we became interesting? Helped Third Nation. The aliens who built the warriors? No, they are Fourth Nation. And us? Fifth Nation. Wow. 5 different civilizations lived in the Milky Way Galaxy. Crazy. And I thought the warriors were old. Hey, wait. The warriors are only 2,500 plus years old. If you were left behind, then you can't be 4 billion years old. I am one of Fourth Nation. I'm one of Fifth Nation, but I'm not over 3 billion years old. You assume Fourth Nation is human. We are not. Q's right. I did assume. But that doesn't explain the age of the warriors. It sounds like Fourth Nation was having trouble with the shadow blobs well before then. Correct. When Fourth Nation decided to go beyond the edge, they changed the shape of the Sentinels to the terracotta warriors. They believed Fifth Nation would understand the significance if they resembled your own guardians. We're starting to understand now, but it might be too late. What about the other nations, 1 to 3? Why couldn't they maintain the network? They are gone. Did they leave like the Fourth Nation? Go beyond the edge of the galaxy? No. What happened to them? Extinction. Yikes. The conversation just took a turn to the dark side. And while I'm still curious, I need to focus on our troubles before we go extinct. First thing will be to test the shadow blob rift and see if my theory is right. I fly back to our base and aim toward the rift. Perhaps I can see inside or travel into the shadow blob dimension. Right before entering, I slam into an invisible wall. Pain vibrates through my body on impact, which is hard enough to knock me off my bed. I come to my senses on the floor as a headache throbs in my temples. What the hell was that? Instead of answering, Q drops a file into my cluster. I open it and read it. He who fights with monsters might take care lest he thereby become a monster. And if you gaze for long in an abyss, the abyss gazes also into you. Friedrich Nietzsche. The combination of pain and the quote is a pretty effective warning. That's a hard no on entering the rift through the Q-net. I clamber to my feet. The throbbing takes on a sharp edge, and I search for a pain pill. None in my washroom. Perhaps the kitchen. Except my door is locked. I rest my pounding forehead on the cool metal, cursing my mother. If I find and use the new override code, I'll tip them off to my activities. My anger increases as I realize, if there's a fire, I'll be trapped in my room. Not really, but they don't know that. Instead, I shuffle back to bed. While lying there, hoping for the pain to disappear, I consider the quote Q sent me. Interesting choice, and about perfect for my life. It also means Q is reading human literature. That makes sense. Whatever's been stored in the databases of the Q-net must be a part of its knowledge. I fall asleep, thinking deep thoughts. Once again, I'm pulled from my comfortable bed at an unreasonably early time. My headache is gone, but I'm tired and cranky. The morning proceeds like yesterday, but after lunch, when I go to open the door to leave for Soch time, it doesn't recognize my handprint. Mom, who's a step behind me, reaches to open it. She hustles out onto the hallway, but I remain in place. "Come on, you don't want to be late," she says. I consider calling her out for endangering me, but if I ever decide to sneak out, having them believe I'm stuck inside will be beneficial. Instead, I follow her to Soch time. My group of defenders are eager to learn more, and the 2 hours fly by as we have fun. Well, perhaps too much fun. When I explain how effective a groin strike is, the kids dissolve into a fit of helpless giggles for far longer than necessary. Kids. At the end of Soch time, my mother is there to escort me home. When we reach our unit, Officer Elise Keir is waiting there. My training officer and best friend is a welcome sight, even though she's wearing her uniform, which suggests she might be here for an official reason. Actually, I wouldn't mind if she is here to arrest me. The dragon flares her nostrils, and smoke curls out. Elise is not intimidated, but she is polite. "I'm not here for a visit, Dr. Daniels. I'm on my way to a late lunch. Just a lucky coincidence." I cover my grin lest the dragon fry my butt. This is not on the way to the cafeteria from security. "Hey, rookie, I hope you're not getting soft," Elise says to me. "You worked damn hard to build those muscles. I'd hate to have to whip your pampered ass into shape again." No, you wouldn't. You'd love every minute of it, she smirks. True. Then she glances at the dragon, who glares back with her arms crossed. You better come back, Elise says to me. Mr. Orange Light misses you. Oh, that's sweet. I miss you too. Elise's rich laughter follows me into our unit. I spend that afternoon and evening working with Bo in the QNet. We only find 2 compromised DES employees, and it's not clear if they're working with the looters or another organization. Scary to think there are other groups out to corrupt DES. The good news is we also dig out all of Lan's stolen research files, which Bo sends to my father. After Soch time, the next day, my mother and I encounter Officer Bo Dory outside our unit. He is also not visiting. I'm tasked with checking the cameras in this part of the base, Dr. Daniels. But it's nice to see my partner after so long. His comment warms my heart. How is the investigation going? Slow. I could use some more help. My mother, the dragon, huffs thick smoke at Bo. Officer Radcliffe says you're doing just fine and have made plenty of progress. He's quite impressed by your efforts. Bo glances at me. Just think how blown away you'd be if I had my partner helping as well. Would have gotten through the security around the looter's base by now. That isn't quite true, but it's sweet of him to say so. We high-five before I'm ushered into my parents' unit. At dinner that night, my father is gushing over the wealth of information about the warrior symbols and hearts in Lan's research files. He's he's all out, giddy. Bo gets all the credit, and I get a "see, he doesn't need you" smirk from my mother. That's fine with me. If they suspect I'm helping, I'm not sure what they'll do, but it won't be pleasant for me. When Soch time concludes the following day, Rance is there to pick up his sons. Before I can leave, he stops me. Scott and Trevor have been enjoying Soch time more since you've returned, he says. The dragon is pleased, but I'm wondering where this is going, so I say, I'm glad they're having fun. I am. I warned them you won't be here for long. Nice. The puff in the dragon's chest deflates slightly. They were so upset that I wondered if you would consider offering self-defense classes to the kids once things settle down. In other words, when we're not in mortal danger. That's a good idea. I would enjoy that. Great! Rance's sons cling to their father's legs, one on each leg. He does giant monster steps down the hallway as he roars. They laugh as they swing forward, urging him to go faster. No wonder the man has thighs of steel. The dragon is no longer pleased, and she hurries me through the hallways. Except Niall is waiting by the housing unit. The threat of full dragon fire is no match for my delight. I jump into his arms and he twirls me around. I laugh. Let me guess, you're not visiting. Wouldn't dream of it. He hugs me tight, blocking me from the dragon. He gives me a quick kiss, too quick, but something slides under my shirt behind my back. It's thin, and I suspect what it might be. No candy? I whisper, pretending to be disappointed. Next time, Mouse. He winks, then lets me go. The dragon wastes no time yanking me into the unit. I'd laugh, but I've contraband under my shirt. I dash for the washroom to extract a picture. It's a pencil drawing of the entire security team, including me. We're standing all in a row like a united front. Behind Bo and Elise is the ghost of Ivan Menz, the officer who died saving my life. We all appear determined and focused. Underneath our boots are squished shadow blobs, and looters cower in fear in the bottom corners. I'm in between Niall and Bo, and even though we are wearing our jumpsuits and weapon belts, if you look closely, Niall and I are holding hands. Even closer, and you can spot the toad sitting on top of Niall's flashlight. The mouse is harder to find. She's on my shoulder, between my neck and my braid hanging down. Both are wearing tiny crowns. The picture is titled, Defending the Galaxy. I love it, and while I know it's supposed to cheer me up, tears well and spill. Once I rein in my emotions, I hang it on the inside of the washroom door, where no one else should see it. Every day after Soch time for the next 5 days, my mother and I run into yet another member of the security team. They give various reasons why they happen to be there. Ho was looking for another unit and got lost. He even asked for directions. Bendix was wearing a training uniform and said he was tired of running laps in security. The sweat stains on his tunic lent authenticity to his story. Morgan was checking on the repairs to the windows that were shattered when the missile exploded above the base. Even Tora, who hates me, found an excuse to not visit me. And Vidon, who I have had almost no interaction with other than at team meetings, I don't even know her first name, Julia. Thanks. Julia said she was waiting for a friend. And wait, I didn't jump when Q supplied information when I didn't ask for it. Guess I'm getting used to it. On day 6, we round the corner and Radcliffe is waiting by the unit. I almost faint with surprise while the dragon shoots fire. Unperturbed, Radcliffe says, I'm here on official business, Ming. I need to talk to you and Spencer. Oh, I'm actually disappointed. The 3 of them go into the conference room, and I head for my room. Perhaps I can get a nap in while they're talking. Except my luck just isn't that good. 20 minutes later, there's a knock on the door. Thad pokes his head in. Your presence is required. Required? Interesting word choice. Curious, I follow my dad to the conference room. The dragon is furious, and I glance at the walls expecting scorch marks. Radcliffe's tense, and Dad is concerned. I'm gestured to sit in a chair facing the 3 adults across the table. Oh boy, this is bad. Beyond bad. They've found out I've been in the QNet. I sink into the chair as the muscles in my legs liquefy. Clutching the chair arms, I dig my nails into the upholstery and brace for the accusations. Miss Lawrence, I'm here at the request of DES, Radcliffe says. I note he said Miss and not junior officer. A part of me mourns, while another is trying to figure out why the DES would send Radcliffe. They don't have the skills to uncover my activities in the QNet. I'm not bragging, just stating a fact. He sets his elbows on the table and leans forward. DES would like you to talk to Jaren. Chapter 7, 2522, 263. I rock back as if I've been slapped. DES wants me to talk to Jaren. Everyone waits as I chase my chaotic thoughts. Why? I'm not having any success in getting information from him. DES believes that you might have more luck. Did they not read the reports where he's tried to kill me twice? I ask. Mom shoots me a you go girl look before returning to staring venomous death at Radcliffe. Radcliffe ignores my comment. They believe your relationship will make him more willing to talk. I refrain from repeating my earlier question. I can't do anything. I'm grounded. DES has overruled your parents on this matter. Oh, wow. That explains my parents' reactions. Is it an order? He meets my gaze. No, it's a request. My choice? I consider it. The thought of seeing Jaren again sets my stomach spinning. When the silence stretches, Radcliffe says, There will be armed officers in the room with you, and he'll be secured. That's the wrong thing to do, I say. If I'm to have any chance of getting him to open up, it has to be just us. No restraints and no recordings. No. Mom hops to her feet. That's too dangerous. I sigh. Still, no trust. I didn't say no weapons. I'll have a pulse gun with me. Does this mean you'll do it? Radcliffe asks. Every cell in my body pushes on me to say absolutely not. Yes. Radcliffe nods, as if he'd known my answer all along. He stands. Let's go. Now? A cold wave of dread washes over me. The sooner the better, Miss Lawrence. Mom jumps to her feet. We'll come with you. Before being grounded, I would have been relieved to have them nearby. No need. But you'll be by yourself, and Jaren... She can't say it. Frustration eclipses my fear over the upcoming encounter. You still don't get it, do you? I ask, but I don't wait for an answer. I won't be alone. I'll be surrounded by my team. All those people who did not visit me over the last 9 days. I glance at Radcliffe. His expression radiates approval. All I have to do is shout, and they'll be in that room in seconds. Nanoseconds, Radcliffe corrects. We share a smile. I follow him from the conference room, but when we reach the door, it won't open. He raises an eyebrow at me. I give him a "don't look at me" half shrug. Mom hurries to open it, and for once, the dragon is nowhere to be seen. That's endangerment, Ming. Radcliffe growls. Fix it before we return, or I'll assume responsibility for Ara. She nods, and we leave. We walk for a while in silence. I debate if I should tell him that she locks me in my room every night. Would he assume responsibility of me then? Do I want him to? Up until this unpleasantness, I'd been living with him. It was an adjustment at first, but I prefer to stay with him. A surprise, I know. Except, I won't get my parents into trouble. Despite all this crazy nonsense, I still love them. Do you have a room that will work? I ask Radcliffe. There's an empty office in security. There's a QNet terminal, but it's never been connected. We'll bring in a table and a couple of chairs while you change into your uniform. No uniform. I gesture to my jeans and t-shirt. This will be better. What about your weapon? I consider it. Can we secure it to the underside of the table, on my side? I quickly add. Out of sight, but not out of reach? Exactly. We share another smile. Huh, could we be having a moment? I looked into gaining custody, Ara, but there was nothing I could legally do, he says. Niall told me, but hearing it from him means so much more. I know. Then I jab him in the arm with my finger. Just don't be surprised when I show up to help the team when things go sideways. I'd be surprised if you didn't. Radcliffe wasn't kidding when he said the office was empty. Only a light blue carpet breaks up the white walls. This is supposed to be Morgan's office, but since she's on the night shift, most of the time she prefers working in mine, Radcliffe says. Bendix and Rance help set up the room. They give me big smiles of hello as they carry in the small rectangular table and 2 plush armchairs. I show Bendix where to secure my pulse gun. Is it weird that I missed my weapon? That I have to squash the desire to croon to it as if it's a baby when I see it? Probably. We test if they can hear me on the other side of the door, so I know just how loud to yell if Jaren attacks. Can I borrow your portable? I ask Radcliffe when the 2 officers leave to fetch Jaren from detention. Why? He asks. I wonder if he doesn't trust me, or it's just his habit to question everything. Probably the latter. Don't worry, I won't be worming. It's a prop. He goes to retrieve it. When he returns and hands it to me, he asks, What's your plan? I don't have one. But he sweeps an arm out. You've been very insistent about this setup. That's because if it was me being questioned, this is how I'd want it. More relaxed. No one recording every twitch and vocal inflection. You know, anything he tells you can't be used in a court of law. It's his word against yours. Do you want answers or evidence? Both. His frustration is clear. But I'll take answers. A pause. You know what information we need. I do. Good. Officers Rance and Bendix will be right outside the door, and will enter with weapons drawn if you need them. Radcliffe leaves before Jaren can spot him. No need to put Jaren on guard. Well, he'll be wary, but hopefully not too much. I hop up on the table and sit cross-legged. Focusing on the portable, I try to distract my frantic heart with cool logic. Nothing is going to happen. Jaren can't do anything. Even if he were to find my weapon, he can't use it on me. Despite this, my heart tries to escape my body via my stomach. Then I try to plan out my questions, but it's impossible to know what he would be willing to tell me, even without a camera recording him. A strange thought invades my mind. Could Q record him through me? Using my eyes and ears? Yes. A shudder rolls through me. Super creepy is putting it mildly. I'd never... Or would I? Jaren is a murdering looter. I don't have to be honest. Do it, please, I say to Q. I brace for weirdness in my head, but nothing changes. At all. Even scarier. The door opens, distracting me, thank the universe, from my freak-out. Bendix and Rance escort Jaren into the room. His wrists are secured behind his back, but a wide grin spreads on his face when he spots me on the table. Fear climbs my throat, leaving a dry, bitter taste in my mouth. Officer Tightpants must be desperate to try this. Jaren chortles with glee. Bendix removes the handcuffs and says, "We'll be right outside." Yes, they will. And I trust my team with my life. I channel my inner guardian lion and settle my nerves. I hop off the table and hand Bendix the portable. Thanks, guys. Jaren smirks at me once we're alone. His beard is ungroomed and bushy, and his shoulder-length hair is straggly and greasy. He's wearing a neon green detention jumpsuit. The bright color is guaranteed to be seen from orbit. He's 21 years older than me, and has been very busy murdering and looting during those years. I sweep my hand out, gesturing to the room. There are no cameras or microphones in here. The QNet terminal is disconnected, and there's no portable. I pull back my hair and expose my ears. No tangs. Whatever you say in here can't be used against you. Tipping my head to the chair in front of the table, I say, "Have a seat." He sits, then shakes his head. "You know this won't work. There's no way I can trust you. You tricked me. Twice." I plop in the seat behind the table. You deserved it. You tried to kill me. Twice. Leaning back, he laughs. Eventually his humor fades, and he stares at me. And he looks rather puzzled. "Stars, you're so young." He wipes a hand over his face. "I knew you were smart and a fast learner. But where in hell did you learn how to worm like that?" His question gives me an idea. How about a deal? I'll answer your questions if you answer mine. Quid pro quo? Is that your grand plan? I don't have a plan. I shouldn't even be here with you. But you were right. DES is desperate. I reserve the right not to incriminate myself. All right. To answer your question, I learned how to worm like that from Chief Hashi the chief navigator of the interstellar class spaceship that brought me to planet Yulin. I did an internship while on board, and she taught me how to navigate the star roads.
You did an internship?
Jaren doesn't sound convinced. That is your second question. And yes, I did. I huff, but then grudgingly admit, it was to keep me occupied and out of the brig.
Ah, that makes more sense.
Then he pauses.
Still doesn't really explain the level you achieved in such a short time.
As you said, I'm smart and a fast learner. Plus, I was motivated. Now it's my turn. Why did you target certain warriors?
He tisks. You know why. Ask me something harder.
Why would I know? He shouldn't know that I suspect the reason for the warriors. No one has sent my theories to DES. Now he sighs.
Because you managed to put together enough information from Lan's research files, which you shouldn't have done, since I sent you bits and pieces of crap.
He peers at me, giving me the I know there's something you're not telling me squint. So, he was monitoring us since the beginning.
I only have a theory. Well, there's your answer.
He shakes his head.
I bet no one believes you.
Now he laughs.
It is rather unbelievable, and hearing it from a kid.
Another chuckle. I bite down on my I'm not a kid retort, as it lacks the proper snappiness. I change tactics instead. Did you figure out how the warriors worked before Lan? Or did she share her results with you?
When I contacted her after my lengthy stay in detention on planet Sucho, and she shattered my heart, she felt bad.
He gave a sardonic pout.
So she shared her research with me, as a we-can-still-be-friends move. At the time, she hadn't made any big discoveries, and I actually helped her with a few connections. Until I figured out the true purpose of the artifacts and uncovered the factory.
He taps his chest right above his heart.
Then she was on her own. Took her years to catch up to me, and I may have...
He spread his hands.
Sent her a few false leads along the way.
Except for the false leads, his explanation is as we suspected. But you weren't alone. You had help from Ursi Bear, Orson V, Fordell Peck, and Warwick Nolt, right?
Yes. They are the real criminals. I was duped and forced to be a part of their team.
There's a gleam in Jaren's eyes. No doubt he's lying, and laughing at me. I'm missing something. It's important. I'm all over what I know of Jaren. Then it hits me. They don't exist, I say. They're all pseudonyms. They're all you.
Don't be ridiculous.
But it's weak and unconvincing. He gives me a hard stare. How did you change your style? Some of those programs are amazingly complex. No way one person could construct them. Or rather, one person without the help of the QNet. He's pleased by the flattery, which is more evidence I'm right, but he says,
I believe it's my turn to ask questions. Did you find the factory before or after those looters broke into the pits?
Before. And because I can't resist, I add, I was sitting on the hatch when you first arrived. I'd covered it before you finished drilling through the walls.
Not me.
Although his gaze sears my skin with its intensity.
I wasn't there, but it sounds like the person in charge should have killed you then and saved themselves a lot of trouble.
He wasn't very bright, I goad. How did you get so good at worming in the QNet when DES was keeping an eye on you? He pauses, as if weighing how much to tell me. I wonder if his ego is warring with his tendency to brag. Young Jaren would brag.
You had your Chief Hashi. I had mine. And once you really put your heart into getting better, it's just a matter of time. Years, actually, doing nothing else. Which is why your new skills are so suspicious. Perhaps Officer Tightpants should be investigating you. I choke on a laugh. I was on probation, remember? But I consider his comments about the hearts. Could it be that touching a warrior heart makes you better with the Q-net? That's something we can test. My turn. How did you defeat Lan's demons? He asks. It takes me a moment to connect Lan's demons to the shadow blobs. I can't think of a reason not to tell him. We won't be able to trick his people with a fake shadow blob ambush again, so I tell him how we figured it out and built the emitters. It was a team effort. He grunts, clearly unhappy that we saved everyone on the base. At least we saved them for now. It's a good reminder that he's a murdering looter, and he has lots of blood on his hands, including Lan's. Did you know you would be allowing Lan's demons into our dimension when you started destroying warriors? I ask. I didn't destroy warriors, but I can speculate on the reasons why someone might. Warriors are heavy and hard to transport without breaking. The looters only needed certain ones for their plans. In order to reach those, they had to clear a section through and around other ones before grabbing the vital ones. It didn't seem dangerous at the time. There are a number of collapsed pits on the 22 warrior planets and no signs of demons in any of them. Jaren picks a stray piece of lint off his pants. When the looters started their plans, they targeted the closed warrior planets where no one would know what was going on. Also, there wasn't a need to destroy any warriors on those planets. They didn't have to be fast. There was no one there to stop them. Those satellites are a joke. Easy to worm into, as you know. I sense where this is going. But then you focused on the 10 active warrior planets. Yes, the plan for the active planets was to steal only the important warriors from a few pits for the network. They could get the others later. They started with Shinji, but realized with Lan in the base, she'd figure out why only certain warriors were taken. So they destroyed all of them. Oh, so he didn't purposely release the shadow blobs on Shinji. Good to know. He rubs his face again, as if wiping away the memories. The looters didn't realize what was happening until Shinji started sending alarming reports about a serial killer. The looters returned and spotted Lan's demons, but there was nothing they could do to stop them. Except maybe warn the scientists. Help them evacuate. I can't keep the outrage from my voice. The door opens and Bendix sticks his head in. 15-minute check. Is everything okay? Yes, I say, even though I'm not okay. How could he do that to Lan? Bendix closes the door. You wanted them all to die? I ask in a calmer voice. I wasn't there, but I would guess there was a meeting among the looters and their backers about what to do. They decided that it would be easier to access the warriors if the research bases were empty. Easier? Easier for you to kill all those people? Jaren frowns. Not us. Lan's demons, the aliens. That was his first slip-up, saying us and not them. So, you used the demons to do your dirty work and attacked Yulin next, then Taishan, Wuan, and Ulankub. He looks at me in surprise. What's next? Richin? Qingyang? Pingliang? Nongxiang? All four? That's 1,400 more people and children for you to kill. Rising from his seat with his hands in fists, he stares at me. I keep my hands on my lap. If he so much as twitches in my direction, I'm going to grab my weapon. But after a few seconds, he settles back in the chair. What about Sucho? Did you... But then I remember he'd been on Sucho when he discovered the warrior hearts and true function of the warriors. Did he steal a heart? Or have to sneak around to wake the warriors? That would have been hard. So he recruited co-conspirators. Only the techs and archaeologists work in the pits. I snapped my fingers. That was your first base of ops. Are we to assume everyone there is working for you? It's my turn to ask questions. His voice is flat and hard. Pleased about guessing right, I lean back. After the satellite over Yulin was destroyed, how did you know the looters were coming to the research base? They were on the other side of the planet, which I'm sure Officer Tightpants figured out from the missile's trajectory. But they flew in so they wouldn't be spotted by the field teams until too late. Oh no, a question that is difficult, if not impossible, to answer. I can't tell the full truth, but I can't lie. So I improvise. We had someone watching your base. Who? Q. I don't know. Officer Radcliffe's in charge of security. He warned us there were incoming shuttles, and we put his plan into action. And it was a thing of beauty, too. Until I was caught. But that had nothing to do with Radcliffe's genius strategy. Before Jaren can ask another question, I say, you must have quite the network set up. Lots of people and benefactors footing the bill. How did you manage to keep all your activities under wraps for so long? There are 3 words that keep everyone quiet, because they know once we have the network set up, we'll own the galaxy. Another slip. His megalomania is showing. It doesn't take me long to figure out those 3 words. No time dilation. He frowns. And I would have stayed quiet if you had kept your promise the first time and come with me. With your worming skills, you would have been highly prized in our organization. You stood to earn millions of credits. Anger flares in his brown eyes. Instead, you escaped and told Officer Tightpants about me. According to DES, I'm supposed to be on Sucho, 42 E-years away. He grins, but there is no humor in it. Unless you think I look really great for an 88-year-old. No? He sighs. One mistake. One fucking mistake. But we still kept it from DES until... How in the hell did you break through my blockade? I followed you. He fists his hands again. No way you could have. Even a navigator couldn't get through without years of experience. I had help. Who? That idiot Dory? He's like a fat caterpillar trying to squeeze through a screen door. He is my partner and a damn fine wormer, I say hotly. Yeah, well, good luck trying to reach DES now. He's smug. It doesn't matter. The damage is done. DES knows about you and what you've been doing. He doesn't reply. If anything, he appears even smugger. Is that a word? Ooh, I draw out. Do you think your colleagues stopped that information from spreading beyond our initial contacts in DES? His smug expression fades as uncertainty creeps in. I tap a finger on my chin as if thinking, it's possible they did, which means it's a good thing we re-established communications with DES. Jaren's on his feet. Nasty trick, but I'm not falling for it, Lyra. My name is Ara. You killed Lyra, remember? And I'm not lying. But your confidence that we couldn't breach your blockade a second time tells me that you have a couple navigators on your payroll, I'm guessing. But only they would have the skills. Jaren lunges for me with his hands outstretched. Without thought, I yank my pulse gun from the holder underneath the table and aim it at him.
He jerks to a stop 30 centimeters from me. You lied to me. Again. I didn't lie. I said no cameras, microphones, connected terminal, portables, or tangs, but I never said no weapons. Jaren straightens and crosses his arms. This interview is over. But I have one last question. You told me before that you don't want DES to win, that you'd do anything so they don't. Because of you, hundreds of people have died, and you've endangered the entire galaxy. Did you ever consider that it isn't DES that would win, but the entire human race? That you could have been a hero? That everyone would have respected and adored you for being a part of the discovery of the century? He refuses to answer. Now Lan will be that hero, and you'll be a murdering looter, rotting away in detention for the rest of your life. And you? I won't be grounded anymore. I hope. He laughs. How humble. You paint a nice picture, Ara. But you haven't won. The looters might be experiencing a setback, but it's too late for DES to do anything. My incarceration is temporary. You should enjoy your time with your parents while you can. Logically, I know he's just trying to scare me. Emotionally, he's doing a good job of it. I swallow down my fear. Do you really think your looters will rescue you? You lost 16 people after your first attack, and 51 after your second, both of which were utter failures. Why would they risk more of their own people? Are you even valuable to them anymore? They know how to use the warriors. You've no idea how valuable I am. Spoken like a true megalomaniac. Because of the superworming thing? You don't think your navigators can do it, even though they taught you? No response. I snap my fingers. Oh, I get it now. You're valuable because only you know how to worm through the warrior portals. Another guess. His reaction is instant. Diving over the table, he tackles me. I shout as we hit the floor. My pulse gun is wedged between us, and I can't press the trigger. Jaren's hands are wrapped around my neck. His expression promises murder as my air cuts off. Chapter 8, 25-22, 263. Jaren presses his thumbs into my neck, squeezing my windpipe closed. Then Bendix and Rance appear behind him. They each grab one of his arms and yank him off me, pulling him away. They force him to the ground and secure his hands behind his back. The speed of their counterattack is impressive. I suck in great gulps of air. "Are you okay?" Rance asks. His knee is in the small of Jaren's back, and he's leaning on Jaren's shoulders, pressing him down even though Jaren isn't struggling to get up. "Yeah," I croak as Bendix helps me to my feet. I rub my shoulder and the back of my head. The pain isn't as sharp as it could have been. Yay for carpets. Radcliffe arrives and scans the room. Both chairs are lying on their sides. "What happened?" Jaren took offense to the fact that he's not as valuable as he thinks he is, I say. My voice still has a bit of a rasp. Radcliffe's laser focus is on my throat, and his inner guardian lion just about roars. "Did he hurt you?" "No," although I wonder what Radcliffe would do if I said yes. "Take him back to detention," Radcliffe orders Bendix and Rance. After Jaren is gone, he says to me, "We need to debrief." But it's a necessary evil, so I trail him to his office. Except, when we are there, I spot his extra terminal and stop. Q would be able to give him an extract transcript. "What's wrong?" he asks. "I have a good memory. Can I access the QNet and put everything I remember into a file for you?"
Your parents instructed me not to allow you to use the QNet. I give him the let's be real look. Fine. How about I use your portable then? If we're all going to pretend I can't access QNet anywhere, then this is a nice workaround. All right. He hands me his portable. I sit in front of his desk with it in my lap. This might take a while. He makes a non-committal sound, then stands. I'm going to get some coffee. You want some? Love some. No caffeine when you're grounded? Nope. And no sweets either, unless my father is trying to bribe me. Being grounded is a punishment, after all. How's it compared to probation? I glance up at him. There's amusement in his gaze. Do you think you can arrange for me to be on probation again? He smiles. Do you think I can catch you illegally worming again? Not anymore, but I suspect that's not the reason he's asking. Only if I let you. Do you think my parents would allow me to be on probation? His amusement fades. No, not yet. Maybe in a few weeks. Do we even have a few weeks? I think so. The longer they wait, the more we'll relax, or so they'll think. They're going to be more cautious since we beat them twice. But that's for me to worry about. I'll be right back. Take your time, I say, just to make him smile. After he leaves, I access the QNet and ask Q to please transcribe the interview with Jaren. Video? No, just what we said, thanks. It'll be too creepy for both of us if I share the video. Q fills a file with our conversation, and I add in my thoughts and impressions. Radcliffe, taking more time than grabbing a couple cups requires, returns, and the heavenly smell of coffee reaches me. He sits behind his desk and hands me a steaming mug. He's content to sip his coffee while I finish the file. When it's done, I hand him the portable. There's a file with a transcript, I say. Now it's my turn to sip my hot beverage as he reads through the file. I watch his expressions over the rim of my mug. Is he going to get mad that I obviously used the QNet to put together the report? When he's done, he leans back and taps his finger on the portable screen. How accurate is this transcript? It's exact. I've a really good memory. Then how come you couldn't remember to put your boots away when you lived with me? I must have tripped over the damn things a dozen times. I missed you too. He barks out a laugh, surprising us both. Then he glances at the portable again. Your interrogation style was rather unique. I'm not sure about telling him how to defeat the Holfs, but can't see the harm since his colleagues can worm into DES to get the information anyway. I am surprised he said as much as he did. Radcliffe drums his fingers on the portable. Seems Jaren supports your theory about the warrior portals. I don't think I've gotten better with the QNet since touching the heart, but I'll ask the rest of our team. Our team. Those two lovely little words warm my insides. Officer Dory, though, has improved quite a bit. He squints at me. I try to appear innocent. Not my best look. Perhaps you should assign him to search for those navigators working with Jaren. Was that a guess, or do you know something? A guess. As far as the QNet is concerned, the navigators have the deepest access and the most experience with all aspects of the QNet. Well, not all. He created those other superwormers to cover his tracks. He's obviously a prodigy with the QNet. He is a dagger in my side. I can't help it. I laugh. And that's amusing to you? Radcliffe is not amused. No, it's scary. It's just... I clear my throat. It's sore. The QNet dislikes him. There. I said it. I meet his gaze. Is he going to call me crazy?
Radcliffe doesn't say anything for a long time. Finally, he says, "The QNet has good instincts." "What about your comment at the end, the one that caused Jaren to attack you? Was that another guess?"
"Yes. Officer Dory and I had such a hard time worming away into the looters' base. And while I've been grounded, I've had lots of time to think. It makes sense if they don't leave any gaps between their base and the QNet, that maybe they were using the warrior portals to communicate." I rubbed my neck. His reaction confirmed it.
"Yes, there's quite a bit of information to dissect. I suppose you would want to open a warrior portal and test it out."
"Yes, and Bo and I might be able to find out what the looters are planning to do. If we know when their next strike will be, Radcliffe raises his hand. "One thing at a time. Time is no longer on our side, Officer Radcliffe."
"I understand, but I won't risk people's lives without a damn good reason."
He gets a faraway look on his face.
"I suppose you'll want to go back to Pit 21.
"No. Pit 21 goes to planet Don Guan, and the looters are there. I think we should find a pit that connects to another active warrior planet like Regin. We can send the archaeologists a message and warn them to expect us." Radcliffe has this strange, pained expression.
"We wouldn't even know which of our pits goes to Regin. We haven't opened them all yet."
"Pit 39. I swallow. Do I tell him? He seemed okay with Q not liking Jaren, unless he was just playing along. "It's Pit 39. Another super long pause. "And which pit on planet Regin would we arrive in?" he asks very slowly. "Pit 9. "Pit 9. Radcliffe inserts his tangs and focuses on the screen on his desk. He's checking my answer, which means he'll need to access the chart Niall and I created when we worked on matching the alien symbol combinations to warrior planets. I ask Q to help him along, or else this might take a while. The file is in my mother's Q cluster. Draining the rest of my coffee, I wonder if I could get another cup. Or maybe I should visit Bo. His office is just through the door on the left. "Pit 9, Radcliffe says. Then he disentangles and stares at me. Hard. My QNet skills have suddenly improved, and you must have a really good memory." I try a smile. It's weak. "I do." He heaves a sigh.
"I'll consider your plan. Progress. In the meantime, I'll escort you back to your parents."
All good feelings drain out of me. "Already?"
"It's almost dinner time."
I perk up.
"We still have much to discuss about Jaren's comments. It's something we can talk about over dinner. Please? My mom's cooking is not as good as yours. No one's is." "Aha. Do you think appealing to my ego will work?"
"Did it?" I'm hopeful. He softens.
"Come on, I'll make your favorite Italian dish."
"Yay! Wait, how do you know my favorite?"
"By how clean your plate is when you've finished your third helping, and the way your face lights up when I serve it."
"Wow, you're observant. Perhaps you should consider a career in law enforcement."
"Smartass,"
he says. But it's more a term of endearment than a barb.
"And it'll be nice to get more out of Niall than one-word answers."
Now I'm giddy. Seeing Niall is a bonus. We hurry to our unit so Niall doesn't spot me and ruin the surprise. Radcliffe sends a message to my parents to avoid them showing up and demanding my return. They're not invited to dinner, but instead are told all is well and to expect me around 2000 hours. I help Radcliffe make dinner. Well,
I fetch ingredients and turn on the oven. There's a few things from my talk with Jaren that are replaying in my mind, along with some of Radcliffe's comments. After he puts the manicotti in the oven to bake, I ask him about the looters' base. Are you going to send someone to watch the looters, in case they send another wave of soldiers to attack us? He leans on the edge of the counter. Should I? The last time you had an alarm set up with the Q-net. True. But now you know. Radcliffe waits for me to finish. Typical. I take a breath. You know there can't be a program to sound an alarm if there's no way inside their communications. Plus, our satellite is gone. That alarm was just Q letting me know we had incoming. How do you know it's not part of the program you wrote to keep you safe from Jaren? The one that erased you from the camera feeds? That's a big stretch. However, if that's what he wants to focus on, it's better than thinking I'm crazy. Still. You trust it? I trust you. My legs lock in place, which is a good thing. Talk about unexpected. Thanks. He pierces me with one of his chief of security stares. Don't let me down. Yes, sir. Radcliffe nods, then heads to his room to get some work done before dinner. I go to my bedroom to drink in the colorful works of art Niall's mother painted. They're soothing to my soul. My uniform is lying on the bed, where I'd left it 15 days ago. I run a finger over the embroidery, tracing my last name. The strange sense that I'm standing on an edge, looking down from a great height, unbalances me. I sit on my bed. 2/3 of a year ago, I was on Shinji, whining about staying behind and having no clue what I really wanted to do, other than a career as a criminal mastermind. Becoming a security officer was not on my list, and now I'm sad because I can't be one until I turn 18. Times have certainly changed. Although being a navigator is still very appealing, except if we stop the looters, then DES can take over their warrior network. It'll change everything. Though I wonder if traveling through the Warrior Express would be as easy as stepping from one side to the other. Would a person need to touch a warrior heart first in order to travel? Or would they need a navigator? If not, would the navigators be upset to no longer be needed? They have a stressful job, but there's no comparison to the awesomeness of navigating the star roads. Thinking of the navigators, I wonder if Jaren's navigators are just biding their time, waiting for the perfect moment to sabotage the Warrior Express. After all, those warriors are fragile, and that leads to the question of why there are so many in one pit if you only need 8 key warriors to go to another planet. Protection. From the shadow blobs? Yes. But the looters have been using the portals with only the 8 warriors, right? Yes. I don't understand. Blobs stronger than 8 break through in time. Oh, my stars. I must admit, my initial reaction is thinking it could be a good thing, as they'll kill all those murdering looters. But I'm not that bloodthirsty. Really. I'm sure there are innocents working for them. Plus, that's many more shadow blobs in our dimension. How much time? Unknown. Breach is dependent on number of crossings. The more the looters use the weaker portals with only 8 warriors, the greater the chance of the shadow blobs getting through? Yes, portals will weaken with each crossing, unless there's all 1,400 warriors, and 48, yes. That's scary. Jaren's been destroying thousands of warriors. What about the reconstructed warriors? Will they work?
If they have hearts. Too bad we don't know how to make more hearts. Factories.
We have the equipment?
Yes.
That's something to figure out later. For now, how do I convince anyone about this new deadly wrinkle? I can't even get Radcliffe to test a portal. Speak of the devil, Radcliffe appears in my doorway.
Can you set the table?
I clamp down on hysterical giggles. Our galaxy is about to be invaded, but it'll have to wait until after I set the table.
Ara?
Yes, coming. I hop off the bed. I'll ask Q more questions later. For now, I set the table while Radcliffe finishes getting dinner ready. When the door to the unit opens, I move to a corner of the kitchen where Niall can't see me. Dad, he calls.
Yes?
I'm not hungry tonight. I'm going to pass and crash for a few hours instead, Niall says. I'm about to say something when Radcliffe puts his finger to his lips, stopping me.
Get your ass in here right now, boy. That's an order.
Although his tone is harsh, Radcliffe gives me a conspiratorial wink. Niall makes an exaggerated huff and storms into the kitchen.
You can't order me to...
He spots me. Surprise!
Mouse!
And then I'm in his arms, with my legs wrapped around his waist. My world fills with Niall. His scent and touch banish all my worries over shadow blobs and looters. For now, Radcliffe clears his throat and Niall sets me down. We're both grinning like a couple of lovesick teenagers. Yes, I know that's what we are, but you gotta admit, we're more mature than your average teens. Shadow blobs and looters tend to make you grow up in a hurry.
Sit down before it gets cold.
Radcliffe fills 3 plates, but instead of joining us at the table, he picks his up.
I've lots of work to catch up on.
He gives me his intense look.
Don't forget, you have to be back at 2000.
I won't.
Good. Niall, you can escort her. Tell the dragon she'll have a complete report in the morning.
Yes, sir. Niall's trying hard not to laugh. I press my lips together to keep the giggles trapped inside. Once Radcliffe's bedroom door closes, we both lose control of our laughter. Radcliffe called my mother the dragon. Who came up with that nickname? You or your father? Dad did. He finally encountered someone more stubborn than him. And just my luck, it's my mother. Then I realize that Radcliffe is actually being thoughtful. He's giving me and Niall some privacy.
How did my dad manage to temporarily spring you? Niall asks.
In between bites, I wasn't lying, Radcliffe's cooking is the best. I explain about interviewing Jaren. I skip the part about the attack. Talking to Jaren must have been stressful. You okay? Niall asks. Yeah, well, I rub my neck. I wasn't thrilled about the idea, but Bendix and Rance had my back. So DES was actually right. You got more out of them than my dad, Niall says. I shrug. I goaded him with my guesses. I'm not sure how any of this information will help us if your dad isn't going to let me test a portal. Niall pauses, with his fork in mid-air. You. Remembering my promise, I rush to add, us. I sweep my silverware in a circle. As in security, the astrophysicists, and my parents. Uh-huh. I change the subject, asking about what I've missed. Niall fills me in on the looters in the pits, telling me a story about Elise motivating them to work faster. She put them into teams, and the first team to finish reconstructing a warrior gets a prize. Laughing, I ask, what's the prize? Dessert. I approve. There's many things I would do for dessert. He's in the middle of regaling me with another story when he stops abruptly. What's wrong with your neck? He asks. Automatically, I touch it. Nothing. Why? You keep rubbing it. What's that? He reaches over the table and tips up my chin. Bruises. Oh. Oh? He stands. What happened? I goaded Jaren one too many times. I should have told you, but I just wanted us to enjoy dinner and my last couple of hours of freedom. He relaxes. I wouldn't have been mad at you. I know. I really hate that guy. I know. I do too. So let's not talk about him anymore. All right. He sits down, and we finish eating. After cleaning up the dishes, we collapse on the couch. He tucks me under his arm, and I lean against him. One of his sketchbooks is on the coffee table, and it reminds me. Thanks for the picture, I say. I love it. It's fantastic. Did you manage to smuggle it past the dragon? Yes. I'll give you a few more to take back with you if you like. Instead of answering, I straddle his lap and kiss him. It's a long, deep kiss, one that I've been dreaming of doing since we parted. I rake my fingers through his hair, and I'm rewarded with a low, sexy groan. By the time we come up for air, I'm lying on the couch with Niall beside me. I'm guessing that's a yes for more pictures, he says, a bit breathless. It would be a yes for much more, but Radcliffe is in the next room. My answer is to reclaim his lips, and we don't bother talking for a long while. Our time together ends far too soon. After straightening our clothes and hair and saying goodnight to Radcliffe, Niall and I stop in his unit. He fishes a couple smaller pictures from the tube he'd tried to give me on my first day of being grounded. One has fuzzy bunnies with weapons. They're peeking out from under something, curtains maybe. I peer at it in confusion until it hits me. It's a blanket. Dust bunny assassins. Small, but mighty. He cocks his head. Like you. Hey, I'm taller than my mother. Rance's son Trevor is taller than your mother. That doesn't count. The next drawing is just 6 rows of 10 squares with numbers inside each one. The numbers start at 254 and go to 314. A countdown? I smile. Day 314 is my 18th birthday. He gives me a piece of black chalk. You X out each day. Go ahead and update it. Starting at day 254, I cross out 9 squares, and I have to admit, it feels good. Fun. The last picture is the two of us. We're standing back to back and wearing our security jumpsuits, holding flashlights out as if we're puffing shadow blobs. We have serious expressions. There's a tiny mouse on Niall's shoulder who's also shining a flashlight. I search and find the toad, equally armed, on my weapon belt. I look at Niall. Is this from when we first fought the shadow blobs together? Yeah, but without the techs and other officers. With only you being able to see the enemy, this is how I felt, that you had my back. Oh, that's sweet. I wrap my arms around his neck and go up on my tiptoes to give him a kiss. Thanks. Niall helps me hide the drawings under my shirt before we head back to my parents' unit. We hold hands, and I practically drag my feet. You can't be late or we'll both be in trouble, Niall says, pulling me along. When we arrive, Niall squeezes my hand before letting go. 51 more days, Mouse. You can make it. At one point in my life, 51 days wouldn't have seemed that long. But life has become precious, and every day is important. I press my palm to the lock. The door opens. I've mixed emotions. If they didn't fix the lock, I could have ratted them out to Radcliffe. My parents are sitting in the living area. Mom jumps to her feet and glances at the clock. We're 2 minutes early, but she still looks unhappy to see Niall with me. Too bad. Where's your father? Mom asks Niall.
He's working. He'll send you a report about the interview in the morning. He turns to me. Night mouse. And then he's gone, taking all the colors with him. I head to my room.
Wait, Mom says. What happened with Jaren? Did he talk to you?
I stop with my hand on the doorknob. You can read the full account in the morning. I'm going to bed. Entering the room, I shut the door behind me, being careful not to slam it. Then, I wait. Will my mother come in and demand the story now? Or will my father enter with something sweet to bribe me? Lyra would have sat down with her parents as soon as she returned home and told them everything that happened. Ara is still pissed at being grounded. When no one taps on my door, I go into the washroom and carefully remove my contraband. Hanging the new pictures with the other one on the washroom's door, I step back and admire the collection. Then I change into my pajamas and go to bed. Instead of sleeping, I connect to Q to see if I can discover who Jaren's navigators are. It was a guess, but his reaction meant it was a good one. I could further investigate the likelihood of shadow blobs breaking through the looters' portals, but in that case, I can't do anything other than warn them. Would I warn them? Right now, I can't contact them, but I expect that to change. After a few minutes of contemplation, I decide that yes, I would warn them. I am one of the good guys after all. I return to the problem of the navigators. I consider what I know of Jaren. When he arrived on Shinji, he was 13 years old and already good with worming. He claimed to have been taught by Warwick Nolt on his previous home, planet Kaiping. Since the name is just an alias for Jaren, then who did he really learn from? I pull up the personnel records for Kaiping's research base and start going through the list. I find a teenager that was 2 years older than Jaren, named Rick Nullwart. It's not hard to rearrange the letters in his name to come up with Warwick Nolt. Jaren may be a genius with the QNet, but he's not very creative. Reading through Nullwart's file, I scan the list of his infractions that start out minor and escalate until Nullwart is spending more time in detention than at Soch time. In fact, Nullwart was serving a 90-day sentence when Jaren left for planet Shinji. Jaren probably couldn't say goodbye to his friend. I wonder if this was when Jaren started hating DES. Asking Q to find the interstellar-class spaceship Jaren traveled on to Shinji, I ask it to please list the navigators who were working during that time. While Q is digging out the information, I mull over why a navigator would help Jaren. The job is highly technical, and only the very best pass the rigorous training, the full mental evaluation, and background tests that are all required to become a navigator. No matter if it's an interstellar, exploratory, or protector-class spaceship, they each only employ 4 navigators. Working 8-hour shifts, they rotate their schedule, so they each get a couple days off. They, along with the captain of the spaceship, are granted full access to the QNet, a rarity. Only the highest level of DES has that access. I remember how overwhelmed I was when I first entered the QNet with Chief Hashi during my brief internship. The vastness stretched toward infinity, and the star road streaked through it like silver rivers of liquid starlight. I wonder if I could pass all the requirements to become a navigator. Probably. Captain Harrison did say I'm a strong candidate. But what if I really wanted to become one and failed? Groaning into my pillow, I can't believe I didn't think of it sooner. Navigators wouldn't teach Jaren how to be a better wormer and how to build complex blockades around planets. No, they're the good guys, too. It has to be someone or a few people who failed
and are bitter about it, blaming DES. They would have the skills, but not the access, unless they wormed through the restrictions. It also makes sense when you consider that if the Warrior Express becomes the new way to travel, it would put all those navigators out of work. Like a resentful, if I can't have it, neither can you, taunt. Q lists the navigators on Jaren's ship. However, what I need now will be harder to find. I'm guessing that Jaren connected with these disgruntled people while he was living on Suzhou. Did he meet someone on the planet? Or find them in the QNet? I doubt there is a support group for failed navigators. What would they do instead of navigating? They would be very skilled with using the QNet. Unfortunately, there are a ton of jobs in DES where having those qualifications is required. Do you know who is working with Jaren? I ask Q. Why not try it? No. But they're using you. They hide. Right. I forgot Q can only access what humans have inputted, even if the information is false. Which means I'm gonna have to do math. I'm also going to assume Jaren hooked up with his partners in crime during his time on Suzhou. So, I pull up the messages Lan sent me while I was in the 50-year time jump between planets Shinji and Yulin. Jaren contacted her in 2503 and learned the love of his life was married with children. From his comments during our interview, she might have shared her findings with him soon after. In 2520, she messaged me her exciting news about translating the 8 rows of symbols on the alien octagon that my dad found on Shinji and I reconstructed. And 128 days later, Shinji went silent. That was quick. I'd bet Jaren was worried Lan would share her research with other scientists and they'd figure out the real reason for the Warriors, which also explains why he stole all the data files from Shinji. He didn't know she'd sent me a copy of her research, or that I'd be able to get any useful information from the recovered files he sent us to keep us busy until he could silence us as well. I do more math and figure out that Jaren first attacked us 51 days after we landed on Yulin. In any case, he probably hooked up with his QNet teachers after he was released from detention on Suzhou and during those next few years. I asked Q to search for names of people who had failed navigator school and were working on Suzhou at the same time as Jaren, and to please look for any interactions between them. It's quite the task and will take Q time, so I finally go to sleep. Mom wakes me at the crack of too early to care what time it is. I shuffle to the washroom. My head weighs 1,000 kilograms, and my brain is fast asleep. But I'm jerked to full awareness when the harsh white lights illuminate the bruises on my neck. Oh boy, the dragon will spot them in a heartbeat. Wishing to avoid the drama, at least through breakfast, I dig in my bureau and find an old turtleneck. Since Yulin is warmer than Shinji, I've forgotten about it. I put it on. It's soft and chases away the early morning chill. The dragon notices the turtleneck when I sit down to eat, but only asks about the report. It's not here yet. When will Tay send it? I shrug. Don't know. Then focus on my reconstituted eggs and a white pasty goo that might be oatmeal or could be spackle. Without being told, I go to Mom's office to pretend to do schoolwork. I stare at Q solving calculus problems for me. Believe it or not, I can do algebra, calculus, and trigonometry. I just prefer not to. It occurs to me that even if I'd planned to become a navigator, I'd never use the calculus I learned to do my job. No one is ever going to say, "Ara, quick, calculate the derivative. The fate of the galaxy depends on it." Q has that all figured out already, so why bother wasting time learning it?
It teaches you how to solve problems.
I grudgingly agree. That's a handy skill, one I've used many times, but it's not enough to rouse me from my post-breakfast stupor. After an hour of staring, I check in with Bo.
"Hey, partner," he says, sounding way too chipper.
"Hi, what have you been doing?"
"I've been working on finding the superwormers, but Radcliffe told me Jaren may have used those names to cover his identity, and the people don't really exist."
"The names are fake, but he has help, I'm sure of it." I explain about my late-night epiphany of washed-out navigators. I've Q working on who might have been bitter enough to help Jaren. They might not be on Suzhou, though. There's a long pause. "What's wrong?" I ask Bo.
"I've also been working on identifying potential DES traitors. However, some of the names in our file are highlighted, and these names are not active DES employees, but ex-employees."
That makes sense. Jaren hates DES, so he would conspire with fellow disgruntled people who hate DES.
"I agree with that logic."
A beat.
"Except that's not what the suspected looter-colluder program was supposed to do." "Are you worming into the file and adding these names?"
I'm not going to lie to my partner. It's not me, Bo. Q must be adding them.
"Correct."
The silence extends so long that I begin to worry.
"I thought the QNet won't interfere. We didn't ask it to access ex-employees."
Good point. Why did you add these names? I ask Q, letting Bo hear my question so he doesn't think I'm ignoring him.
"Time critical. Need more help."
Bo yelps.
"Stars! Did you hear that?"
Icy fear pumps through my body. Yes, that's Q. Now be quiet. How critical? I ask Q. Are the looters coming? Do we need to prepare for an attack?
Unknown.
I almost yell at Q in frustration.
How can you not know?
Instead, I take a few deep breaths and look on the bright side. At least Bo has to believe me now about Q.
"I thought the QNet knew everything,"
Bo says to me.
"No one knows everything."
Bo curses.
"Stop doing that!"
Jaren confirmed my guess about the looters using the portals to communicate. What if their network of communications is not a part of the QNet at all, but something completely separate?
Correct.
And that means if the looters decide to attack us and don't use the shuttles or anything connected to the QNet, I won't get a warning. They'll be able to surprise us.
Correct.
Chapter 9, 2522-264.
What's going on?
Bo asks.
Why is the QNet talking to me?
It's talking to us. Welcome to the insanity. If they don't send you for a full mental health evaluation, I'm gonna be very upset.
Ara, focus.
What does it mean? Time's critical and it doesn't know when we might be attacked? I explained to Bo about the looters communicating using a system that's not connected to the QNet. We can't rely on Q to alert us to an attack. Radcliffe needs to know right away.
On it,
Bo says. He disentangles. I'm once again staring at the screen in my mom's office. My thoughts whirl around all the possibilities. The desert surrounding the base is vast. If the looters come on foot, we'd have a hard time spotting them until they were really close. Not a comforting thought.
Lunchtime,
Mom says, interrupting my morose thoughts. I'm distracted at Soch time. One solution keeps popping up. We need to evacuate to another planet using the portals. Except, what's to stop the looters from following us? Nothing. But at least we'd know which direction they were coming from. Or would we? How many warrior planets have the looters taken control of? I'd assume all the closed planets, and the ones that have gone silent. But what about the 42 that haven't been discovered yet? And I thought I was scared before. Thinking that the looters might have already claimed all but 4 warrior planets. Sucho is an unknown at this point. I'm almost paralyzed with terror. At least there won't be shadow blobs on the majority of them. Or would there? If I were to set up a Warrior Express transportation network, I'd move the warriors to prime locations in the galaxy. It would be nice to know exactly how the portals work, and to know just how much damage Jaren has done. How many planets has he visited? Will I be able to talk to Jaren again? Would he even answer my questions? Maybe if I bring along some dessert. "What are you doing?" Mom demands. She's standing right in front of me. I glance around the Soch area. Only the really young kids are still here. I missed the signal, ending Soch time. I look up. The dragon stares back. "Thinking," I say. The dragon gives me a "you can do better than that" look. Did she think I was worming? "About what?" Another demand. Standing, I meet her gaze. 50 more days. Then I head to the unit, letting her figure out what it means. This time, it's Elise in her uniform who is not visiting me. She gives me a high five. "Hey, girl, you're not getting soft on me, are you?" "Soft can be a good thing, you know," I say, thinking of Niall's hair. "Yeah, for blankets and teddy bears, but you're not a teddy bear." Elise snags me in a hug. I'm stunned. Elise is not the hugging type. Then she whispers in my ear, "You're a lion." She releases me just as quick. Later, with a jaunty wave, she's on her way. And I hurry inside my parents' unit before the dragon notices that the pulse gun is no longer in Elise's holster. It's currently digging into the small of my back, half shoved into the waistband of my pants. The speed of her delivery was impressive, but that isn't what has me distracted. It's the fact that Radcliffe believes I need to be armed, believes it strongly enough to bypass my parents. Does he know something? Or is this just a precaution because Q can't alert us to a looter attack? Either way, I keep the gun hidden behind my back. It won't do anyone any good in the drawer of my room. During my afternoon homework session, I questioned Q on the nature of the portals. Jaren used the QNet while he was learning about them, so technically the information is in the network and Q can share it with me. What I know is that there are 64 pits on each of the 64 warrior planets. Each pit has a designation to another one of the other warrior planets. The last pit is in its own designation, so I assume that's for incoming travelers. Correct. The space in the center of the warriors is only about 2 meters wide. What if you want to send something big through the portal? I ask. Like a shuttle. Widen port. Port? Is that what you're calling the open space in the middle? Yes. You would need to move the warriors to make it bigger. Correct. That would be hard to do. Those warriors weigh about 300 kilos each. Jaren did say they destroyed warriors to get to the center ones, so they've been setting them far enough apart to send their equipment through. Unknown. You don't know? No. Portals do not need me to operate. Ah. Do you know when they're using them? No. why aren't the portals wider? Why only big enough for 2 people? Bigger portals, weaker. And weaker meant a chance the shadow blobs might cross into our dimension. Correct. Just what we don't need. More shadow blobs. I return my focus to the portals. Why did Fourth Nation build the portals on these planets? Ports built at entangled locations between dimensions. Entangled locations? Like places where they're connected somehow? Where it's easier to cross from one to another? Yes. I mull it over. Fourth Nation wanted to protect our dimension from the shadow blobs, so they built a network of warriors at these entangled spots to keep the enemy out. Correct. That supports Land's translations, which suggest the warrior planets were chosen very carefully. She called the locations entanglement points, which aren't the same thing as Einstein's quantum entangled particles. Correct. Einstein's particles enable galaxy-wide communications. That's why messages aren't influenced by the time dilation? Yes. That's super cool. Too bad Einstein never knew it. Einstein knew. Good friend. Stars. There's so much in that response that I'd like to explore. But I need to focus on the problem at hand, learning about the portals. Why would Fourth Nations use these portals to travel? Wouldn't that endanger them? Not if properly protected. Need portals to maintain the network. Oh, if used correctly, the portals keep the shadow blobs out. And Fourth Nation needed to be able to check the warriors and make sure the pits hadn't collapsed. They used the portals to access the warrior network. Correct. When not using the portals, how did Fourth Nation travel? Humans not ready. Can you at least tell me if their form of transportation invokes the time dilation? It does not. Sweet. Something to look forward to. That is, if I'm alive, and it's not 1,000 years in the future. I wait, but there is no comment from Q. I think of another question. Why did Fourth Nation leave? They knew we needed to be protected, but they didn't stay to maintain the network. A few of the warrior pits had collapsed before we discovered them. I am here. They assumed we would eventually tap into you, learn how to travel, find the warriors, figure out why they're here, and then maintain them? Correct. And they were right, except for one thing. They didn't think humans would try to exploit the portals before learning their true purpose. Correct. Also, development of Fifth Nation slower than expected. I refrain from snarking on that last comment. Going back to the portals, I consider all the new information about them. The receiving pit is for incoming. Does that mean the portals only go one way? Yes. Once I thought about it, that made sense. I think of another wrinkle. Can you open a portal from either side? No. Which side? Outgoing. Which means the planet on the incoming side can't stop anyone from arriving, but can prevent people from leaving. Correct. Which pit is Yulene's incoming portal? Pit 54. We haven't opened that one yet. It might have collapsed. Oh my stars. Jaren used that portal to get here. He must have relocated the warriors from Pit 54 to his base. Why didn't you tell me he moved them? You did not ask. I didn't know to ask. But how else would Jaren travel here and move all those supplies to his forest base? In fact, I should be yelling at myself for not thinking of it either. Does this mean there's a shadow blob rift in Pit 54? No. Why not? Warriors are still on Yulin. I don't understand. Can you please explain further? Each planet has 92,672 total warriors. When warriors are destroyed or removed, the barrier is weakened until a tear forms. The tear grows bigger as more warriors are broken or removed from the planet. And let me guess, the bigger the rift, the more shadow blobs can come into our dimension. Correct. Just great. Jaren's been destroying warriors left and right. He's going to kill us all. And in order to stop the looters, we'll probably have to use the portals. You mentioned removing the warriors from the planet. Will they protect us against the shadow blobs if they're still on the planet? In other words, are the ones that were moved to Jaren's base on Yulin still protecting us? Yes. Once removed from the planet, the protection ceases. That's good to know. What about the portals? Do they still work if the 8 key warriors are on a non-warrior planet or a spaceship? No. Do you have a list of which pit goes to each planet on all 64 warrior planets? Yes. How? We haven't been to all the planets. Fourth Nation left information behind in order to help you when the time came. Except when the time came and Lan deciphered the symbols, Jaren had already figured it out and was causing havoc. Correct. There's a tap on my shoulder, and I just about hit the ceiling. I've been calling you for 10 minutes, Dad says. What are you working on that's so engrossing? I glance at the screen. Physics. Trying to prove other dimensions exist? His tone is teasing, but I can't tease back. Did you want something? My words are harsh. A twinge of guilt gnaws on my stomach. His smile fades. Dinner's ready. Okay, I'll be right there. As he leaves, I try to blame being overwhelmed with all the information from Q for my bad behavior. It's a weak excuse. And what if the looters attack again, and I'm separated from my parents? Or they die? I don't want this strained relationship to be my last memory of them. My mother has made a pasta dish, I think. It's noodles in a yellow sauce, so I'm not sure. During dinner, I'm not as surly and answer questions with more than one word. It's hard. I'm still angry. But it's a start. That night, my father knocks on my door. He has a plate of warm cookies. We declare another temporary truce and play sevens. Our conversation is about minor things. It's nice. After I get in bed, I connect with Q and do more research. Jaren said they were targeting the other active warrior planets. Starting with Yulin, the time between the dates the planets went silent is an average of 29 days. So, if I add that to day 227, when Ulan stopped communicating with DES, that means the next attack would be around day 256. Has DES reported another warrior planet going silent? I ask Q. No. Phew. Perhaps Jaren's arrest has changed their plans. A girl can hope. But as a security officer, I don't think so. There's been too much money, time, and lives spent for them to stop now. Which planet would they target next? Distance doesn't matter. I consider what they've done so far. Once they attack, they then block off all contact with DES. I sit up in bed. It would take lots of time to build that blockade. It's probably already in place and would just need the last few commands to seal it shut. Is there a blockade in progress? I ask Q. Yes. Where? Pingliang. Oh, my stars. We need to warn them. Or rather, Officer Radcliffe needs to warn them. How much time until the blockade is finished? 3 days. Are there any others in construction? No. Can you let me know as soon as another starts? Yes. I wish I'd thought of this sooner. Composing a message to Radcliffe, I come clean about the portals, and I make a few suggestions on what we need to do. No surprise, a response comes back soon after. I don't think the man ever sleeps. 2522, 264. Miss Lawrence, thank you for the warning. I sent it to my colleague on planet Pingliang. I was under the impression that you are not allowed to access the QNet while grounded, but instead you've been very busy. Is this going to cause problems with your parents? 2522, 264. Officer Radcliffe, I might not be allowed, but I never promised not to access the QNet while grounded. However, I'm sure the dragon is not going to be happy. But I really don't care, as lives are at stake. I agree that this situation warrants a bit of rebellion, and your suggestions are worth consideration. I'm going to schedule an early meeting with your parents. How early? 0600. I imagine Radcliffe enjoyed that last bit. I'll be there. Until then, Radcliffe out. I'm tempted to check out the blockade in progress around Pingliang and probe it for weaknesses that we can exploit. But I do the sensible thing, and after asking Q for a wake-up call, I know Q is this vast wonder, and I'm asking it for a wake-up call, but I don't want to miss this meeting. I lay down. After hiding my pulse gun under my pillow, I try to sleep. 0530 arrives faster than expected. Groggy and leaden, I struggle to untangle my covers and get a quick shower. I turn the water as cold as I can stand. By the time I'm dressed, I'm wide awake. Too bad I'm not wearing my security uniform. I think it would help my parents not to see me as their little girl with the pigtails and chubby cheeks. Instead, I put on my nicest shirt and jeans, tucking the gun once again behind my back. The bruises on my throat have darkened to the color of storm clouds. I can't hide them forever. When there's a knock on the unit's door and voices sound, that's my cue. I can leave my room and join Radcliffe, Morgan, and Beau. Morgan isn't a surprise, but Beau is. He grins at me. His hair is spiked, and he appears relaxed. But I know him, and I spot the lines of strain around his amber eyes. My mother spots the mark on my neck and gazes at me with fire in her eyes, but doesn't say anything as I follow the group to the conference room. Dad is already seated at the table, sipping a cup of coffee. There's a large carafe, several empty cups, milk, and sugar. Radcliffe pours cups for me, Beau, and himself. Morgan apparently doesn't drink coffee, or she's taking a hit for the team. I bring the cup up to my lips and breathe in the heavenly scent before gulping the hot liquid. Mom sits next to me, and the four of us settle in the chairs opposite of them, a united front. "What's going on?" Mom asks. Radcliffe sets his cup down. "I've recently learned that the looters plan to attack planet Pingliang next. The research base has been warned, and DES is aware of the situation, but I need Ara's assistance to sabotage their blockade."
Nice of Radcliffe not to rat me out. Of course, my mother is not an idiot, and I'm the subject of her intense scrutiny. I try for innocence. She is not fooled. What about Officer Dory and DES? Surely they have the expertise to deal with this situation. Bo glances at Radcliffe, who nods slightly. My partner says, "We have the knowledge and the skills, but we don't have a direct connection to the QNet. Ara can get things done much faster, and we fear time is an issue." "And just what will she do?" Dad asks. Morgan nudges me with her elbow. "Oh, we'll find a way to ensure their blockade will have plenty of holes. I might also be able to trace them back to where they're creating it, but I'm smart enough to omit that bit." "Won't that cause them to come after you?" Mom asks. A valid question. I turn to Radcliffe. "Do the looters know we've re-established a connection to DES?" "Yes. They closed 2 of our tunnels, and we've restricted outgoing messages for emergencies only." That's alarming. "Are you sure Ping Liang received your warning?" "Do you think the looters have found our other escape tunnels and are blocking our messages again?" Bo asks. "It's always possible." "A response arrived soon after I sent the message," Radcliffe said. "It could be coming from one of the looters." "Can I check it?" "No," Mom says. The desire to snap that I wasn't asking her burns the back of my throat. I keep my gaze on Radcliffe. "Yes," Radcliffe says. "Ara, do you want everyone on Ping Liang to die?" I ask her in a soft voice. "Of course not. Officer Dory is perfectly capable of—" "Ara's faster," Bo says. "Do it now," Radcliffe orders. I reach for Q. "Show me the escape tunnels, please." The web of programs that surrounds us becomes visible to my mind's eye. There are 4 red tubes that snake through the complex threads. Not 2, but 3 are now collapsed, as if the weight of the commands around them has squished them flat. Only 1 remains. I fly with Q through the tunnel. We head toward Ping Liang. The blockade looms large. It's as dark as a void surrounding the planet. There's only a narrow gap remaining. "A tumor." The disgust from Q is clear. "Can you get rid of it?" "No." "Can we sabotage the construction?" "You can." I'd have to figure it out first. In the meantime, I need to check if our message reached the planet. "Who is the security chief on Ping Liang?" I ask Radcliffe. "Officer Kingston." We swoop in and Q pulls up Kingston's messages. Radcliffe's is flagged, and after scanning the security's records, I learn they're mobilizing for a potential attack. Relief washes through me. We return to Yulin, and Q builds a few more escape tunnels for us. "Please make them really hard to find." "Will do." Everyone is staring at me when I blink and focus on the people in the conference room. "The message reached Kingston," I say. Radcliffe, Bo, and Morgan relax. I update them on the status of our blockade. "How many more tunnels?" Bo asks. 7. 7. "Just like that?" Bo asks. "It took us hours before." "I told you before, once we do something, like make an escape tunnel, I can ask Q to build us more." I turn to my mom. That's why I'm faster than Bo. The silence lengthens. "How long will it take to sabotage Ping Liang's blockade?" Radcliffe asks. "That'll be harder, since we haven't done it before. I'll need Bo's help to find the right places, unless you want them to be hidden." "Hidden is good," Radcliffe says. "Anything that we can do to surprise the looters is always good. Can you work on it right away?"
Bo and I exchange a look. "I'm free this morning," he says. "Where do you want to do it?" "Your office would be best, so we're not interrupted." Everyone focuses on my parents. Mom has her arms crossed, but no signs of fire. Instead, she says to me, "You haven't answered my question." I think back. Oh. Our alterations will be very hard to find. They won't be able to trace it back to me. Mom relaxes her arms. "You can help them, Ara. We'll talk later." "All right, thanks." If she's surprised by my quick agreement, she hides it well. It is time we talk. Bo and I head out, leaving Radcliffe and Morgan behind. When we're out in the base, Bo asks, "Do you really need me? Or was that just a ploy to leave your unit?" His tone is neutral. Men. I need you. This is more complex than making escape tunnels. I've no idea what we're going to encounter. Bo grunts. I'm not sure if he's satisfied with the answer. I peek at him to gauge his mood. He's frowning. "Has Q spoken to you since yesterday?" I ask, matching his careful tone. "A couple times." He doesn't sound happy about it. When I was working on something, the solution would light up with a "here." Almost fell off my chair the first time it happened. I try to hide my smile. "But you heard Q before." "With you." "Ah. Were you entangled?" "Yes. I can't access the QNet unless I'm entangled. Thank the universe. I like my privacy." He glances at me. "How can you stand it?" I don't feel like Q's invading my privacy. It feels more like when we're working together in the QNet and can communicate. I have to actively think at Q to get a response. Except when I'm trying to puzzle something out and Q supplies an answer or comment. That used to scare me, but now it seems normal. Plus, I could argue that Q and I were interacting at those times. Ah, there's that denial I know and love. "Do you believe the QNet is a divine being?" Bo asks. "No." "How do you know it's not?" "Because if Q was a divine, all-powerful being, it wouldn't need us to help it. Q is an alien being, different than us, but not superior. More technologically advanced, but not divine. If Jaren hadn't put the Milky Way Galaxy in danger, I think Q would have waited for us to make contact." "Humans are always looking for a shortcut," Bo says. "True." "Have you told anyone Q helps you? That you heard it?" This time, he scowls. "No." Then he stops and touches my arm. "I'm not that brave." I meet his gaze. It's not about being brave. It's about acceptance. If you tell someone, then that means you've accepted this crazy impossibility that Q is sentient. And what about admitting I've failed my partner by not fully believing her? That too, but I hear she doesn't hold a grudge. Well, not for long. And I'd bet if you back her up, she'll forgive you pretty quick. That, and bribe her with candy. I hear she's addicted to sugar. Bo laughs, and we continue on to his office in companionable silence. I keep a sharp eye out for Niall. Running into him would be a highlight. I guess I'm addicted to Niall as well. Except for a few early risers in the training room, we don't see him or anyone else in security. We're soon at Bo's dual QNet terminals. He entangles and I join him. Then we worm through one of the escape tunnels. I'm assuming the looters are hiding it from DES. So how do we find the Pingliang blockade? Bo asks me once we're free of our own tumor, blockade. I'd been flying when I found it last time. Can Bo fly with us? I ask Q. No. Can you highlight the best way to reach it? Yes. A thin ribbon of yellow light marks the route. Handy, Bo says. Can I ask the QNet for help like that? Yes. Cool. Can you get me a date with Nina, the geology tech? No. Oh, I mock scold. What? It was worth a try. Can we focus on getting to the blockade without alerting anyone? All right, let's follow the yellow brick road. The yellow brick road? Yeah, it leads to the land of Oz, where all your dreams come true. Like getting a date with Nina? Exactly. Even though I've no idea what Oz is, I've missed this. We worm to the blockade in progress. Because it isn't complete, the multi-layers of programming are exposed. It is a thing of beauty. Bo whistles. Ooh, this is a masterpiece. No wonder it's so hard to get through it. How many people have worked on this? I ask Q. 4. Does that include Jaren? No. Did he help with the other blockades? Yes. So there are 4 other superwormers, Bo says. Correct. Warwick Nolt, Ursi Bear, Orson V, Fordell Peck. But they're fake identities, I say. Yes, but real people. Ah. Jaren let me believe they were all him. But instead, they're the disgruntled, washed-out navigators. Correct. What's that correct for? Bo asks. I connected the real people to those failed navigators, and Q let me know I was right. It reads your mind? Well, yes, I guess. It's usually when I'm interacting with it, and I'm making logical correlations. Can you verbalize those so I don't freak out? I don't know. I haven't seen you freaked out before. Could be fun. Ara? Yes, Bo. I consider the web of programs around us. What's the best way to sabotage this without anyone knowing it has leaks? What's wrong with putting in some escape tunnels? They can be easily collapsed. There's a long pause. What about changing the programs that block all messages to let some through that have a special code? It will work for both incoming and outgoing messages. As long as they have that code, it'll get through the blockade. I'm all over it. Plus, the wormers won't be looking for tampering in their own programs. Great idea. See? I needed you. He grunts, but it's a pleased sound. We need to pick these programs apart, see how they're built, and change the directions. Where do we start? Here. A green light illuminates one of these complex routines. We pull the strands gently and alter a few commands. What type of code? I ask Bo. Numerical? Alphanumerical? Or a random sequence of numbers and letters? A word would be easy to remember, but we can't pick something that is commonly used. How about skedaddle? Perfect. It takes us a long time to alter the programming. Eventually, we change all the different types of routines so Q can do all the rest. There's quite a bit of redundancy in the blockade, which is a sign of an expert. Some of them are well hidden. Another sign. Good thing we are also experts. We finish and disentangle. Well, Bo does. I just focus on my physical body and my location. Too bad that triggers a pounding in my temples. I rest my head on my arms. Come on, Bo says. Can't move. Not even for lunch? I glance up. It's lunchtime? He studies me. Didn't you eat breakfast? Who can eat at oh my stars early? Never skip a meal, unless you can't help it. Okay. But his gaze sears into me. It's important, Ara. Yes, sir. All right, Let's go report to Radcliffe. Then we'll eat. He pulls me to my feet. The security chief is working at his desk. We stand in front of it and explain how we sabotaged the blockade. Skedaddle? You want me to tell them to use skedaddle on their important messages? By the way Radcliffe rubs the bridge of his nose, we know it's a rhetorical question. Good work, you two. Us three, sir, Bo says. Radcliffe looks at him. 3? The QNet helped. Otherwise it would have taken us 4 full days. Ah, that's my partner. Noted. Anything else? I say, we need to discuss the portals. We do. Bo shoots me a shocked look. What about the portals? We need to test them. Now I'm rubbing my temples. Can you arrange a meeting with the astrophysicists, my parents, and members of the security team who aren't on duty? Or sleeping, Bo adds. If you want them on your side, then you don't disturb their limited rest. It's not my side, it's our side, I snap, but regret it immediately. Sorry. You're right. I'll see what I can do, Radcliffe says. Thank you. I take a breath. Can you also arrange for me to talk to Jaren again? His gaze goes to my neck. Why? I have a few more questions for him. I can arrange it, he says, but your parents will have to approve it before I do. All right, I'll let you know. I pull Bo out of Radcliffe's office. We need to hurry. I don't want to be late. For lunch? They serve it until 1400. No, for Soch time. To say my mother is shocked to see that I attended Soch time is a vast understatement. She's so flummoxed that if she were a real dragon, her fire would have extinguished in a puff of black smoke. On the way back to her unit, she pulls it together. How did the sabotage go? It took us all morning, but we set it up so that when the blockade is sealed, the people on Pingliang can still exchange messages with DES. She asks some follow-up questions, and we chat. It's almost like old times. Almost. When we arrive, Officer Zim is not visiting. Hey Z, what's up? I ask. An amazing thing happens. My mother goes into the unit, leaving me outside alone with Zim. Huh? Maybe I should have acted more mature sooner. Who would have thought that would work? Just wanted to let you know that we're having a big meeting in the security conference room tomorrow at 1100. Thanks for telling me. He nods. See you then. One can hope. I draw in a deep breath. Time to talk to my parents. They're waiting for me in the living room. My dad is sitting on the couch while my mother has settled into one of the 2 armchairs. I take the other armchair. We miss seeing you smile, Dad says. Not much to smile about these days, I say. Yet you light up when the security officers are not visiting you, Mom says. They're my team. We're your family. I cock my head to the side. They trust and support me, so they're more of a family to me right now than you and Dad. It's the truth. You keep mentioning trust, yet you've been worming all this time when we've forbidden it. Good point. I'm in a unique position to save lives, so I'm not going to stop because you've forbidden it. I understand why you did it. You're concerned about me and you love me, but I can't humor you this time. It's too important. What if Officer Radcliffe ordered you to stop interacting with the QNet? Would you obey him? That's a tough question. I think about it for a few minutes. Yes. Why? Mom demands. Because I trust him, and he trusts me. If he wanted me to stop, he would have a damn good reason other than being worried about me. He knows this job comes with risks, but he ensures the risks are as minimal as he can make them. Minimal? You have bruises on your neck! Yes. It could have been worse if my team wasn't there to back me up. And you don't trust us to keep you safe? You've never gotten bruises from being grounded. That's because even though I'd like to bang my head against the wall in frustration, I haven't. Yet. I take a breath. I trust that you want to keep me safe. But right now, you're being very unreasonable and endangering the entire base because you're under the impression that you can keep me safe. No one is safe, Mom. Not until we stop the looters and send all the Holfs back to their dimension. Mom and Dad exchange a look. We're not being unreasonable. We're your parents. Yes, you are. But don't expect me to be all smiles and happy about being grounded. Would you like it if your parents put a hidden camera in your room and locked you inside? What if the base caught fire and I was trapped, Mom? How does that keep me safe? It keeps you out of the looters' crosshairs, Mom says, jumping to her feet. It keeps you from being kidnapped and taken away from us. It lets you be a normal teenage girl whose greatest worry is passing her microbiology exam. No, it doesn't. Not any of it. First, that girl is long gone. As much as you'd like to pretend, it doesn't change anything. Lyra is dead, Mom. Accept it. Mom gasps as tears well. Not giving her time to respond, I stand and tap a finger on my chest. I'm already in the crosshairs. Do you know why? Because I'm a threat to them. Q chose me, and I'm not going to hide in here pretending to be some happy family when a missile could be on its way right this very minute. You don't want me to get hurt or to be killed. Well, guess what? I don't want you to be hurt or killed either. How do you think I'd feel if you both died and I could have done something to stop it? Now my own tears threaten as I make a realization. Is that how you feel? Like if you didn't let me worm and help security, I wouldn't have... No. Now my dad stands. We're proud of what you've done, Lily. You've saved us. This is us trying to save you. He pulls me in for a hug, wrapping his arms around my shoulders. I lean against him for a moment. They went overboard in trying to save me, considering I don't need to be saved as I can save myself. However, they love me. That is clear. How about we work together and try to save everyone? I ask. Dad tightens his hold for a moment and releases me. I'm in. Ming. I turn toward her. Silence. Talk about stubborn. Finally, Mom wipes her eyes, sits down, and says, Case said you did an expert job with that sabotage. And there's a smile, Dad says. He settles back in his seat. That's because Officer Radcliffe is sparse with his praise. You miss living with him? Dad asks. I miss his cooking. No offense, Mom. And I miss seeing Niall and working out with Elise and solving problems with Beau and being treated like an adult. But most of all, I miss our dinners. We do too, Mom admits. I sense another opening. Perching on the edge of the chair, I ask, how about a compromise? I'm listening. How about I go back to work, but I stay here with you? I'll even go to Soch time. My mother raises one of her thin eyebrows. You will? Yes, it's a nice break. And in 49 days? She asks. Ah, she figured it out. I will be requesting my own unit in Security's housing wing, although I'm pretty sure dinners will still be at Radcliffe's. Mom and Dad do that silent parental communication, even though I already know Dad's on board. I give them some privacy by looking around. We've been living on Yulene for 177 days, and they still haven't made this place home. Not a surprise considering the shadow blobs and looters. But I wonder if Niall would paint them some landscapes. After he does some for me, of course. And I hope to hang some of his mother's as well. It's a nice daydream, imagining life after. "All right," Mom says. "We agree to the compromise, starting tomorrow." I want to jump up and cheer, but I keep my cool. "And the camera?" "We'll have it removed." "Thank you." When I stand, they both hop to their feet, and I'm squeezed in a parent sandwich. This time, I hug them back. But I'd forgotten about the gun tucked into my waistband. Dad's arm hits it. "What's this?" Alarmed, he pulls it out and brandishes it. "Why are you armed?" "I'm not sure." "That's not an answer," Mom says. The dragon is rousing from its slumber. "Officer Radcliffe gave it to me yesterday. I don't know why," which is true. Dad hands it back to me. "Spencer," Mom admonishes. "It's not going to do us any good. Besides, if she was going to shoot us, she'd have done it before now." "It's a good thing I wasn't armed when I found the camera in my room," I tease. "Would you have shot us?" Dad's brown eyes light up with curiosity. "So very tempting, but no, I wouldn't." "Why not?" Mom asks, also curious. "Radcliffe would have chewed me out." "So you're more scared of Radcliffe than us?" "Yes, and it would have been irresponsible." "Good to know," Mom says dryly. I retreat to my room. That went better than expected. I send messages to Niall and Radcliffe, informing them of my ungrounding. Is that a word? And I ask if someone can drop off my uniform before tomorrow morning. I'm hoping Niall will volunteer, but I don't know his work schedule. I receive a message from Radcliffe right away. 2522, 265. "About time, Lawrence. Training with Officer Keir tomorrow at 0800. Don't be late." Gee, don't get all mushy on me, Radcliffe. Sheesh. But secretly, I'm glad. Things will soon be back to normal. I do a few push-ups and sit-ups to prevent my body going into shock in the morning. Then, a quick shower. I'm about to go into the Q-net to check on Ping Liang when there's a knock on my door. My father pokes his head in. "Dinner." I glance at the clock. 1900 hours already. "Okay." I follow him to the kitchen and stop dead. Niall and Radcliffe are sitting at the table, chatting with my mom, who is placing steaming dishes in front of them. "Surprise," Dad whispers to me. "We owe Tace about 1,000,000 meals. Of course, after he gets a taste of your mother's cooking, he'll be declining all future invitations." Mom glances up and gives him the "I heard that" glower. "Nothing wrong with her hearing, though," Dad says. She lets him see her inner dragon. "It's getting cold, Spencer." "Coming, dear." He winks at me. As soon as I enter, Niall hops to his feet and I'm swept into a hug. It's brief because of the company, but I don't mind. I sit next to him and we hold hands under the table. Well, when we're not eating. Because my mother has outdone herself. Still not up to Radcliffe's standards, but better than the cafeteria or anything I can cook. After dinner, Niall helps me carry the stuff they'd brought back for me into my room. I've my ruck, boots, uniforms, weapon belt, pulse kit, and a tube filled with the rest of Niall's drawings, which we hang on my walls right away. Niall pulls me in for a hug. "I'm glad you worked it out with your parents, but I wish you were living closer." "I will be in 49 days. I tell him about having my own unit. "Do you paint pictures or walls?" I laugh. "Pictures. I'm going to need some more decorations." "I can and have. I prefer pencil drawings.
I'm not near as good as my mom at painting. Her use of color is brilliant.
You could make me a finger painting and I'd love it, I say. There are actually some famous finger painters. It takes real talent and dexterity.
I raise an eyebrow.
Talented fingers? Could be a handy skill.
Untucking his t-shirt, I dip my hand underneath it and slide my fingertips over his lower back. The skin is smooth and heat pours from him. It travels up my arm and pools inside me. Mouse. He presses against me. We need to be on our best behavior. The ungrounding could be revoked. That his fingers are in my hair, and I don't care as we kiss. In fact, I'm thinking of ways I can improve my dexterity when Niall breaks it off.
Is that a camera?
He asks with alarm and outrage in his voice. His comment is like a bucket of ice being dumped over my head. I follow his gaze. Of course he'd noticed the hidden lens. Mom said she'd turn it off.
But that's...
He sputters. He's cute when he's all indignant on my behalf. Let's just call it temporary insanity.
I wouldn't be that quick to forgive.
Are you sure? I remember a certain boy who was supernova angry at his father for... Okay, I get it.
Niall, Radcliffe says from the doorway. Time to go.
He tightens his hold for a second before letting go. Later, Mouse. Later, Toad.
0800, Junior Officer Lawrence,
Radcliffe says, almost gleeful. But I'm grinning, because since I've been grounded, that's sleeping in. I'll have plenty of time to eat breakfast. At least, that's the plan. But in the middle of the night, a strident warning jerks me from a sound sleep.
Intruders!
Chapter 10, 2522, 266. I tumble off my bed as Q's warning sinks in. The looters have attacked.
Did you warn Radcliffe and the others?
I ask Q while shucking my pajamas and pulling on my security jumpsuit.
Yes.
Where are the intruders?
Outside. Port. Security. Chemistry lab. Biology lab.
A surge of adrenaline floods my body.
How did they spread throughout the base so fast? Multi-point attack.
I curse an impressive variety of words as I shove my feet into my boots.
What's the security team doing? Fighting intruders at multiple locations.
Show me, please. A map of the base appears in my mind. There are clumps of red dots versus purple dots in various places.
Is the purple security officers?
There seem to be way more than 11.
Yes, and armed scientists.
Ah, good for them.
Are the looters heading for detention?
Yes. There's a yellow dot there. Must be for Jaren.
Correct. He is a yellow-bellied coward.
Despite the dire situation, I have to laugh at Q, remembering Beau's unique description for Jaren. Clipping on my weapon belt, I tuck my gun into its holster, put the extra power cartridges into another slot, and head out. My parents are already gone. I hope there is a protocol that they're all following.
Correct.
What is it? Instead of telling me, Q shows me the counterattack strategy. Only those involved are sent the call to action, which is why there's not a siren wailing. Everyone else is supposed to shelter in place. There are a couple officers already en route to back up the guards in detention. Teams of scientists are assigned to cover labs, protect the housing area, and the entrance to the pits. Plus, there's a number of officers in the port. Looks like Radcliffe has everything covered. Since I don't have a task, I ask Q for the area that has the most looters.
Security.
How many looters total?
30.
Huh? Not as many as I expected. I reach the group of armed techs guarding the housing area. There are 6 of them,
all holding pulse guns and looking terrified.
"Go back to bed. The situation is under control," Dr. Lin Su says. I point to my jumpsuit and weapon belt. "I'm on the security team, you dolt." Okay, I shouldn't have added the dolt comment, but really, what did he think I was doing? "We were instructed not to let anyone pass either way." "Good. I need to help my team." I muscle through the group. If they try to shoot me, it shouldn't work. The guns are programmed not to fire at friendlies. And if it works, then it'll hurt like 1,000 needles prickling my skin. Not fun. I don't breathe until I'm out of sight. Then I run through the empty corridors toward security. The map is still in my head, showing red dots concentrated in the port and near detention. I'd thought there would be more looters near the pits. Then I skid to a stop as a horrible scenario occurs to me. How many looters are in the pits? 58. Not the ones we captured. New ones. Unknown. Please show me the camera feeds from the pits. The lights are dim for nighttime, and a cloud of dust obscures the view. Stars. I reverse direction and race to the archaeology lab. But I stop at one of the weapon lockers Radcliffe had installed throughout the base. "Need the code, please." 4279. I love you. A strange flush of warmth sweeps through me. Be careful. Was that Q's equivalent of concern? I'll figure it out later. Punching in the code, I open the locker and grab 4 energy wave guns. I close the door and run toward the stairwell that goes down to the lab. "Show me the video feeds of the lab, please." The cameras show my parents, along with Rance and Morgan, crouched in front of the entrance to the pits. They're exchanging fire with a half-dozen looters who are at the bottom of the stairs and using the doors to the archaeology lab as cover. 2 forms are lying on the ground. I can't tell if they're friends or foes, but hope they're only stunned. I slow when I near the stairway. The sizzles of pulses grow louder as I inch closer. I peer through the doors, but no one is on the top steps. Their focus is on the lab, and their backs are to me. They're all wearing jumpsuits, probably made out of the same special black material we use for ours, which means they are resistant to pulses. A hit from my gun will sting, but won't knock them unconscious, which means I have to hit them in the head, a much smaller target than their torso. Tucking the energy wave guns into my belt, I draw my pulse gun and hope my sessions with Mr. Orange Light were enough to improve my aim. I creep down a few steps to get a better shot. Then I sit down and extend both hands like Elise taught me, squaring my shoulders to the target. My head is doing laps around my chest, but I steady my breathing and press the trigger. A sizzle crackles, and the looter I aimed at jerks and slumps to the ground. Yes! There's so much noise that none of the looters realize that particular sizzle came from behind. I miss the next 2. I hit another man and a woman before they figure it out. The 3 remaining looters turn and aim at me. I scramble up the steps, but one clips me and fire races up my legs. I keep moving despite the pain and dive to the landing at the top, rolling over so I'm facing the stairway. But after an excruciating minute, both literally and figuratively, no one appears. It's another 30 seconds before Morgan arrives at the top of the stairs. "Good work distracting them, Lawrence." "Are they secured?" I ask. "Yes." I stagger to my feet. Pins and needles stab my calves. "Are you hurt?" she asks. "Just pulsed. Here." I hand her an energy wave gun. "What's this for?" I hurry down the stairs. "Come on!" My parents and Rance are waiting for us at the bottom of the steps. I hand Rance another gun. They're all confused, but I've no time to explain. "Follow me!" I go into the pits and pause. Elise and all the prisoners are in Pit 1, along with a couple dozen reconstructed warriors. The prisoners are sitting on their cots under her watchful gaze.
One wrong move on their part, and she'll trigger the pulse generator that's been installed on the ceiling, one of Radcliffe's defensive weapons. All she has to do is bark a command, and it'll blast everyone below, knocking them all unconscious while alerting security. The captured looters are tense, and some look hopeful, while others appear scared. A haze of sand clouds the air, and a high-pitched whine pierces the gloom.
"What's that noise?"
Morgan asks Elise when she joins us. "Digging machines," I say. "They're coming in through the other pits." I thrust an energy wave gun at Elise. "Mom and Dad, guard the prisoners, please." Morgan is the first to understand.
"Let's go."
She takes point. Rance, Elise, and I follow her. There's no one in Pit 2. No surprise, as the rift is still there. By the time we reach Pit 3, machines are just breaking through the walls. We stop at the entrance to Pit 4. They're already inside. Looters are streaming out of the digging machines. I've seen this before. It's the same setup from when they first attacked and destroyed all those warriors, letting in the shadow blobs.
"There's too many,"
Rance says.
"We need to retreat."
"We can target the machines so they can't leave," Elise suggests.
"Then they'll just swarm the base. There's too many of them. Let them take the prisoners and leave the way they came."
Rance again.
"They're not going to leave," Elise says.
If the looters get by us, all the people in the base will be in danger. That can't happen. I search for another solution. There's plenty of rubble from the destroyed warriors. If I didn't know better, I would have thought this pit had stars. I dismiss my idea. It's horrifying. Come on, Ara, think. But there's no other way to stop them. I touch Morgan's arm. She turns and meets my gaze.
"Make it quick, Lawrence."
"Target the support beams!" Bile churns up my throat. Understanding lightens her ice-blue eyes, and she asks,
"What about us?"
I swallow. "We should be fine as long as we stay outside the pit."
"That'll work?"
she asks. "Yes. I've worked in the pits almost my entire life." She puts her hand on my shoulder.
"This is my decision. Understand?"
"Yes, sir." But I'm still sick to my stomach. Morgan gives the order, and we aim our energy wave guns at the columns of sandstone that support the ceiling in Pit 4. The explosions are deafening, and the thick pillars shatter into fist-sized chunks. The looters catch on quick, and the ones who haven't been knocked over by flying debris run to their machines. I hope they make it, that they all survive. We race to the border between Pit 2 and 3 and destroy the support beams in Pit 3. At least these looters haven't left their machines yet. A horribly loud groan rumbles through the floor. A cracking sound follows like thunder after lightning.
"Time to go,"
Morgan orders, as the ceiling in Pit 4 breaks apart and strikes the ground. Hard. We run toward Pit 1. The roar of the collapsing pits behind us rattles my bones, but it's the gush of sand and air that sweeps me off my feet. Large chunks of sandstone rain down around me. Coughing, I curl into a protective ball on the ground. The dense yellow cloud obscures everything. Another dangerous rumble and a sharp crack sounds directly overhead. I close my eyes, lace my fingers behind my neck, and coil tighter. Thuds shake the ground. I'm pelted with hard lumps and blasted with sand. A heavy weight slams down on my legs. Pain blooms in my right ankle. Then my right bicep throbs. Breathing the thick, sand-laden air is difficult, triggering bouts of coughing. After an eternity, the noise stops and the debris around me settles. I open my eyes. My eyelashes are heavy with grit, and there's nothing to see except blackness. Heavy pieces of the ceiling press down on me. Everyone who works in a warrior pit trains for this exact situation. If we're caught in a cave-in and survive being buried, we should stay very still and wait for rescue. If we try to move, we might kill ourselves by dislodging a big rock or enough sand to cut off our air supply. The fact that I have air, even though it's dusty, and I can wiggle my toes, are good signs. And while there's weight on me, it's not crushing me. I hope Morgan, Rance, and Elise got clear. I think I'm in Pit 2. For some reason, that ceiling came down as well, even though we didn't destroy the supports. Did the rift weaken the pit? Or was it too much of a strain when the other two pits collapsed? Or could it be fate? Despite Morgan's claim, it was my idea to target those beams, and people died. Perhaps this is the universe's punishment for causing all those deaths. How many will be revealed in time? I do hope the digging machines are able to grind their way free. And I'm still not safe. This pocket of air could just be temporary. Pulling my thoughts away from a useless spiral of dire possible fates, I consider what I can do. I reach out to Q. What's going on in the pits? Cannot see. Stupid question. How about the rest of the base? I'm shown video from various areas. It appears our people have the upper hand in all these areas, except detention. The officers there are outnumbered, and more looters are on the way. I peer closer. Oh no, Niall is there, along with Radcliffe. I need to help them. Remembering there was a communicator in Morgan's ear, I ask, "Can you please tell the other officers to go help our people at detention?" There's a long pause. Maybe that's too much interference for Q. I wormed into Jaren's communicator, I remind Q. Speak. The team at detention needs help, I say aloud. And then in my head, Ara, what's your status? Morgan's matter-of-fact response calms me. I'm fine. Go help Radcliffe. Take as many people as you can spare. Where are you? Worry about me later. Go to detention, now. They won't hold out much longer. On it. I watch the camera feeds and warn Morgan when she's about to run into looters. Rance and Elise are with her, thank the universe. I must have been the only one to get caught in the cave-in. They pick up Bo and Tora, and I see Bendix and Zeem leaving the port. Ho remains behind to ensure no more looters try to break through. Bodies litter the floor of the port, and there's a new shuttle parked inside. It must not be connected to the QNet, or we would have been alerted as soon as they left their forest base. Correct. I turn my attention back to detention. Why didn't Radcliffe call for help? Did his communicator get fried? Knowing Radcliffe, he probably didn't want to leave any of the other areas of the base unprotected. The looters force Radcliffe, Niall, and a couple techs back. While half of them keep the pressure on my team, the others break into detention and encounter a nasty surprise. Vidan's in the duct to nowhere, and she's shooting down at the looters. Radcliffe is a genius. The looters retreat and run right into Morgan and her team. Booyah! It takes them a while to stun everyone and get organized. Once I know everyone is okay, my aches and pains clamor for attention. My ankle throbs louder, my shoulders ache from the weight, and various muscles complain about the abuse. I long to stretch from my cramped position, but know it's too dangerous. Instead, I flex and relax my muscles. Even that small movement causes an avalanche of sound. All small stuff, I hope. Ara! Morgan's voice sounds in my head. How are you doing? I've been better. We're coming. Do you know where you are? I think I'm near the edge of the collapse in Pit 2. I was only a couple steps behind you. Any injuries? I think my ankle's broken. Dr. Edwards is en route. Hold on. After a few minutes, my dad calls my name. It's muffled and sounds far away. "I'm here!" I yell with relief. If anyone can extract a person from a pile of debris, it's my dad. He understands cave-ins. "Keep calling, Lily, so we can locate your position." I repeat, "Here!" a few more times. "I think I found you." His voice is much louder than before. "Can you see the spotlight?" I open my eyes. A white light shines through the narrow space between the rocks. "Yes!" "Good." He practically sighs the word. My poor parents. They're never going to let me leave my room after this. And maybe I shouldn't have left. Those people buried in pits 3 and 4 would be alive right now. "It doesn't look too bad, Lily. Give us some time to shore a few things up and remove a few obstacles. If anything shifts and presses harder on you, let me know right away, okay?" "Okay." Some time ends up being hours. Yes, hours. They are being extremely careful not to kill me. So, I'm not going to complain. I spend the time in painful contemplation, and while the guilt for causing those deaths still drags on me, I understand that the looters' intent had been to harm us. Q keeps me updated on the cleanup in other parts of the base. All of the looters were armed with pulse guns. No deaths were reported. A relief, but I wonder why. The looters want us gone so they can have access to all the pits without interference. I must be missing an important clue. Finally, the weight lifts off my shoulders. I squint in the brightness as I take in my first deep breath in hours. My dad peers down at me. His face is streaked with dirt. His torn clothes are filthy and blood-stained. But he's grinning like a madman. "One more block, Lily, and we'll have you free." He points at the massive chunk resting on my legs. They rig a pulley system above my spot. After securing the block with ropes, they lift it using the pulley and move it aside. Blood rushes back into my legs, and I cry out as pain wakes from its numb slumber. "What's wrong?" Dad asks. "Ankle hurts." "Dr. Edwards, your turn. Don't move, Lily." Dad disappears. I bite down on the urge to call him back, but soon Dr. Edwards crouches over me. There's still a ring of debris around my location, almost like I was nestled in a mouse burrow and they've just pried off the ceiling. "Where does it hurt?" he asks. I describe my various injuries and degree of pain. Dr. Edwards examines my pupils with his pocket light, tenderly probes my head for contusions, and decides that I can be moved without risking further injury. But there's the small matter of my ankle. Okay, not small, and my muscles are all stiff and unwilling to help with my efforts to stand. Much to my extreme embarrassment, Rance is called in to lift me from my burrow. He is as dirty and dusty as my dad, and I suspect he's been here helping. "Typical rookie," he says as he slides his arms under my shoulders and knees. "Trying to shirk training with some weak excuse about your ankle." His teasing tone smooths the awkwardness. "And look at you, finally having a chance to show off your muscles." He laughs. "It's what I live for." There's a cheer when he lifts me up. Lots of faces wait beyond the rubble. As I suspected, I'm near the edge of Pit 2, which was lucky. There's almost a solid wall of debris where Pits 3 and 4 used to be. How many looters are buried there? My stomach lurches. Rance picks his way over the rubble. The faces sharpen into recognizable people. Mom, Dad, Niall, Radcliffe, and Morgan, all covered with dust, but all smiling. The prisoners must have been evacuated because the rest of Pit 1 is empty. "Where do you want her?" Rance asks Dr. Edwards. "There's a gurney waiting upstairs." Rance takes me through the archaeology lab and up the steps. Stunned looters are still lying on the ground, Behind Rance is a parade of people following us. When he sets me on the gurney, I'm able to stretch out for the first time. It's a painful endeavor, but in a strange way is also a vast relief.
"Do you want something for that ankle?"
Dr. Edwards asks. "Yes, please." It's throbbing like a pulsar. He pricks me with a needle. Soon, a soothing liquid spreads throughout my body, silencing the noise and also calming my worries. The people gathered around me turn soft, but I reach Finial's hand before drifting to sleep. I wake in the infirmary. My dad is sitting next to my bed, working on a portable. His short brown hair is wet and has changed into his clean clothes. "Thanks," I say. He glances at me and smiles.
"No need to thank me. It's my parental duty, or my biological right. One of those. I've been accused of both."
Funny. But the fact he can tease means I don't have any serious injuries. "What's the damage?" I ask him.
"Broken right ankle. Edwards had to put in a few pins, but they'll dissolve as the calcium accelerators repair the breaks. Various cuts and contusions. You'll be stiff and sore for a couple days. You were lucky."
I remembered my cave-in training. Dad presses a hand to his chest.
"You mean you actually listened?"
Shocking, I know. Then I sobered. "Do you know why Pit 2 collapsed as well?"
"With the multiple breaches from the digging machines, the entire area was unstable. We've moved the prisoners out of Pit 1 and into a couple of the labs."
"I'm sorry."
"For what?"
"It was my idea."
"Officer Morgan took full responsibility for making the decision. And don't forget the looters decided to attack us."
"I agree the logic is sound, but my heart disagrees, Dad."
"Those pesky emotions are always ruining solid reasoning," he tisks. "Time will help."
True. My guilt over Officer Menz's death has lost its sharp edge. "Do you know how many were killed?"
"No, but we do know 6 of the digging machines made it out. There's holes in the desert, and tracks to a staging area."
I'm glad they escaped the pits. Staging area?
"Yes, they shuttled in all the equipment to an area out of sight from the base. From there, they attacked."
"Those shuttles weren't connected to the QNet. None of their equipment is."
"We know."
"Did any of our people get hurt?"
"Other than being stunned, no one had any major injuries. You are actually the worst one."
"That's good to know. Does Radcliffe think the looters will return?" My father hesitates, then clears his throat.
"I'll let him tell you his thoughts. Security is planning a meeting later this afternoon."
I glance at the clock. It's 12:30. I throw the covers off and sit up. Every muscle hurts, all 650 of them, especially my shoulders and right arm. There's a bandage wrapped around my bicep. The room spins slightly.
"What are you doing?"
"I have to get ready for Soch time."
"No one expects you to attend today."
"The kids expect me. I need to go." My father stares at me as if he's never seen me before.
"You're supposed to stay off that ankle for a full day."
"Can you get me a wheelchair? Help me get dressed?" I swing my legs over the edge. There's a white contraption around my ankle.
Let me check."
He bolts. By the time Dr. Edwards enters my room, I'm hopping on one leg to the washroom. He blocks my way.
"You're certainly determined, Miss Lawrence," he says, supporting my elbow. "Is it that important?"
"Yes." He considers.
"All right, but you will return right afterwards. Understand?"
"Yes."
"I'll get a nurse to help you."
Muttering under his breath about difficult patients, he hustles out. I continue to the washroom, A nurse arrives soon after with a wheelchair. She helps me change into a pair of scrubs. Best of all, she brings me some pain meds, water, and an energy bar. When I'm ready to go, my father appears. He pushes me to the soch area. I direct him to my spot. "Thanks, Dad," I say as he kisses my cheek goodbye. As soon as he's gone, the kids surround my chair with a million questions. "What happened? How did you get hurt? Are we going to die? My dad was out all night. Did the bad guys attack us? My sister said the planet is angry and is going to swallow us whole. Are we going to die? I want to go back to Shinji." I wait until they run out of steam. I suspected the adults wouldn't tell them what happened in order not to scare them. But kids are smarter than they're given credit for and can sense the wrongness. It just increases their anxiety when they don't know what's going on. Once the questions peter out, I say, "Remember when I told you we had the best security team in the galaxy?" Solemn nods all round. "Last night, they proved they're the best." "But you're hurt," Miguel, once again stating the obvious. "I broke my ankle in the pits when we stopped the looters from rescuing their people. It didn't stop me from coming here, so it can't be that bad, right?" Then I add, "You want to know what's really amazing?" They lean closer, eyes wide. No one else was hurt. "I heard the bad guys stunned some of the geology techs," Val said. "That stings, but once you wake up, you're perfectly fine. And that proves they're not trying to hurt us, which isn't a lie at all. They didn't come to kill, but to free the prisoners. Yes, I know what you're thinking. This time. But I'm going to ignore that and concentrate on helping the kids. Who wants to learn the mouse in its burrow move? I ask. Me! A universal response. Great. Kuma, can you follow my instructions and demonstrate for me? She straightens to her full height, all 120 centimeters. Super cute. Yes, sir! I coach her to curl up in a small little ball. The kids catch on quick, and we have races to see who can drop and curl into their burrows the fastest. Then I play music, and when I stop the music, they burrow. When will we need this move? Miguel asks. When you hear a loud sound above you, and things start to rain from the ceiling. Like that time the windows shattered after that big boom? Kuma asks. Exactly. See? These kids are smart. I'm rather proud. Niall shows up at the end of Soch time to wheel me back to the infirmary. He's wearing his uniform, Boo, and his expression is not stern, more sad, maybe tired. Did your father order you to escort me? I ask, trying to lighten the mood. Believe it or not, I volunteered. There's a hint of my toad in his half-smile. So brave. I fan my face as if overwhelmed with his manliness. Don't I know it? Who knows when the ceiling might come crashing down on us? Okay, that hit too close to home. I peer at him, but he avoids my gaze. Instead, he grabs the handles of the wheelchair and pushes me from the Soch area. He remains quiet as he navigates the hallways and avoids running into anyone. A harder task than you'd think. I'm not sure what he wants me to say. I didn't plan to be buried, or I wouldn't have suggested shooting out the supports. He knows what our job entails, so I don't say anything. Dr. Edwards is waiting for me in my room. He helps me get into bed and checks my ankle. This is a flexible cast, he says, tapping a finger on the white contraption. In a couple days, you'll be able to walk without pain as long as it remains on. It'll come off in a week. You can get it wet. Until then, you'll have to use crutches. If you stay in bed for the rest of the day, I'll release you in the morning. But that means I'll miss the security meeting later today. His frown deepens as he waits for my response. I'll try, Doc. He grunts and leaves. I turn to ask Niall about the time for the meeting, but he's gone. His absence is like being kicked in the stomach. I lie down, pull the blankets up to my chin, and stare at the ceiling, which remains firmly in place, for now. An uneasiness gnaws on my thoughts. Does Niall think I'm a heartless killer? The plan to bury the looters alive was extreme. I'm supposed to be a good guy. Why couldn't I come up with a better solution? No better solution. Are you sure? We could have exchanged fire, held them off until... But no one was coming to back us up. We should have done what Rance suggested, retreated, and allowed the looters to free their people. Should have, could have, waste of time. You did, it is done. You sound just like my mother. Thank you. Should I be surprised or alarmed that Q thinks that's a compliment? I decide on mildly concerned, and, thinking of my mother, I wonder if she's upset about never being able to reconstruct those destroyed warriors. Have I ruined everything? More warriors in factory. Enough to close the rift? As long as they have hearts. Dr. Bharati visits me. She's a welcome break from the destructive cycle of my thoughts. I hear you've had quite the adventure, she says in her calm, soothing voice. That's an interesting way to describe it. Ah, yes, you like the brutal truth. I do. All right. She settles in the visitor's chair. You were buried alive. You forgot to add it was due to my own evil scheme. That's a separate issue. Let's focus on you being alone and injured while trapped in the dark, wondering if you'd survive. Actually, Dr. Bharati, once the debris settled, I was pretty sure I'd live. And I wasn't alone. The Q-net? Always with me. And I don't mind that. It was comforting. It's that separate issue I'm going to have problems with. She drums her long fingers on her thigh. Your evil scheme? Yes. Being the cause of another's death is traumatic, no matter the circumstances. You knew what would happen if the pits collapsed, yet you still made the suggestion. Exactly. What were you thinking right before? That the last time the looters invaded the pits, they destroyed thousands of warriors and let in the Holfs. That this time my charges were in danger of being killed, and I couldn't allow that to happen. And that's evil? I decided their lives were worth less than the people in the base. All lives are equally precious. It's one of the first things you learn as a security officer. Fair point. So, tell me how you would have felt if you didn't voice that suggestion and the looters overran the base and killed everyone inside it. Beyond horrible. Probably suicidal. But that's the thing. They weren't planning to kill everyone. How do you know? Can you read their minds? Or did the Q-net tell you? No to both questions. The looters in the base had pulse guns, and there were only enough of them for a rescue mission. If I'd connected the clues sooner, I wouldn't have suggested collapsing the pits. And you're the one who is supposed to connect the clues? We're all tasked with that, but I had all the information at that time. Because of the Q-net? Yes. Silence. I peek at Dr. Bharati. Is she edging away from me? No. She's sitting there, looking thoughtful and idly playing with her long brown braid. I, for one, am grateful that you stopped the looters in the pits, she says. If they'd rescued all their people, what's to stop them from sending another missile to destroy the base? Having Jaren and the prisoners protects us all. She has a point. And you're not evil. Believe me, in my line of work, I've seen evil, shook hands with it, and tried unsuccessfully to banish it. You're still clinging to your Q-net coping mechanism. In the case of the looters, it was pure self-defense. It's nice of her to say that. I give her a weak smile. I see you don't believe me. That's all right. Once you accept that you're a person who will do anything, including kill another, to protect the people you love, you'll feel better. And about that all lives are precious that every security officer is taught? What about it? You might want to ask Officer Radcliffe how many people he's killed while performing his duty, or some of the more experienced officers. I'm sure they've struggled with the very thing you're struggling with now. I didn't think of that. Thanks, Doc. Any time, Ara. She puts her hand over mine, and I mean that. Any time. Squeezing my hand briefly, she stands. Get some rest. Surprisingly, I do. That is, until Radcliffe arrives, with my mother a step behind. Oh boy, not wanting to deal with this lying down, I sit up. Isn't there a team meeting? I ask Radcliffe. Soon. I wanted to brief you beforehand. Ah, that explains my mother's presence. Walk me through your actions last night, Radcliffe orders. I explain about Q waking me up, my original plan to help at detention. Genius move, using the duct to nowhere, I say. He gives me a tight smile. Why did you decide to go to the pits instead? Because the attack was also a rescue mission. I thought, why weren't there more looters at the pits? There's 58 of their people there, and only a half dozen trying to reach them. It occurred to me that they were coming into the pits like they had the last time with digging machines. Why did you take the energy wave guns? Because of the digging machines. I thought we could disable them when they broke through, trapping them so the looters couldn't escape. I sigh. But I was too late. They were already there and out of the vehicles, and there were so many. Guilt chews holes in my guts. How many? Dozens. Too many for the four of us to stop. Genius move. Targeting the support pillars, Radcliffe says. I glance at him sharply. People died. Yes. I agree with Officer Morgan's decision. She wouldn't have made that decision without my big mouth. How do you know she wouldn't have thought of it herself? Radcliffe asks. Or Officer Keir, or Officer Rance. It's obvious what he's doing. I don't take the bait, keeping quiet instead. Officer Morgan is getting a commendation in her record for that decision. Why? I thought the opposite would happen. We checked the tunnels going from the pits to the surface that the digging machines created. One of them had partially collapsed and trapped a man. He'll live. There was a nasty bump on his head, and he was raving. He kept yelling that they were going to kill them all. He was armed with a kill zapper. Oh. For the first time since being rescued, the tightness around my chest eases, and I can finally breathe easy. Yes. Oh. The looters plan to free their people, then launch a second attack to target the people in the base. Officer Morgan saved everyone's lives. That's why she's getting a commendation in her record. He stands. Thank you for the information. He nods at my mother and heads for the door. Wait, I say. Radcliffe glances back. Can I attend the security meeting? Dr. Edwards says you need to stay off your ankle for 24 hours, Mom says. I'll use the wheelchair. If you can get permission from Dr. Edwards and your parents, you can attend the meeting.
Radcliffe says. He leaves. I wilt. That's not going to happen. I collapse back onto my pillow. You're not even going to ask? Mom's voice is incredulous. I figured I'm grounded again. Why? I glance at her. She's sitting in the visitor's chair, appearing calm. No sign of the dragon. Yet. Because I was buried in rubble? My ankle's broken? You and Dad tend to get overprotective about things like that. I hold up a hand. Yes, it's your biological right. I get it. I'd like nothing better than to see you safe inside our unit. But like you pointed out to us, that's a fiction. There's no place safe in this base, on this planet. She huffs a little fire. Radcliffe should give you that commendation. It was your idea. I don't want it. Trust me. She smiles softly. I do. A lump forms in my throat, and there's something wrong with my vision. Everything turns blurry as my nose fills up. I sniff as tears run and dampen my pillow. She hops to her feet. You've an hour before the meeting. She wheels the chair over to the bed. Come on. We'll swing by our unit so you can change into your uniform. Wow. Mom helps me into the chair. What about Dr. Edwards? Oh, please. Do you think he can stop the dragon? I choke, triggering a coughing fit. Give your mother some credit, she says. Don't worry. I've been called much worse. Who do you think you get your stubborn determination from? Her hands are on her hips, and I can imagine a pair of powerful scaled claws spreading out beside her. Chinese dragons don't fly. They swim. Someday, they'll be calling you the dragon, too. There's a fire in her eyes. Better than a mouse. I laugh. There are advantages to being a mouse, Mom. Like what? Being underestimated? Being able to hide? Being clever? I stand corrected. Come on, Jiang Da De Shu. You don't want to be late. Jiang Da De Shu? It's Chinese for Mighty Mouse. As I ease into the wheelchair, I say, I don't feel very mighty. The best ones never do. Mom pushes me out of my room and almost runs over Dr. Edwards. He yelps and jumps out of the way. Instead of stopping, Mom yells something about bringing me back and increases her pace. By the time we reach our unit, we're both laughing and gasping for breath. Mom wheels me into security's conference room. The buzz of conversation ceases for a second as everyone quickly hides their surprise. Beau and Elise pull their chairs apart so there's room at the table for me. Mom sits in the empty seat next to my dad. Niall's sitting across the table. He meets my gaze, but there's no smile. The entire security team is here, which makes me wonder who is guarding detention and the pits. Our time is limited, so let's get started, Radcliffe says from the far end of the table. The screen behind him shows a map of the base. Morgan is next to the terminal and is entangled in the QNet, perhaps monitoring the base's camera feeds or handling the graphics for the meeting. Correct. Which one? Both. Radcliffe takes us through the attack, explaining how the looters approached the base, gained entry, and fled. We've 20 new prisoners to take care of. We estimated about 50 escaped, and a dozen died. A dozen. I grip the edge of the table. A buzzing sounds in my ears as all the blood drains from my head. Radcliffe keeps talking, but his words just bounce off me. Elise leans close. Breathe,
she whispers in my ear, but the air has turned to sand. It clogs my nose, throat, my lungs. I imagine that's how those looters felt, crushed under kilotons of sandstone and unable to draw in precious air. Breathe. Elise digs her fingernails into my arm. The sharp pain snaps me out of it, and I suck in a huge gulp of air. 12 of them instead of 300 of us. I'd do it again, Elise whispers. So busy wallowing in self-pity, I'd forgotten Elise and Rance also shot those support pillars, and might feel guilty too. I tap her hand in thanks. She shoots me a smile before focusing on Radcliffe. There are 4 half-moon indentations on my skin, turning red. I pull my sleeve down to cover them, but I'm glad for the burning on my arm. It keeps me centered. I return my attention to the meeting. Radcliffe is describing where the new prisoners will be housed, and the rotation of shifts to guard the various labs. The screen shows the labs. Then, Radcliffe scans all the faces in the room. The looters will attack again. That's not up for debate. What is up for debate is if they'll try another rescue attempt or send a missile to kill us all. Thoughts? There's a stunned silence after Radcliffe's question. Don't get me wrong. We've all been thinking it. But for him to just lay it out there, it has more weight. We have 88 of their people, Tora says. They won't bomb the base. They're attacking warrior planets every 30 days or so, Bo says. They have a tight schedule. The first of the Protector-class ships that were sent by DES is due to arrive at Suzhou in 51 days. They'll need to have all the warrior planets secured by then. Why do they want the warrior planets? Zim asks. What are we missing? Radcliffe looks at me. I believe Junior Officer Lawrence has a theory. The entire room focuses on me. Thanks so much, Radcliffe. They're using the warriors to travel from planet to planet. What I've been calling Warrior Express isn't affected by the time dilation. I explain how the network works. Q helps out by showing diagrams on the screen. The looters are using this network, but they're not using it properly, and there are consequences. The Hulfs. I inform them of the shadow dimension and how the network was installed to protect us. More stunned silence. Then from Bendix. The way you're talking, this doesn't sound like a theory. How do you know all this? My dad says, from Dr. Lan Madry's research and translations of the alien symbols. Bo adds, and from seeing the portal form in Pit 21. Both Niall and Elise add they'd seen it too. I learned some of this from Jaren, I say, but Q helped with the rest. I gesture to the screen, where there's a diagram of tears between dimensions. Might as well be honest. They all know I've claimed Q is sentient. They exchange looks, and I press my lips together to keep from yelling at everyone that I'm not crazy. Q is actively helping us, Bo says. It spoke to me and aided us when we sabotaged the blockade around planet Pingyang. Gratitude and pride spreads through me. That's my partner. I refrain from high-fiving him. And I also suspect that they're trying to relocate the warriors on the active planets to their own bases before the protector ships arrive. Which takes time, as those suckers are heavy. Why isn't planet Suzhou the next in line to go silent? Ho asks. I suspect the looters have already gained control of the base, Radcliffe says. Either that, or everyone on Suzhou is a willing participant, which I think would be difficult. Suzhou was probably the first to be taken, but the looters are keeping up appearances and sending reports, so DES doesn't suspect.
And they're probably going to evacuate before the protector ship arrives, Morgan adds. If all this is true, Tora says, then I change my opinion. The warriors are more important than their people. They'll want us all dead so they can get to the warriors. Is it true? Vidan asks, glancing between me and Radcliffe. It is, Radcliffe says. Nice. This is bigger than we can handle. What can we do? Rance asks. Incoming. What? I glance at the screen. A new graphic shows a missile was just launched from the looter's base. Incoming! I shout, pointing. We have 16 minutes! I guess that answers Radcliffe's question about the looter's plans. Chapter 11, 2522-266. Everyone in the conference room is staring at the graphic of the missile's path as it arcs over Yulin. Radcliffe curses and springs to his feet. On the roof! Now! All the officers scramble, rushing from the conference room. Niall pauses next to my chair. Love you, Mouse, he whispers in my ear. Then he's gone. My parents stare at me, their faces drain of color. And while terror runs through my veins, I wonder what the security team can do against a missile. Why are they on the roof? Energy wave guns, Dad says. What? Mom asks. That's why they're armed with those guns. They're going to try to destroy the missile before it hits the base. Oh, my stars. The missile needs to be close. If it works, the shrapnel and explosion will kill them all. The security team fully expects to die. Oh, my stars! We need to warn the rest of the base. Mom runs to the terminal, but the siren sounds before she can entangle. Q took action just from hearing my mother. And then it hits me. Q warned me! Both parents look at me as if the stress has finally gotten to me. The missile must be connected to Q somehow. Correct. How? One subroutine in the guidance system. Perfect. We can change the coordinates for the target. But to where? I ask my parents. We need it to go off close to the base so the looters believe they've hit us, Dad says. That will give us enough time to evacuate before they figure it out and send another missile. But not over the pits, Mom says. She's right. We need the warriors now more than ever. I ask Q to pick a new target close to the base, but not too close and not over any of the pits, and not where it will come within range of the officers' guns, because they won't know not to shoot at it. How much damage? To the base? Yes. As long as everyone lives, it doesn't matter. Then, I worm into the guidance system since I have to alter the program. It's well protected. But I have Q highlight the important commands. The high-pitched whistle growing louder with every second doesn't help my nerves. Sweat pours down my back, and I'm clutching the arms of the chair in a death grip. Sorry, bad choice of words. Finally, I find the coordinates and change them to the ones Q gives me. We've 43 seconds left. My father yanks me from my wheelchair, and after a family hug and declarations of love, the three of us huddle under the table, mouse in its burrow style. That's twice in one day. Good thing I'm jacked on adrenaline, or I'd be in serious pain. A deafening roar slams into the base. The world around us reacts as if a monster dog just grabbed the planet in its teeth and shook its head. Crashes, bangs, screeches. An entire dictionary of alarming noises erupt. Something lands on the table with enough force to make the legs collapse.
Then it bounces off as the tabletop smashes into my left shoulder. Without any conscious decision, I'd curled up on the opposite side, perhaps in an attempt to protect my other injuries. The world shudders once more, then stills. A ringing in my ears is the only sound. My father is the first to uncurl. He pushes the conference table off of us, and we crawl out from our burrows. I sit on the floor.
"Is everyone all right?"
Dad asks, in a muffled, distant voice, as if he's speaking through a blanket. We take stock, and other than bruised shoulders and a few cuts, we're fine. The room is a mess, and there's a large hole in the ceiling. We puzzle over that until a groan sounds from the other side of the room. Dad rushes over.
"Just lie still," Dad says. "Where does it hurt?"
I crawl through the debris. Dad is crouched over Bendix. He's bleeding from multiple cuts and looks dazed. He must have fallen through the ceiling, landed on the table, and rolled off. "Where are the others?" I ask Bendix.
"Don't know. Bloody missile jigged out of range as if it knew we were targeting it. Radcliffe ordered us to get down, and..."
He glances around.
"I guess I got down."
Mom's pressing a hand to her shoulder. Blood stains her sleeve. "It's just a cut," she says when I ask her about it. Then she glances around. "Should we report this to DES?" It's funny, in a scary way, that even a missile isn't going to stop her dedication to her job. Except this time. No! No messages to DES or anyone at all. The dead don't send reports. The looters need to think we're all dead. "Please block all communications," I say to Q.
"On it."
Giggles bubble up my throat over Q using Morgan's expression. My mom swipes a hair from her face. "We need to start the evacuation and help with the wounded. Come on, Spencer." She glances at me. "You'll stay with security." Her comment is a mix of a question and an order, as if she's not sure. "Yes." "Good." But she can't resist adding, "Stay off that ankle." I laugh. "Go! Organize! Give commands!" I shoo. "They'll feel safer when they see the dragon in action." "And you?"
"Jung da de shu."
Dad laughs.
"Apt. I almost feel sorry for the looters. Almost."
He helps Mom to her feet, and they head out. I stand on wobbly legs and fetch the first aid kit. There's one in every room in the base. My ankle protests each limping step as the rest of my bruises wake, but I ignore them. By the time I'm finished cleaning and bandaging Bendix's cuts, he's no longer dazed. "Any broken bones? Headache?" I ask. He moves his arms and legs.
"No, I hit the table with my shoulders."
He rolls them.
"Bruised, but not broken."
We stand and dust off our uniforms.
"We better check detention. Bring the first aid kit."
Then he pauses.
"Do I need to carry you?"
"No!" It comes out as a squeak. I clear my throat. "I'm fine." He scans the mess, then bends down and rips off one of the table's legs.
"Here, you can use this as a cane."
"Thanks." It's not perfect, but it works. I limp after Bendix. We check on the 10 prisoners in detention, one at a time. Although shaken with some minor bruising, they're otherwise fine. We leave Jaren for last. When Bendix opens his cell door, Jaren is lying on the floor in a heap, as if he fell off his bunk. He appears to be unconscious. Maybe he hit his head. Bendix goes inside to check his pulse. Just as he bends over, Jaren leaps up, knocking Bendix down. Jaren sprints toward me. My pulse gun jumps into my hand and shoots the murdering bastard. Jaren cries out and crumples at my feet.
"Nice work, Lawrence,"
Bendix says as he tosses Jaren back into his cell. The action is far from gentle. Jaren lands with a satisfying thud. Bendix points to my hand still holding the magical pulse gun. If you ever doubt that you're supposed to be doing this job, think of that, Lawrence. The gun? The fact you drew that gun fast enough to get the bad guy. I've no memory of doing it. He laughs. Even better. Are you two having a moment, or can I interrupt? Radcliffe asks in his gruff lion tone that means he's worried. Standing in the doorway, Radcliffe fills the space. His uniform is dirty, but otherwise he appears healthy and whole. I refrain from hugging him. Niall and the others? I ask. The rest of the team are fine. So great is my relief, I need to lean against the wall. Radcliffe gives Bendix a pointed look. We were most concerned about Officer Bendix. I landed on the conference table. He rubs his shoulder. Could have been worse. That's 'cause there were 3 people under the table to break your fall. I rub my shoulder. The prisoners, Radcliffe asks. All survived, although Jaren will be out of it for a while. Radcliffe glances at my gun. I see. Then he gestures us to the hall outside detention and asks, Will you be able to do it again? I doubt they will make that mistake again. I tell him about Q blocking all our communications. Hopefully that will give us some time. We still need to get everyone evacuated to the pits before they realize the missile missed, Radcliffe says. Do you know which pits? Your mother picked them. Why? Jaren and his goons could have looted them. What does it matter? That'll just give us more room to spread out, Bendix says. We need intact pits, because we're going to need to use those portals, I say. Radcliffe doesn't respond for a few heartbeats. There's bound to be another way out of this. We just haven't thought of it yet. Another genius move? Exactly. But if we don't think of something brilliant, then escaping via the portals can be our Operation Desperation. You're not going to give up on that plan, are you? I smile sweetly at him. All right, figure out the logistics, Lawrence. What do you need from me? I need to talk to Jaren again, and then I'll need Beau's help. It might be a while before that can happen. The evacuation comes first. Are you evacuating the prisoners? No. I'm not sure if I'm horrified, impressed, or nauseous. And security? We'll continue to guard the prisoners using rotating shifts. We won't be hiding in the pits. Can you cover detention, Lawrence? Can I sit down while on watch? Yes. Just keep your gun in hand. Radcliffe turns to Bendix. You're with me. Yes, sir. They leave, and I return to detention. I spin in a slow circle. The space is about 3 meters wide and 8 meters long. There are 5 doors along the left wall and 5 on the right. Everything's white. I confirm that all the cell doors are locked. I shine my flashlight through the grate into the duct to nowhere, checking for any hidden intruders. It's empty. There's a couple chairs and a table on the far end. The table is laying on its side. I right the table and arrange the chairs so I can rest my right foot on one side and sit on the other. See, Dr. Edwards? I'm keeping my weight off my ankle. Facing the doorway, in case anyone tries to come in, I believe I'm in a strong defensive position. It helps that through Q, I can also watch the video feeds throughout the base, especially from the cameras in the cells and in the corridor outside detention. Jaren hasn't moved from where Bendix tossed him. Please alert me if anyone approaches, I say to Q. Then, I scan the areas that were hardest hit. The bomb landed a few kilometers south of the base. All the walls facing the blast are warped. The glass in the windows is shattered, and there are wires hanging down from holes in the ceiling tiles. The halls outside the housing units are filled with people carrying bags, small pieces of furniture, and a few are holding small children. Seeking injuries, I scan faces. A few cuts, a bruise or two, a wince of pain. Do I dare check the infirmary? No fatalities. Minor injuries only. Thanks. Any sign of the looters? Yes. Where? Checking for life signs. How? Through me. And? They found none. Phew. I relax back. Please let me know if they check again. Will do. I spot Kuma with her family. She has a backpack on, and it appears she's encouraging her family to pick up the pace. That's my girl. She'd make an excellent security officer. Then I watch the action at the port. My parents are there directing traffic. All our dune buggies are being loaded with supplies. The field teams had been recalled since the looters' second attack. So, there's plenty of tents and camping equipment to go around. It appears groups of people are waiting to leave. What are they waiting for? Darkness. Oh, that makes sense. There might be looters keeping an eye on the base. I continue to monitor all the action throughout the base. It helps me stay awake as the hours add up. Eventually, my stomach gives up whining for food, but my ankle increases its demands for pain medicine. Some of the prisoners bang on their doors, clamoring for dinner. No dinner tonight, I yell. The cafeteria was bombed by your friends. It's not true, but they stop making noise. After the sun sets, teams of people head out into the desert. Some are walking, while others ride on the buggies. I wonder if the pits my mother chose are all together or spread out. Spread out. Why? Safer. I guess if one pit is bombed, the other people could escape. Which pits? Pits 21, 25, 37, 45, 63. Why those? All intact. Which means no chance of shadow blobs. However, pits 45 and 63 are too far away to reach before the sun comes up. Are they going to use the shuttles we confiscated from the looters to get there? Morgan can fly one, but would the machine be detected by the looters? Not if protected. Protected by you? Yes. I'd have to set up the program, right? Yes. I'll ask Radcliffe or Morgan the next time I see them. In the meantime, I'm curious. Which planets do those 5 pits go to? Planets Dongguan, unnamed. Hershuan, Luan, unnamed. The unnamed ones must be one of the 42 planets we haven't yet discovered. The others are not the best destinations, but the pits nearby might have better ones. Can you please make me a chart of all the pits on Yulin and which planet they go to? On it. After another 2 hours, I really need to use the washroom. As I'm debating if I can leave my post for a quick break, Niall arrives. I'm in his arms in a flash. I don't care that we're both in uniform or the fact my ankle is screaming in pain. I can't believe you all went up on the roof. I squeeze him tight. That was so stupid, brave, scary, amazing. Can't breathe. Oh, sorry. I relax my death grip around his ribs, but I don't let go. Instead, I press my ear to his chest, listening to his heart. It's okay, Mouse. You saved us. I pull back to look at his expression. Is he upset? He appears as exhausted as I feel, but I get a tired smile. I was only able to save you because they missed cutting out one QNet subroutine in the guidance system. Otherwise, I shudder. He draws me back against him, and I soak in his warmth. My stomach growls. Niall laughs and releases me. Stupid stomach. I brought dinner. Niall shrugs off his rock. For the prisoners? For you and me. They can skip a meal. Great. I just need to use the washroom first. Niall glances at my ankle. I also have some pain meds for you. Then I'll be quick. Do you need help? I wave my improvised cane at him. Got it. Hurrying down the corridor, I find the closest washroom. Perhaps I should have taken the medicine first. By the time I return, the pain has climbed my leg. Niall takes one look at my expression and sweeps me off my feet. He sets me down in the chair, but he remains crouched in front of me. It's not weak to ask for help, Mouse. I sense this is about more than going to the washroom alone. I know. I ask for help all the time. From the QNet. Yes. That doesn't count. Actually, if Q didn't help me, we'd all be blown to bits. Sensing I shouldn't mention that, I reach out and stroke his cheek. The stubble on his face pricks my fingertips. What's this really about, Toad? Why were you so upset with me earlier? He settles back on his heels. You noticed that, did you? I tap a finger near my eye. Junior Officer Lawrence misses nothing. Another tired smile. You're extraordinary, Mouse. Why do I think there's a but coming? I brace for the big breakup speech. You knew right where to go last night. Niall says. Dad said you figured out that the looters were coming in through the pits, and that's where you headed. Right into danger. I say the words he doesn't, but is clear from his pained expression. When I promised I wouldn't. That's why you're so upset? No answer. Niall, every security officer was busy. I couldn't call for help. And Morgan, Rance, my parents, and Elise were already there. If I didn't warn them... Not going there. Just dumb luck I got caught in the cave-in. I thought Pit 2 would be fine. I grew up in those pits. Stupid digging machines messed everything up. That earns me another smile. I didn't take any more risks than the rest of the security team. In fact, today, while all of you went up to the roof to sacrifice your lives for the base, I was tucked into my burrow. Your burrow? Yeah, you know, mice live in burrows. I think you might be taking this mouse thing a little too seriously, he teases. Well, you know, me in denial. It really helped to think I was in a burrow last night, instead of trapped under dangerous rubble. But I shouldn't have said that. The humor drops from his face. So I continue with my point. The point is, I wasn't stupid. I wasn't reckless. I was just doing my job. I lean forward and lower my voice, which I'm actually kind of good at. I hold a hand up. Now, don't get too excited. Criminal mastermind is still on my list of potential careers, but... Gesturing at the white cells around us, I continue, it's losing its appeal. It's not quite the glamorous lifestyle I expected. And there's the whole matter of your own people not caring if they kill you that sours the thrill. When he doesn't say anything, I can't keep from asking, is it because those looters died that I'm responsible? No! He scooches closer and grabs my hands. Not at all. You are not responsible. Every single one of those people is responsible for their own death. They made the choice to participate in the attack on our base. They decided to threaten the lives of our people. Understand? I do. Like I told my father, 95% of me understands. Good. Niall draws in a breath. You're right. I'm worried. I'll admit it's irrational. This is our job, and you're doing amazing. Most officers don't even see this much action in their entire careers. It's just... He swallows. If I lose you, it'll kill me.
And with those portals that you're so keen about, I'm afraid you'll disappear and we'll be separated for good. I squeeze his hands as my insides melt. I can't tell you not to worry, because I worry about you too. However, I'm not leaving you behind. In fact, if you haven't touched a warrior heart yet, I'm going to need your help with the portals. You are? Yes, but if you have, I'll tell your father that I need your help anyway. I'm still waiting for your heart, Mouse. You already have this one, Toad. I tap my chest. We'll save that warrior heart for you later. Then a dire thought pops up. But we might encounter shadow blobs, and you won't be able to see them. You'll have to guide me. I open my mouth to protest. He jumps in. You've done it before, and it worked out. Not sure being sliced up and getting stitches on his forehead is what I'd call working out. I think we should bring that heart along, just in case. All right. Now, time for your meds and dinner. He opens the ruck and sets out 2 bottles of water, energy bars, and pudding cups! Niall shakes his head. If you hadn't almost crushed my ribs when I came in, I'd be worried you love pudding cups more. Don't worry. You beat out pudding cups every time. He presses a hand to his chest. That's just what every man wants to hear. Maybe I should get it tattooed on my arm so I'll never forget it. I swat him on the shoulder. Brat. He sets out the rest of the dinner onto the table and takes the other seat. I down the pills and munch on the food that is disguised as a tasteless rectangular block. I guess it's going to be energy bars from now on. Don't get me wrong, they are full of protein and nutrients. I'm glad we have them, but they're not my go-to for food. Yeah, we're in survival mode. And I sense that nothing will ever be the same, that this meal is the beginning of the end. Not a very happy thought. By the time we finish, my ankle and stomach are no longer yelling at me. But even after my second pudding cup, I'm still sleepy. You can go to your room in my dad's unit and get some sleep, Niall says after my 4th yawn. He wants you to stay in security. He hands me the rug. This one is yours. I grabbed a few additional things for you. Thanks. What about you? I'm on duty here until someone relieves me. But he's just as exhausted. I can't leave him alone. I'll keep you company. Well, I would enjoy that. You've been ordered to sleep. We need your sharp mind over the next couple of days. No pressure. I try to think of a loophole to remain with Niall, but my mind is currently mush, which just proves Radcliffe's point. All right. I use the king to stand. The ankle mutters a bit with unhappiness, but settles down. Niall squints at me in suspicion. That seemed too easy. That's because it's going to cost you, Toad. Oh? I limp over to his chair and sit on his lap. Then I kiss him. Taking my time, I ensure it's a long and deep kiss, one that doesn't care a damn about the order that we can't have any physical contact while in uniform. We might never get another private moment. When I break it off, he says, I believe I still owe you. And he recaptures my lips. Apparently, he felt the need to guarantee I received proper payment. Our exchange grows quite heated, and I'm more than happy to continue. Another missile could be launched any minute, people. But Mr. Sensible stops us. Another officer will be coming, he pants. Of course he's right. I growl at him and nip his earlobe. My inner lion isn't happy. Yeah. He clears his throat. Got that. I grab the ruck. My pajamas and a variety of personal things are inside, along with another pudding cup. Sweet of him to save it for me. I put it on the table.
Something to remember me by. His laughter follows me out into the hallway. Radcliffe wakes me at... I've no idea. "Do you still want to talk to Jaren?" he asks. "Yes." "Then get dressed. You have an hour." Wide awake now, I pull my blankets off and stifle a groan. Not only am I a giant bruise, but every muscle has stiffened. Steel is more flexible than I am. Moving is pure torture. I'm a pathetic, mewling weakling. Good thing I still have my pain meds. I down them before I do anything else. Radcliffe is waiting for me near the door. He's holding 2 cups of coffee, and I fight back tears of joy. Seeing my improvised cane, he offers to carry my cup as we head toward his office. Cracks snake through the walls, and there's a layer of white grit on the floor. "How do you want to play this?" he asks. "Like the last time in the empty office?" "No." I'm dressed in my security jumpsuit. Everyone is, as it offers the most protection. And I'm armed with my pulse gun and an energy wave gun, Radcliffe insisted. "This time it's different." I tell him what I need. "Nice," he says. I wait in his office, sipping coffee as he arranges the interview. Parts of the ceiling tiles have fallen, exposing the base's pipes and wires. A web of cracks decorates his walls. Beau hustles in. He's still wearing his uniform. It's rumpled and coated with dust. Lines of exhaustion mark his face. "Haven't you had any time to change?" I ask. "Or sleep?" "Are you kidding?" He looks around. "Where's the boss?" "He'll be back soon. How's the evacuation going?" Beau swipes a hand over his spikes. They're limp. "Better than expected. Everyone will be underground when the sun comes up. Then they'll move on to their pits tonight." He plops into the other visitor chair. "Need your help. Officer Morgan wants to use the shuttles without anyone picking up on it. Q's been helping me, but it's slow. It'll go faster with the 2 of us." Aha! He said Q. That means he's a full believer. It's up to Radcliffe, but I can help after I talk to Jaren. "About the portals?" "Yes." Just then, Radcliffe enters. "It's all set up. Do you want me to come with you?" "No." "All right. 1 hour. Then we have more important things to do." I stand without wincing. Go me. "Yes, sir." Grabbing my coffee, I limp to detention, being careful not to spill it. Rance and Niall, has he gotten any sleep, stand at attention just inside the door. They're facing Jaren and have one hand resting on the handles of their pulse guns. Jaren is sitting in one of the chairs next to the table. His hands are secured behind his back. When he spots me, he smirks. Nice costume. I ignore him as I take the seat across the table. Sipping my coffee, I study Jaren. He might pretend to be relaxed and have donned his "I'm vastly superior to you" attitude, but there's fear lurking in his light brown eyes. That missile yesterday proved I was right. You're not valuable or indispensable. You're disposable. He keeps his expression neutral, but his shoulders tense. How did it miss? That's really not your concern right now. No. Your concern should be focused on the next missile, because that one is not going to miss. And guess who hasn't been evacuated to the pits? He glances at the closed and locked doors of detention. All of us. Yep, all 88 of you. I lean forward and lower my voice. And here's a secret. You're not going to be either. Jaren's face pales. You can't do that. There are laws. Yeah, well,
We're in a state of emergency. It's like old Earth, everyone for themselves. I glance at Rance and Niall. But if you cooperate and answer my questions, we'll consider evacuating you. I'm not falling for that. You'll evacuate us. You have to. You're willing to take that risk? Yes. Okay. But perhaps you'll answer this one question. How does it feel to be worth less than the warriors? That your colleagues, who are benefiting greatly from your grand Warrior Express scheme, have decided that they'd rather have the warriors than you? I bet it feels just like being killed by a good friend. Officer Lawrence, Bo calls. He's standing in the doorway. A moment, please. Excuse me. I join Bo out in the hallway for a private chat. Radcliffe says we can work on the shuttles when you're done here. How much longer are you going to be? That depends on if this little interruption has any effect on Jaren. I'll be in my office. I return to detention, but don't go in far. Good news, officers. One of the other looters is willing to talk in exchange for her and about 20 of her friends being evacuated. You can toss this useless waste of flesh back in his cell. I turn to leave. Wait! Jaren yells. That person won't have as much information as me. Got you. I suppress my elation and keep my tone almost bored. I have most of it figured out. We really don't need that much. Come on, Ara. I'm not an idiot. I know what you're doing. I wait. He sighs. Sit down. Ask your questions. I return to my chair. Did you take the warriors from Pit 54? Pit 54? Eulene's incoming portal? Yes, they're at our base. Thought so. But I'd hoped we'd catch a break. How many inactive warrior planets have you infiltrated? All of them. Not a surprise. Even the ones that haven't been discovered? Not yet. We wanted to establish our, what did you call it? Warrior Express in explored space first, before ranging further out. Some good news. Did you take the 8 key warriors off the planets, or keep them in place? We took some to other warrior planets, and left some of the key ones behind. How many warriors did you destroy? I ask. Only enough to remove the important warriors. More good news. I already figured out you need to touch a heart to be able to wake, or rather open, a portal. Do you have to touch a heart to go through the portals? Or can anyone go through once it's opened? The first person through has to have claimed a heart. The rest don't. But the portals only go one way. If you try to go the wrong way... His forehead crinkles as if he's in pain. What happens? You arrive, but only for a few seconds before it sucks you back through and spits you out in pieces. Jaren shudders. That would explain the boot prints in Pit 21. I ask him if they tried it on planet Don Guan. Yeah. He peers at me. Through his eyes, I see the wheels in his mind turning. He ended up here. Wow. Wow what? He also ended up, briefly, on a number of other warrior planets at the same time. I'm assuming all 63 of them. No wonder he was torn apart. Ugh. Did you try it again? No. That was the first and last time. At least he's concerned about his people. I mull over the information. Some good news, some gross news. What about the last person through the portal? Do they need to claim a heart as well? He shrugs. Don't know. You haven't closed one?
That's alarming. Why should we? It's faster to travel between planets without having to open a portal every time. It only took about 15 minutes when we opened the portal in Pit 21. Does it take longer to open a portal when you just have the key warriors? Or is it shorter? I ask. It takes 128 hours. We don't know why. When the pit is full of warriors, it takes 16 minutes. He gives me a sardonic smile. Both numbers are divisible by 8. But I'm still distracted by the fact that the portals are all still open. Do you know that using a portal without the full complement of warriors risks having Holf's breakthrough? Have there been any reports by your network of people about shadow blobs attacking? He doesn't answer, but something shifts in his gaze. And then I remember Operation Looter attack. By the way your people reacted to the projections of the shadow blobs, they've already had some encounters with the aliens, which isn't good at all. Let me tell you what you've set into motion by exploiting the portals. I explain about the entangled points and rifts being created by the reduction in the number of warriors on a planet. Talk about a crazy imagination. Where do you come up with this stuff? Jaren looks at Niall and rants. And you guys believe her? You're all insane. What's insane is using an alien technology without learning all about it first. Once you figured out how it worked, you raced to exploit it. You didn't wait for the rest of Land's discoveries that reported the danger. And then, when Land drew closer to making the connections you'd made years earlier, you traveled to Shinji and killed her.